Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. So I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Well, Space Fams, fabulous to see you here on this Saturn day. I wish it was on better terms right now. It's been quite a week from hell. Before we get into any of that, better do some shoutouts. Frizzla, Quaximus, Jerry McLean, Hermit Horologist, Mr. Spock, Moenoit, B-Cat, Arvin Trevino, Violet Quinlaw, Megley, Mike Toole, Reference Frame, Jess, Fishbone, Omega Star, Frizzla, upping his galactic membership on YouTube, much appreciated. Dark Sparkle, also here, NR Gray, Monoup, Apache Aldo, Soul Life, Nightbot, Boku, Carl Schmidt on the vertical chat, Man to the Pivot, I see you as well. People on Twitch over here too, Paige Larson, Nadia, Yvette, E-Rock. Who else am I seeing over here? Did I say Paige? Paige. All right. Well, everybody, it's been the week from hell. I'm not just talking about the fact that I was sick all week and unable to do the stream. Of course not. Nope, and I'm actually going to Continue this talking. Keep saying words into your ears here. Boy, oh boy, it's been a terrible week. If you've been in the Discord, you know what's been going on. If you're not in the Discord, you should be. So then you would know what's going on. I've been sick. I've been sick all week. That's why you haven't seen me streaming. That's why I haven't watched a single Galactic stream the entire week. And we're now going to try and fit it all in one goddamn day. It's why we're starting the stream at 5 p.m. in the evening. A very strange time for us to be here. Usually we start hours from now. But here we find ourselves. So many things to talk about. I barely know where to start. Either way, I just want to thank people for their support during my convalescence this week. Thankfully, I am feeling well enough to do the stream today, and I'm excited to have you all here right now. Also, beside myself over what I've witnessed this week, what I have with my eyes as I've been sick, had nothing else to do but really try and keep up on world events. Things like that. Try to do a little MLK. I had plans for an MLK Day stream. I had gone through all sorts of stuff. I was going to do a full stream on MLK Day. Didn't do that. We didn't stream on Tuesday, nor did we stream on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. So we're going to start off today with MLK. And very quickly, after a couple of things, Epstein files-wise, move over to talking about ICE for a very long time. I don't know how long. We might have to, at some point, we might have to end the YouTube stream and restart it. It's a thing that sometimes happens. If it goes over 12 hours, it cuts off the stream, so we might have to do that, depending on how long this thing goes. Of course, Donald Trump also making a trip to Davos, deranged trip, the country, if you haven't noticed, under an icy threat. Arctic weather plunging America into the deep freeze. Who knows how long it's going to take to get through it all, everybody, but we're going to get this thing started. 13 years ago, a little channel you might be familiar with by the name of Democracy Now! What's happening?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
How the FBI, since its formation over a century ago, has dealt with terrorists, spies, and anyone else deemed subversive. Tim Weiner joins us now. He's won the Pulitzer Prize in the National...
Sorry, I keep fucking this up. The volume is super low right now. Take 3. Amy Goodman, Democracy Now! To discuss events that honestly are probably somewhat reminiscent to the times we're living through right now. The federal government's targeting of activists in this country.
And Weiner explores how the FBI, since its formation over a century ago, has dealt with terrorists, spies, and anyone else deemed subversive. Tim Weiner joins us now. He's won the Pulitzer Prize and the National Book Award for his writing on American national security. His previous books include Legacy of Ashes, The History of the CIA, and Blank Check, The Pentagon's Black Budget. As a correspondent for the New York Times, Tim Weiner covered the Central Intelligence Agency and the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. He's reported from Afghanistan, Pakistan, the Sudan, and many other nations over the last 15 years, and now has written this new book. He's no longer with the New York Times enemies. Let's talk about Dr. Martin Luther King as J. Edgar Hoover's enemy.
10 years before Dr. King was assassinated, back in 1958, Hoover had a spy who happened to be the foreign secretary of the Communist Party of the United States but was working for Hoover and the FBI, who went to Moscow and reported back that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union was intensely interested in backing the American Civil Rights Movement, and that Dr. King's closest white advisor, a man named Stanley Levison, ghostwriter, counselor, confidant, had been a member of the communist underground in the 1950s in this country. This drove Hoover mad with rage, and the history of his animus toward Dr. King is not rooted merely in racism, but in anti-communism.
And talk about what
China!
he did. Talk about the level of surveillance that he subjected to Dr. King to.
With the approval in writing of the Attorney General of the United States, Robert F. Kennedy, Hoover began bugging, wiretapping, and surveying Dr. King, putting bugs in his hotel rooms, his private home, the Southern Christian Leadership Council offices, and very quickly came up with sex tapes of Dr. King having intercourse with women who were not his wife. He spread this dirt around as furiously as he could in the weeks leading up to Dr. King's acceptance of the Nobel Peace Prize. No newspaper would touch it. It was too filthy.
And talk about what he did to King himself in sending him the tapes.
One of his most trusted lieutenants, a guy named Bill Sullivan, nicknamed Crazy Billy for a good reason, was head of FBI intelligence. He put together a composite of these tapes and a poison pen letter to Dr. King suggesting essentially that he commit suicide rather than be exposed. Sent it to his home, his wife opened it. Dr. King knew that he was under this level of surveillance, and he chose to keep on doing what he was doing, crusading for civil rights in this country.
And he got that. That was sent to his home just
His
before he
wife
won the
opened
Nobel
package.
Peace Prize.
That's right.
Did the original FBI report, though, that investigated King find that, in fact, he wasn't a threat and Hoover ignored that?
No, not exactly. To understand the mind of J. Edgar Hoover, you have to understand that this man is the father of anti-communism in America, the father of the national surveillance state. Every fingerprint that's on file, every camera that looks over your shoulder as you're walking down the street in New York or London, every time you go through an airport and they get your biometric data from your eyeballs, that is the world that J. Edgar Hoover invented. He's been dead for 40 years now. We live in his shadow every day.
Country has a deeply disturbing history of repressing activists, American citizens, just looking to make this country a better place. And the fact is that, you know, they did everything they could to slander Dr. King. You know, he was not a perfect man, but he was fighting for a just cause, and he never once stopped to think whether or not it would affect him. And that is true courage. Now, I want to go to this next one. This, I believe this recording surfaced around 12 years ago or something like that. Maybe longer. I can't remember. So I think it was lost for a little while. But this is the last speech that MLK ever gave before being assassinated. This was in 1967. God damn it, my brain. Still in a fog over here from this week. Riverside, New York City.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need not pause to say how very delighted I am to be here tonight, and how very delighted I am to see you expressing your concern about the issues that will be discussed tonight by turning out in such large numbers. I also want to say that I consider it a great honor to share this program with Dr. Bennett, Dr. Comminger, and Rabbi Heschel, some of the distinguished leaders and personalities of our nation. And of course, it's always good to come back to Riverside Church. Over the last 8 years, I have had the privilege of preaching here almost every year in that period. It is always a rich and rewarding experience to come to this great church and this great pulpit. I come to this magnificent house of worship tonight because my conscience leaves me no other choice. I join you in this meeting because I am in deepest agreement with the aims and work of the organization which has brought us together, clergy and laymen concerned about Vietnam. The recent statements of your executive committee are the sentiments of my own heart, and I found myself in full accord when I read its opening lines. A time comes when silence is betrayal. That time has come for us in relation to Vietnam. The truth of these words is beyond doubt, but the mission to which they call us is a most difficult one. Even when pressed by the demands of inner truth, men do not easily assume the task of opposing their government's policy, especially in time of war. Nor does the human spirit move without great difficulty against all the apathy of conformist thought within one's own bosom and in the surrounding world. Moreover, when the issues at hand seem as perplexing as they often do, in the case of this dreadful conflict, we are always on the verge of being mesmerized by uncertainty. But we must move on. Some of us who have already begun to break the silence of the night have found that the calling to speak is often a vocation of agony. But we must speak. We must speak with all the humility that is appropriate to our limited vision. But we must speak. And we must rejoice as well, for surely this is the first time in our nation's history that a significant number of its religious leaders have chosen to move beyond the prophesying of smooth patriotism to the high grounds of a firm dissent based upon the mandates of conscience and the reading of history. Perhaps a new spirit is rising among us. If it is, let us trace its movements and pray that our own inner being may be sensitive to its guidance. For we are deeply in need of a new way beyond the darkness that seems so close around. Over the past 2 years, as I have moved to break the betrayal of my own silences and to speak from the burnings of my own heart, as I have called for radical departures from the destruction of Vietnam, Many persons have questioned me about the wisdom of my path. At the heart of their concerns, this query has often loomed large and loud. Why are you speaking about the war, Dr. King? Why are you joining the voices of dissent? Peace and civil rights don't mix, they say. Aren't you hurting the cause of your people, they ask. And when I hear them, though I often understand the source of their concern, I am nevertheless greatly saddened, for such questions mean that the inquirers have not really known me, my commitment or my calling. Indeed, their questions suggest that they do not know the world in which they live. In the light of such tragic misunderstanding, I deem it of signal importance to try to state clearly, and I trust concisely, why I believe that the path from Dexter Avenue Baptist Church, a church in Montgomery, Alabama, where I began my pastorate, leads clearly to this sanctuary tonight. I come to this platform tonight to make a passionate plea to my beloved nation. This speech is not addressed to Hanoi or to the National Liberation Front. It is not addressed to China or to Russia. Nor is it an attempt to overlook the ambiguity of the total situation and the need for a collective solution to the tragedy of Vietnam. Neither is it an attempt to make North Vietnam or the National Liberation Front paragons of virtue, nor to overlook the role they must play in the successful resolution of the problem. While they both may have justifiable reasons to be suspicious of the good faith of the United States, life and history give eloquent testimony to the fact that conflicts are never resolved without trustful give and take on both sides. Tonight, however, I wish not to speak with Hanoi and the National Liberation Front, but rather to my fellow Americans. Since I am a preacher by calling, I suppose it is not surprising that I have 7 major reasons for bringing Vietnam into the field of my moral vision. That is, at the outset, a very obvious and almost facile connection between the war in Vietnam and the struggle I and others have been waging in America. A few years ago, there was a shining moment in that struggle. It seemed as if there was a real promise of hope for the poor, both black and white, through the poverty program. There were experiments, hopes, new beginnings. Then came the build-up in Vietnam, and I watched this program broken and eviscerated as if it was some idle political plaything of a society gone mad on war. And I knew that America would never invest the necessary funds or energies in rehabilitation of its poor so long as adventures like Vietnam continue to draw men and skills and money like some demonic destructive suction tube. So I was increasingly compelled to see the war as an enemy of the poor and to attack it as such. Perhaps a more tragic recognition of reality took place, and it became clear to me that the war was doing far more than devastating the hopes of the poor at home. It was sending their sons and their brothers and their husbands to fight and to die in extraordinarily high proportions relative to the rest of the population. We were taking the black young men who had been crippled by our society and sending them 8,000 miles to guarantee liberties in Southeast Asia, which they had not found in Southwest Georgia and East Holland. So we have been repeatedly faced with the cruel irony of watching Negro and white boys on TV screens and They kill and die together for a nation that has been unable to seat them together in the same schools. So we watch them in brutal solidarity, burning the huts of a poor village, but we realize that they would hardly live on the same block in Chicago. I cannot be silent in the face of such cruel manipulation of the poor. My third reason moves to an even deeper level of awareness, for it grows out of my experience in the ghettos of the North over the last 3 years, especially the last 3 summers. As I have walked among the desperate, rejected, and angry young men, I have told them that Molotov cocktails and rifles would not solve their problems. I have tried to offer them my deepest compassion while maintaining my conviction that social change comes most meaningfully through nonviolent action. But they ask, and rightly so, what about Vietnam? They ask if our home nation wasn't using massive doses of violence to solve its problems, to bring about the changes it wanted. Their questions hit home, and I knew that I could never again raise my voice against the violence of the oppressed in the ghettos without having first spoken clearly to the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, my own government. For the sake of those boys, for the sake of this government, for the sake of the hundreds of thousands trembling under our violence, I cannot be silent. For those who ask the question, are you a civil rights leader? And thereby mean to exclude me from the movement for peace, I have this further answer. In 1957, when a group of us formed the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, we chose as our motto to save the soul of America. We were convinced that we could not limit our vision to certain rights for black people, but instead affirm the conviction that America would never be free or saved from itself until the descendants of its slaves were loosed completely from the shackles they still wear. In a way, we were agreeing with Langston Hughes, that black Bart of Harlem, who had written earlier, "Oh yes, I say it plain, America never was America to me, and yet I swear this oath, America will be." Now it should be incandescently clear that no one who has any concern for the integrity and life of America today can ignore the present war. If America's soul becomes totally poisoned, part of the autopsy must read Vietnam. It can never be saved so long as it destroys the deepest hopes of men the world over. So it is that those of us who are yet determined that America will be are led down the path of protest and dissent, working for the health of our land. As if the weight of such a commitment to the life and health of America were not enough, another burden of responsibility was placed upon me in 1954, and I cannot forget that the Nobel Peace Prize was also a commission to work harder than I had ever worked before for the brotherhood of man. This is a calling that takes me beyond national allegiances. But even if it were not present, I would yet have to live with the meaning of my commitment to the ministry of Jesus Christ. To me, the relationship of this ministry to the making of peace is so obvious that I sometimes marvel at those who ask me why I'm speaking against it. Could it be that they do not know that the good news was meant for all men, for communists and capitalists, for their children and ours, for black and for white, for revolutionary and conservative? Have they forgotten that my ministry is in obedience to the one who loved his enemies so fully that he died for them, what then can I say to the Viet Cong, or to Castro, or to Mao?
Sorry, I just wanted to pause it there really quickly. To recognize all of these super chats that I've seen going on here in the YouTube chat. Sasha G. Yay, GSL, welcome back. So glad you got through your surgery. Thank you, Sasha. Frizla, I would like to piggyback on Sasha's super chat and express my gratitude as well. Much appreciated, Frizla. Christopher Tablante. Sasha G and Frizzly sent mind control biggies to infest my back and express my gratitude with $5 super chat. Subway sandwiches. Thank you, all of you people. But I think this is honestly, I wouldn't say it's my favorite MLK speech, but I think this is one of these speeches from MLK that speaks to his determination to fight for the rights of all, and that the struggle is a global one and not just a civil rights struggle in the United States. That we are all interconnected, especially those living in the United States, the place with the country with the largest global footprint, especially as it comes to things like war. All right, we're going to listen to a little bit more of this. But I'm going to try and keep this moving. So I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Shit, what spot did I want us to go to? I think it's around here. Could be wrong. I hate to chop up an MLK speech. I'm trying to
Areas preparing to destroy the precious trees. They wandered into the hospitals with at least 20 casualties from American firepower for one Viet Cong inflicted injury. So far, we may have killed 1 million of them, mostly children. They wander into the towns and see thousands of the children, homeless, without clothes, running in packs on the streets like animals. They see the children degraded by our soldiers as they beg for food. They see the children selling their sisters to our soldiers, soliciting for their mothers. What do the peasants think if we allow ourselves with the landlords, and as we refuse to put any action into our many words concerning land reform? What do they think as we test out our latest weapons on them, just as the Germans tested out new medicine and new tortures in the concentration camps of Europe? Where are the roots of the independent Vietnam we claim to be building? Is it among these voiceless ones? We have destroyed their two most cherished institutions, the family and the village. We have destroyed their land and their crops. We have cooperated in the crushing of the nation's only non-communist revolutionary political force, the Unified Buddhist Church. We have supported the enemies of the peasants of Saigon. We have corrupted their women and children and killed their men. Now that is little left to build on save bitterness. Soon the only solid physical foundations remaining will be found at our military bases and in the concrete of the concentration camps we call fortified hamlets. The peasants may well wonder if we plan to build our new Vietnam on such grounds as these. But we blame them for such thoughts. We must speak for them and raise the questions they cannot raise. These too are our brothers. Perhaps a more difficult but no less necessary task is to speak for those who have been designated as our enemies. What of the National Liberation Front? That strangely anonymous group we call VC of communists. What must they think of the United States of America? And they realize that we permitted the repression and cruelty of DM, which helped to bring them into being as a resistance group in the South. What do they think of our condoning the violence, which led to their own taking up of arms? How can they believe in our integrity when now we speak of aggression from the North, as if there were nothing more essential to the war? How can they trust us when now we charge them with violence after the murderous reign of DM, and charge them with violence while we pour every new weapon of death into their land? Surely we must understand their feelings, even if we do not condone their actions. Surely we must see that the men we supported pressed them to their violence. Surely we must see that our own computerized plans of destruction simply dwarf their greatest acts. How do they judge us when our officials know that their membership is less than 25% communist, and yet insist on giving them the blanket name? What must they be thinking when they know that we are aware of their control of major sections of Vietnam, and yet we appear ready to allow national elections in which this highly organized political parallel government will not have a part? They ask how we can speak of free elections when the Saigon press is censored and controlled by the military junta. And they're surely right to wonder what kind of new government we plan to help form without them, the only party in real touch with the peasants. They question our political goals, and they deny the reality of a peace settlement from which they will be excluded. Their questions are frighteningly relevant. Is our nation planning to build on political myth again, and then show it up from the power of new violence? Here is a true meaning and value of compassion and nonviolence, when it helps us to see the enemy's point of view, to hear his questions, to know his assessment of ourselves. For from his view, we may indeed see the basic weaknesses of our own condition. If we are mature, we may learn and grow and profit from the wisdom of the brothers who are called the opposition. So too with Hanoi, in the north, where our bombs now pummel the land, and our minds endanger the waterways, we are met by deep but understandable mistrust. To speak for them is to explain this lack of confidence in Western words, and especially their distrust.
I gotta say, that is a concept, though, I feel we have to embrace in this moment, is radical listening. Sort of, what do you want to call it? A vigilance of of listening, a constant listening to the enemy, to each other. Now we need it more than ever. We need to be hearing the voices of people as they're being drowned out in this moment, whether it's by the news cycle or physically in the streets by ICE agents. And I'm not saying acceptance. I'm not saying agreement. I'm just saying listening. Hearing and trying to understand what is happening right now.
Of American intentions now. In Hanoi are the men who led the nation to independence against the Japanese and the French, the men who sought membership in the French Commonwealth and were betrayed by the weakness of Paris and the willfulness of the colonial armies. It was they who led a second struggle against French domination at tremendous cost, and then were persuaded to give up the land they controlled between the 13th and 17th parallel as a temporary measure at Geneva. After 1954, they watched us conspire with DM to prevent elections which could have surely brought Ho Chi Minh to power over a united Vietnam. They realized.
Sorry, I'm gonna keep moving through the speech. Mostly because there's so much to talk about right now. It's gotten so much worse. I've been building this list from a hospital bed for much of the week. And yet, in the last 12 hours, I feel like my list has grown by, let me do the math here. My list has grown to 174 videos by about 17%. It's grown by like 17% in the last 12 hours or so because of all the fucked up things that have happened in just today. I was already pissed. I was already furious. I was surrounded by suffering Americans all week in a hospital, suffering myself somewhat. Not that that's important. Listening to MLK speeches earlier in the week, and then it's been fascinating, strange fucking week. I honestly wish we could. I was planning for us to just listen to this whole thing earlier this week, along with a whole bunch of other MLK speeches. Now I don't even feel like we have the time to watch this whole speech. Bumming me out slightly. That is the times that we are in right now. Perhaps if I hadn't been sick this week, I would have been able to do things I wanted to do in the way I would have liked to do them.
Let us hope that this spirit will become the order of the day. We can no longer afford to worship the God of hate, or bow before the altar of retaliation. The oceans of history are made turbulent by the ever-rising tides of hate. History is cut with a record.
Sorry, hold on. I'm going back slightly. Slightly back. All right, around here is probably fine.
Speaking of that force, which is just emotional bosh, I'm speaking of that force which all of the great religions have seen as the supreme unifying principle of life. Love is somehow the key that unlocks the door which leads to ultimate reality. This Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Buddhist belief about ultimate reality is beautifully summed up in the first epistle of St. John. Let us love one another.
Yes.
For love is God.
Yes.
And every one that loveth is born of God and knoweth God. He that loveth not knoweth not God, for God is love. If we love one another, God dwelleth in us, and his love is perfected in us. Let us hope that this spirit will become the order of the day. We can no longer afford to worship the God of hate, or bow before the altar of retaliation. The oceans of history are made turbulent by the ever-rising tides of hate. History is cluttered with the records from nations and individuals that pursued this self-defeating path of hate. As Arnold Toynbee says, love is the ultimate force that makes for the saving choice of life and good against the damning choice of death and evil. Therefore, the first hope in our inventory must be the hope that love is going to have the last word, unquote. We are now faced with the fact, my friends, that tomorrow is today. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now. in this unfolding conundrum of life and history, that is such a thing as being too late. Procrastination is still the thief of time. Life often leaves us standing bare, naked, and dejected with a lost opportunity. The tide in the affairs of men does not remain at flood, it ebbs. We may cry out desperately for time to pause in her passage, but time is adamant to every plea and rushes on. Over the bleached bones and jumbled residues of numerous civilizations, written the pathetic words, too late. That is an invisible book of life that faithfully records our vigilance or our neglect. Omar Khayyam is right to moving finger rights and having writ moves on. We still have a choice today: non-violent coexistence, a violent co-annihilation. We must move past indecision to action. We must find new ways to speak for peace in Vietnam and justice throughout the developing world, a world that borders on our doors. If we do not act, we shall surely be dragged down the long, dark, and shameful corridors of time, reserved for those who possess power without compassion, might without morality, and strength without sight. Now let us begin. Now let us rededicate ourselves to the long and bitter but beautiful struggle for a new world. This is the calling of the sons of God, and our brothers wait eagerly for our response. Shall we say the odds are too great? Shall we tell them the struggle is too hard? Will our message be that the forces of American life militate against our rival as full men, and we send our deepest regrets? Will there be another message of longing, of hope, of solidarity with their yearnings, of commitment to their cause, whatever the cost? The choice is ours. And though we might prefer it otherwise, we must choose in this crucial moment of human history. As that noble bard of yesterday, James Russell Lowell, eloquently stated, once to every man and nation comes a moment to decide in the strife of truth and falsehood for the good or evil side. Some great cause, God's new Messiah, often eats the gloom of light, and the choice goes by forever twixt that darkness. Though the cause of evil prosper, yet his truth alone is strong. Though her portion be the scaffold, and upon the throne be wrong, yet that scaffold sways the future. Behind the dim unknown standeth God within the shadow, keeping watch above his own. And if we will only make the right choice, we will be able to transform this pending cosmic elegy into a creative psalm of peace. We will make the right choice. We will be able to transform the jangling discords of our world into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. If we will but make the right choice, we will be able to speed up the day all over America and all over the world, when justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream.
There you have it. That was MLK's Riverside speech. Riverside Church speech in Manhattan. I guess it's basically in the Bronx. And honestly, I think it's one of MLK's underappreciated and but greatly needed speeches in these times. We are fighting a multifaceted battle. We cannot just say, "Oh, it's just one." We can't care about that thing right now because we've got other stuff. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but that's sort of been perhaps one of my follies for the last almost 2 years now, by the way. I wanted to do a 1 month to go type stream 4 days ago because January 20th this year would have marked 1 month away to the day from 2 years of Galactic streams. But of course, we cover absolutely everything here that I consider to be of relevance, and it hits a myriad topics. I really try to shy away from essentially nothing. Nothing that I think relevant to this world, but some of the things that AMOC said in this speech are incredibly relevant to this time. Oh shit. Tinfoil hat. Green. Oh wait, no, those are sunglasses. Sunglasses from Green New Deal on Twitch. Thank you. And also, BCat, don't think I haven't seen you feeding like a puppy treats over there on Twitch either, but it's hard to interrupt MLK. Let's be real. It's difficult. It's difficult. One thing he said towards the end there, I think we all need right now. Oh, and I apparently need a tinfoil hat. Okay, now I've got tinfoil hat and sunglasses fully accessorized for the stream. Thank you. Paige Larson. What was I saying? Yes. One thing that MLK was saying towards the end of the stream. That for me this week resonated big time. Was the importance of not procrastinating. Now is the time. Now is tomorrow. Tomorrow is a week from now. A week from now is 3 months from now. That's how I want everyone to think. You know, my brush with this health crisis earlier this week has given me a renewed sense of vigor and also appreciation of my life. And I think we all need to appreciate our lives right now, that our seconds are precious, and that we need to act, and we need, we need to be utilizing every moment to make change. Make change with ourselves. Me personally, I used to be much healthier before I did 2 years of sitting here 5 nights a week streaming, 8 hours a night. Much better shape. I'm not going to get into it, but suffice to say, I've done a lot of athletic training in the past, and I have committed to getting back to that, getting myself healthy 100%, better than ever before. And I think we all need to, whether it's your health, whatever it is, we need to look at our everyday decisions and ask ourselves, what is the hardest thing right now in my life that I can do? Right? What is the or like just look around yourself right now and ask yourself, what thing can I be doing while listening to the stream? I could be listening to the stream and I could be doing this. I could be doing this, right? I could be listening to the stream. I could be doing push-ups. I could be listening to the stream, and there's a lot of things you could be doing. Even if you don't even have to leave your room, you could be tidying up. Just saying. We need to be thinking proactively in this moment right now, together. Now, MLK's words are incredibly important in this moment this week. I felt moved by them. All the difficult things that I was faced by. What in the hell was that? Oh, Megastar. just donated.
Omega Star just cheered 10,000 bits. Be here now.
Wow. 10,000 bits gifted on Twitch by Omega Star. Incredible generosity. So generous. I appreciate that. Be here now. It's a book, says Omega. A good book. Well, there you go. Book recommendation for everybody. All right. Now, MLK's words, like I said, like I was saying, until that incredible donation from that there space fam. Words of MLK are incredibly important this week, in this moment. He's known as a man of peace. And he spoke about peace a great deal during that speech and during his life. That's what he's known for. But he was honestly not a man of only peace. And he'd spoken on that on a number of occasions. He spoke on that in that Vietnam, it's referred to as the Vietnam, like a lot of people refer to it as like the Vietnam Riverside church speech, because he talks about his feelings on Vietnam. But I couldn't remember exactly where he says it in that speech, so I've found a different clip where MLK says the same words that I was hoping us to hear in that previous speech, but like I said, I can't remember where. It's like an hour-long speech. I can't remember where. I wasn't taking notes in the hospital. I'm sorry. But this is MLK as well. Press interview. I don't know what year this was. Speaking on revolution, peace,
As President Kennedy
violence.
said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible only make violent revolution inevitable.
There you go. MLK Jr. quoting the former president, JFK. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. And nobody here should want violence. I do not want violence. Not in the slightest. And I know that MLK Jr. did not want violence. That's why he talked about peace all the time. Because violence is so terrible. If you've ever been the recipient of violence, and as somebody who grew up doing martial arts from a very young age, I've been the recipient of violence on a number of occasions. I've dished it out, but I prefer peace. It's a better way to live in society. We shouldn't be hurting each other. We should be lifting each other up. We should be making each other's lives better. We should be saving the planet from destruction. We should be ending the wars. We should be doing abso-fucking-lutely everything we can to bring the Earth and all of its people and creatures together towards a brighter future. The fact is, considering the times we live in, we have to be prepared to keep the peace and to protect ourselves. Number one, I want every single space fans listening to the spacecast right now to be safe. And I think we'll all be much more prepared to be the peacemakers if we are also prepared to end that peace. if we accept the fact that there is another side to the coin. It's something I don't talk about, but it is a reality. The fact is there was another man who is well known from the civil rights era. You might know him. His name is Malcolm X. I figured we'd go to this Democracy Now! Piece from 2 years and talk 2 years ago and talk a little bit about how MLK felt about Malcolm X.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We spend the rest of the hour with the author of the first major biography of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in decades. Jonathan Eig's King, A Life was published this month and draws on unredacted FBI files as well as the
Okay, you want a little fun fact here? You just just prompted me into something interesting. I'm not gonna get into. There's some historical inaccuracy to what you've just said here, but I'm not gonna get into that. Carl Schmitt, Kung Fu was developed by peaceful monks who wanted to be able to defend the peace. I will say this one thing. I was just talking about procrastination. The definition of Kung Fu, loosely, is hard work over time. Hard work over time creates mastery or skill. It doesn't have to be a great, you might think to yourself, StreamLord, I'm not a Kung Fu master. I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying I am. I'm just saying that this is the word itself. Actually, it has a meaning for a reason. It's about putting your mind to something. And I believe that all space fams here could put their minds to whatever they want to get done. All right? And I believe that you can, over time, develop skill with hard work.
Of the personal aid to President Lyndon Johnson that shows how he and others partnered with the FBI's surveillance of King and efforts to destroy him, led by FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover. Eig wrote in a New York Times opinion essay about the book that the documents reveal how, quote, Johnson was more of an antagonist to King and a conspirator with Hoover than he has been portrayed. By personalizing the FBI's assault on King, Americans cling to a view of history that isolates a few bad actors who opposed the civil rights movement, including Hoover, Governor George Wallace of Alabama, and the Birmingham lawman Bull Connor. They thus fail to acknowledge the institutionalized, well-organized resistance to change in our society. That's Jonathan Eig, author of King, A Life, for which he also interviewed more than 200 people, including many who knew King closely, like the singer, actor, and activist, the late, great Harry Belafonte. The book has also drawn attention for its revelation that King was less critical of Malcolm X than previously thought. Eig found the original transcript of an interview King did with Alex Haley, who's the author who collaborated with Malcolm X on his autobiography. The transcript shows how Haley misquoted and even made up part of King's response. In fact, King never said Malcolm has done himself or our people a great disservice, and King's comment about fiery, demagogic oratory was not related to Malcolm X. To talk about all of this, we're joined in Chicago by Jonathan Eig. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Jonathan. This is an epic work. Congratulations on this years of research and writing. Why don't we begin where I left off? On this expose around what Martin Luther King really thought of Malcolm X. Talk about the significance of how Alex Haley shaped the narrative for so many decades and who Haley was.
Alex Haley was one of the best-known African-American journalists of his era. He wrote for a lot of mainstream white publications like Reader's Digest and Playboy. And the Playboy interview that he did with Martin Luther King was the longest interview, the longest published interview that King ever gave. So it had significant impact. It reached a lot of white readers who were not otherwise going to be exposed to such a long interview with King. And it's because of the comments that King made or supposedly made about Malcolm X. It's been handed down for decades, for generations, that this is what King actually thought about Malcolm X. And it was, as you pointed out in the introduction, largely fabricated.
And talk about how you found this out and what you understand King really thought about Malcolm X. They actually only met in person once, right, in Washington, D.C., although Malcolm X did go to Selma and talk about what he said to Martin Luther King's wife, Coretta Scott King.
Yes, the men only met once, and Malcolm did go. He was speaking in Tuskegee, and some students told him that King was in Selma. They could drive there and be there, within hours. So Malcolm X got in the car and drove to Selma. Did not get to meet King because he was in jail, but he did sit next to Coretta Scott King at a church rally and said to Coretta, let your husband know that I'm here, that I support him, and that maybe it's helpful to him in a way. If everybody knows that I'm the alternative, perhaps they'll be more willing to listen to Dr. King. And that's the truth. The truth of their relationship, as James Baldwin wrote, is that by the time of their deaths, they were pretty much indistinguishable in their philosophies. That may be a bit of an exaggeration, but they were definitely moving toward each other. And this quote in Playboy really did a disservice. It really misrepresented their relationship. One of the things that I do in any time I find a really good interview with the subject of a book that I'm working on is I'll go to the archives and try to find the original tapes or the original transcript of that interview to see what was left out. And that's really all I was doing when I went looking for the Alex Haley transcript of his interview with Martin Luther King. I wanted to see what got left out because, you can never really publish the full interview. You have to choose the best parts. But as I was reading through the transcript, I was shocked to discover that whole parts of it were moved around so that answers to questions were changed in their meaning, and some sections were completely fabricated. And King never said that he thought Malcolm's fiery oratory was doing a disservice to the black community. In fact, he said that about the Nation of Islam, but not specifically about Malcolm. And when asked about Malcolm, King actually expressed great open-mindedness. He said, I don't agree when Malcolm X calls for violence, but I'm also not so arrogant to think that I have all the answers. And he's suggesting in this interview, the part that wasn't published, that he's open-minded to learning more and to talking more to Malcolm. That's one of the great things about King. He was always interested in listening to the people who disagreed with him.
So if you can talk about that kind of research that you did, Jonathan, and why you chose to do a profile of King, not just a profile, an epic work. Talk about the other biographies that you wrote and how that brought you to King.
It's really shocking to find out that there's been some sort of nefariousness and or bending of the truth for a particular narrative in history. Fuck yeah!
At this critical moment when, Harry Belafonte just died. He was 96. Dr. King, of course, would have been in his 90s, and what that means about those around him who knew him best.
About 10 years ago, when I was working on my Muhammad Ali biography, I was interviewing people who knew Ali and also knew Martin Luther King, and I was asking them about the couple of occasions when King and Ali met. I was speaking to people like Harry Belafonte, Dick Gregory, Andrew Young, Reverend Jesse Jackson, and as I began talking to them, I found myself just asking a lot of questions about King. I was curious what he was like, and that's when it occurred to me that in the last, 40, 50 years or so, we've turned King into kind of a two-dimensional figure. And I think especially with the advent of the national holiday, he's become kind of a Hallmark card, and we've watered down his vision. And these men were telling me that they considered King a radical as Malcolm X in many ways. And the public image of him has changed so much that I felt like this was a great opportunity to write a book that would correct that image, and also an opportunity to write that book while so many people who knew King were still alive. And I traveled the country over the last 6 years interviewing folks, not just like the ones I mentioned, but also Juanita Abernathy, Dr. June Dobbs-Butts, Reverend James Lawson, Reverend Bernard Lafayette, and asking them, what was it like to be around King? What was his message? How have we lost sight of the real man? I wanted to write a more intimate portrait, and it had been, a good 35 years since the last King biography had been published, so I felt like this was an urgent mission, really.
Jonathan, I want to get to his early years, the descendant of enslaved people, but I also want to talk about what you discovered in the last years from declassified FBI documents, and also this personal secretary of Lyndon Baines Johnson kept her own archive, and how that wasn't released until recently. I want to talk about FBI surveillance from the Kennedys to Johnson, and how it wasn't just surveillance, but proactive attempting to drive Dr. Martin Luther King to suicide.
It began with an authorization by Robert F. Kennedy to begin to surveil King. They began by putting wiretaps on some of his associates' phones. Eventually, they started wiretapping King's home and office phones, and then they also began to put listening devices in his hotel rooms. Originally, the rationale for that was that they were concerned he was associating with communists and former communists. China. When it became clear that King was not interested at all in communists, and the communists were not influencing the civil rights movement in any way that moved them toward communist beliefs, they acknowledged that, but by then they had become obsessed with his personal life and trying to catch him in affairs with other women other than Coretta, his wife.
Yeah, and so, I mean, today's list represents a tiny fraction. I'm just going to point this out. The MLK stuff I have for today, maybe I did point this out already, but it's only a fraction of what I had for the MLK Jr. stuff. And I picked the stuff I felt was most relevant for today to talk about. And I felt this was so incredibly relevant to talk about right now, because we are witnessing political... it's like we're in a time, we're living in a time where literally... the government is actually doing a political witch hunt. Like, I know that Trump claimed it. Political witch hunt's been going on. Illegal is a lawfare. They're coming after me. But they were only coming after Donald Trump, essentially, and the other people who actually committed crimes. Right? Right now, they're just going after people who disagree with Donald Trump. They're just going after political activists. They're looking for literally just looking for Democrats to go after. They're just looking, I mean, this is a time where leftists need to be, thinking about, this is a long legacy that our government has been doing this, and it needs to stop. It needs to stop now. It's untenable. We need changes, and we cannot just the fight for the fact is we just got Zoran Mamdani, right? And we are fighting for dignity for all Americans, right? Whether it's on the streets, in their homes, on the sidewalk, at the store, at the doctor's office, wherever it might be. It's not so much to ask, honestly. The supposed greatest nation on earth. And somehow we're being targeted for that. And that should not be, under the U.S. Constitution, that should not be the case. Especially, and the fact is, it's not even lawfare at this point. It's unlawfare. People are being targeted in the streets like it's target practice. It's not courtrooms. Much of which has been either thrown out or investigations halted. by the Supreme Court. Donald Trump has seen no fucking consequences. All of his supporters are out of jail, continue to stay out of jail, as many of them have continued to commit crimes in the wake of all of the pardons. It's been a fascinating, shocking revelation.
Really a personal vendetta, fueled in part by the racism in the FBI, fueled in part by the insecurities of J. Edgar Hoover, who resisted and really raged when King criticized the FBI for being racist. And then it became really the personal obsession of people like Hoover and LBJ, who I think just had a prurient interest in keeping tabs on King's personal life.
And talk about how they weaponized that. I mean, you talk extensively about Martin Luther King dealing with depression, and I think this also goes to demystifying an icon. It doesn't take away any of his power, but for people who wonder if they themselves could make a difference in the world, who suffer from depression, from his early sort of half-hearted attempts at suicide as a child to being institutionalized, and yet accomplishing so much. Take us on that trajectory.
I think it's really important for us to acknowledge that our heroes have flaws. And if we expect our heroes to be perfect, nobody will ever rise to the occasion. Nobody will even try. And King was deeply flawed. He meant, as you mentioned, he attempted suicide twice as a teenager, jumping from a second-story window of his home when he was upset about first an injury suffered by his grandmother and then later by her death. And when he won the Nobel Peace Prize, he was hospitalized at the time for what he called anxiety, but for what Coretta described as depression. He was hospitalized numerous times throughout his life because the pressure had just gotten to him so badly. And of course the FBI knew about this and attempted to weaponize it, as you say. They took his personal life, it reported on it, distributed that information not only to the President of the United States, but to members of Congress and to members of the media, hoping that somebody would go public with it and destroy his marriage, destroy his reputation, and essentially destroy the civil rights movement. At one point, they even planned for a replacement for King, choosing Samuel Pierce to become the next leader of the civil rights movement once they managed to get King out of the way. So this was a deliberate, extended, and really mean-spirited campaign, driven not just by their fear of King, not just by their fear of a race, of a black man rising to prominence, but really driven by a fear of losing the power as was enjoyed by white people primarily at that time. They wanted to maintain the existing power structure.
Yes, indeed. I do think right now we do need to find a way to have radical acceptance of one another, and do everything we can to have unity in our communities. Amongst leftists, if you will. Now we need it more than ever. We need to be together and to find a way to lift each other up and to help each other out and to, wherever you can, right? And to help yourself out too, right? That's another thing I keep thinking right now is that I have been thinking it all week because of my bout with illness, but don't let anything seem too big in your life. And I'm not saying to forgive everybody. That's ridiculous. If someone's being a jerk and they refuse to stop being a jerk, well, fuck them. But, for those who are actively trying their best and seeking forgiveness, attempting to make amends, and apologize, whatever, or, I think to some degree we need to, find a way to bring them in, I think, right now, because we need everyone. Right now, we need everyone on our side. And honestly, this is a galvanizing moment that we are living in. We are in a crucible right now. I don't know if you've noticed, but everything is on fire. The law, the Constitution, the streets aren't literally on fire. They look like they're on fire half the time because ICE is throwing smoke grenades all over the goddamn place. Shooting people in broad daylight. They're creating chaos. And they have dismantled the government. In the last year, Donald Trump has dismantled the government. Seized power. And given himself a big tax break.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
We're just going to skip to the end of this discussion. Towards the end of this video. Where's Amy Butt in here? There it is.
Really antagonist. LBJ becomes an antagonist of Dr. King's.
So I'm going to go through a chronology. After FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover called Dr. King, quote, the most notorious liar in the country, a reporter asked Dr. King for his response.
Dr. King, what is your reaction to the charges made by J. Edgar Hoover?
Well, I was quite shocked and surprised to learn of this statement from Mr. Hoover questioning my integrity. And very frankly, I don't understand what motivated the statement.
Not long after J. Edgar Hoover called Dr. King the most notorious liar in the country, on November 18th, 1964, Dr. King was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. This is an excerpt from his acceptance speech on December 10th, 1964.
I must ask why this prize is awarded to a movement which is beleaguered and committed to unrelenting struggle, and to a movement which has not yet won the very peace and brotherhood which is the essence of the Nobel Prize. After contemplation, I conclude that this award which I receive on behalf of that movement is a profound recognition that nonviolence is the answer to the crucial political and moral questions of our time. The need for man to overcome oppression and violence without resorting to violence and oppression.
That's Dr. King in his Nobel acceptance speech. There's so much to talk about here, Jonathan Eig. As you said, when he learned he was going to win the Nobel Peace Prize, that announcement comes in October, he was hospitalized for depression. Talk about his response at the time, and then that quote of J. Edgar Hoover, who knew all of this was going on, was right after the announcement, and knowing that Dr. King had been hospitalized, and the response of Dr. King to hearing Hoover call him this.
I think J. Edgar Hoover was furious that Dr. King had won the Nobel Prize. He took it personally. You know, here's this black man, this man who's attacking American values as J. Edgar Hoover sees them. J. Edgar Hoover is deeply committed to his version of white Christian nationalism. And for King to win the Nobel Prize was a personal affront to him, I think. And he redoubled his efforts at that point to try to damage King, to try to destroy his reputation. At the same time, the Nobel Peace Prize becomes a calling to Dr. King and to Coretta Scott King, both of whom say we have a greater responsibility than ever now. And that responsibility includes not limiting our work to the fight in the South, not limiting our work to integration, but to look at racism throughout the country, to look at poverty, to look at militarism, to look at materialism. And he really begins to expand not just his vision, but his activism, his work. He begins taking on more fights in the North. He begins speaking out more against the Vietnam War. And he broadens his role and becomes, a much greater moral leader. And this, in turn, further infuriates J. Edgar Hoover, and we see the campaign to destroy King just growing and growing. So what we have here, sadly, as the Nobel Prize helps to crystallize, we recognize that J. Edgar Hoover is actually one of the few people who understands that Martin Luther King is presenting a massive threat. He's calling for a new kind of American democracy. He's calling for a vision of America that gets us past some of our materialistic, militaristic habits and brings in a new dawn of a new day. And that is a huge affront and a threat to J. Edgar Hoover in the way he sees the world.
I want to go to that address, Dr. Martin Luther King, April 4th, 1967, a year to the day before he was assassinated in Memphis, the speech he gave at Riverside Church explaining why he opposed the war in Vietnam.
As I have walked among the desperate, rejected, and angry young men, I have told them that Molotov cocktails and rifles would not solve their problems. I have tried to offer them my deepest compassion while maintaining my conviction that social change comes most meaningfully through nonviolent action. But they ask, and rightly so, what about Vietnam? They ask if our own nation wasn't using massive doses of violence to solve its problems, to bring about the changes it wanted. Their questions hit home, and I knew that I could never again raise my voice against the violence of the oppressed in the ghettos without having first spoken clearly to the greatest violence in the world.
Here we go. Oh, I was muted. God damn it. I changed the color of the confetti. I was gonna say, we didn't do a galactic content goal today. I wasn't even gonna do one. We've certainly completed it already. Omega Star donating 10,000 bits on Twitch. That definitely does it. And then also, multiple people with the super chats and the new membership as well on YouTube. I don't know how long I was muted for, but also I was saying that I was skipping the end of that Democracy Now! Vid because we already listened to the Riverside Church speech. At least that part that they were listening to, in fact. So, we are gonna keep this thing moving. I'm muted. Yes, I know I'm muted. I know I've figured it out, and I appreciate all of you for letting me know. I'm muted. I can't remember why I'm muted now, but I did. and it was a mistake. It was a choice. It was a life choice that led to bad things. But you know what? Your donations led to great things. A confetti party. All right, everybody. Just figured we would have the confetti party, even though I didn't even start a galactic content goal today. I appreciate all of you. That epicness was brought to you by space fams like you. All right. Do we do this one too? Let me think. I'm going even slower than I want it to. I'm trying to get back in the swing of things, space fams. It's been days since I've done a stream. I feel completely out of whack.
This is Democracy Now.
Getting back up on the saddles. Getting back up on the saddle here. Taking a moment. Yeah, let's listen to a little bit of this here.
This is Democracy Now! We end today's show with the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. on this federal holiday that honors the birthday of Dr. King. On April 4th, 1968, he was assassinated at the Lorraine Motel in Memphis, Tennessee. He was just 39 years old. He was in Memphis supporting striking sanitation workers as he built momentum for a Poor People's March on Washington. This is an excerpt from Dr. King's last speech, which he gave on April 3rd, 1968, known as the speech, "I have been to the mountaintop."
You know, several years ago, I was in New York City autographing the first book that I had written. And while sitting there autographing books, a demented black woman came up. The only question I heard from her was, "Are you Martin Luther King?" And I was looking down writing, and I said yes. And the next minute, I felt something beating on my chest. Before I knew it, I had been stabbed by this demented woman. I was rushed to Harlem Hospital.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
It was a dark Saturday afternoon. And that blade had gone through, and the x-rays revealed that the tip of the blade was on the edge of my aorta, the main artery. And once that's punctured, you're drowned in your own blood. That's the end of you. Yes. It came out in the New York Times the next morning that if I had merely sneezed, I would have died. Well, about 4 days later, they allowed me, after the operation, after my chest had been opened and the blade had been taken out, to move around in the wheelchair in the hospital. They allowed me to read some of the mail that came in, and from all over the states and the world, kind letters came in. I read a few, but one of them I will never forget. I had received one from the president and the vice president. I've forgotten what those telegrams said. I'd received a visit and a letter from the governor of New York, but I've forgotten what that letter said. Yes. But there was another letter that came from a little girl, a young girl, who was a student at the White Plains High School. And I looked at that letter, and I'll never forget it. It said simply, "Dear Dr. King, I am a 9th grade student at the White Plains High School." And she said, "While it should not matter, I would like to mention that I'm a white girl. I read in the paper of your misfortune and of your suffering. And I read that if you had sneezed, you would have died. And I'm simply writing you to say that I'm so happy that you didn't sneeze. And I want to say tonight, I I want to say tonight that I, too, am happy that I didn't sneeze, because if I had sneezed, I wouldn't have been around here in 1960, when students all over the South started sitting in at lunch counters. And I knew that as they were sitting in, they were really standing up for the best in the American dream, and taking the whole nation back to those great wells of democracy which were dug deep by the founding fathers in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. If I had sneezed, I wouldn't have been around here in 1961 when we decided to take a ride for freedom and ended segregation in interstate travel. If I had sneezed, I wouldn't have been around here in 1962 when Negroes in Albany, Georgia decided to straighten their backs up. And whenever men and women straighten their backs up, they are going somewhere, because a man can't ride your back unless it is bent. If I had sneezed, if I had sneezed, I wouldn't have been here in 1963. And the black people of Birmingham, Alabama, aroused the conscience of this nation and brought into being the Civil Rights Bill. If I had sneezed, I wouldn't have had a chance later that year in August to try to tell America about a dream that I had had. If I had sneezed, I wouldn't have been down in Selma, Alabama, to see the great movement there. If I had sneezed, I wouldn't have been in Memphis to see a community rally around those brothers and sisters who are suffering. I'm so happy that I didn't sneeze. And they were telling me, now it doesn't matter now. It really doesn't matter what happens now. I left Atlanta this morning, and as we got started on the plane, there were 6 of us. The pilot said over the public address system, "We are sorry for the delay, but we have Dr. Martin Luther King on the plane, and to be sure that all of the bags were checked, and to be sure that nothing would be wrong on the plane, we had to check out everything carefully, and we've had the plane protected and guarded all night." And then I got into Memphis, and some began to say the threats, talk about the threats that were out, or what would happen to me from some of our sick white brothers. Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter with me now, because I've been to the mountaintop. I don't mind. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over, and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
Dr. Martin Luther King, April 3rd, 1968, the night before he was assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee. The federal King holiday, which started in '83, was first observed in '86, has overlapped with Inauguration Day just 2 other times. First with Bill Clinton in 1997, and then again with President Obama in 2013. Obama also
I, too, like MLK, have seen the promised land. Thanks to our great space god, Gary. Luxury space communism. Peace in the entire Milky Way galaxy. And it can be done if we can just work together. It can be done. I do believe it. And we must force our leaders to do this. I must remind everyone of this right now, I think, before we move on. Because JFK dragged his heels on passing the Civil Rights Act, on doing anything about it. And we must remember that who we put in office is important if we ever have another election. Which I pray that we do. All right, let's go here to Democracy Now! From last year, 8 months ago. Oh, so long ago. King of the North, quote unquote. New book examines MLK's fight against police brutality and racism outside Dixie.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. As we mark the 5th anniversary of the police murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, what the New York Times called one of America's most liberal cities, we end today's show with a new book that re-examines the experience of the civil rights leader, Dr. Martin Luther King, with police brutality and his sustained critique of police brutality in the North as well as the South. Jean Theoharis is a historian and professor of political science at Brooklyn College, author of 13 books about the civil rights movement and the fight for racial justice. Her new book is King of the North, Martin Luther King Jr.'s life of struggle outside the South. Welcome back to Democracy Now! Can you start off with another viral moment, an image of police brutality that you describe in your book? I watched you talk about it last night at the Brooklyn Public Library. The photo of Reverend Martin Luther King being arrested in 1958.
So, Dr. King, thank you for having me back. It's so great to be here. So this is 1958. Dr. King and Coretta Scott King have gone to see Ralph Abernathy in court. The court doesn't want him there. The police then start to harass him at the courthouse and then decide they're going to arrest him. They push her away. She's objecting. And they basically march him down the street. But there happens to be a photographer. And so as they're marching him down the street and into the police station, this photographer's taking pictures. And what they do when they get to the police station is they half Nelson him, as we see in this photo, onto the counter. They're like grabbing his arm and twisting it. You can tell he's in pain. And then once they get out of sight, because as you might imagine, they're mad. The police are mad that Dr. King, that somebody's been taking this picture. So once they get him in the cell, they kick him, they choke him, they try to break his arm. But this photo goes, in the terms of 1958, it goes out over the news wires. And it may be the first, it's certainly one of the first images of police brutality that make it into the mainstream news. Most mainstream news organizations did not cover police brutality, so this image is outrageous and it's outraging. And 2 weeks later, he comes to Harlem and he's doing a nighttime rally on 125th Street, right down from Malcolm X's speaker corner, right down from where Johnson Hinton had been brutalized by police. And Dr. King talks about...
This is what year?
This is 2 weeks after. This is 1958. And he's there with thousands of New Yorkers, and he's talking about his own experience with police brutality. And Harlemites are angry, and they see themselves in him. And I think we often miss this as a key issue throughout the civil rights movement. We often put it in the South when Dr. King and many others are calling attention and protesting this across the country.
He said he was more scared in Chicago than he'd ever been in the South. But you talk about in 1964 in Harlem also,
Right.
King decrying the police killing of an unarmed teenager, was sued by the New York police officer who killed the young man. And there was a march there that actually dwarfed the March on Washington in '63.
Right. There's huge marches that. What you're referring to is he calls for this officer, Thomas Gilligan. He calls what he does a murder, just like you were just doing about George Floyd, the police murder.
Well,
and
he was convicted.
And the cop sues him for damage to his reputation. And one of the, and all the newspapers then let the cop launder his reputation. So King comes to New York. Mayor Wagner invites King, thinking King is going to maybe help quiet down these protests. They're massive protests for days. And instead, King, in a series of meetings with the mayor, says you need to fire the cop. You need to have real civilian complaint review board. You need to have a jobs program. You need to desegregate. Mayor Wagner rejects it all. And basically, King is almost run out of town for the notion that he's calling for a kind of real civilian oversight of the police. And this is 1964 right here in New York City.
Professor Theo Harris, we just have a minute, and we're going to do a post show and post it at democracynow.org to talk about the revelations in this book. How could we be talking about revelations about Dr. King? Because he's been written about so thoroughly, yet it's this radical history, especially around police killings of black men and women, that you say has really not been thoroughly documented.
I mean, I think we've Southernized Dr. King. And so his critique of police brutality outside the South, his long-standing critique of school segregation, of housing segregation, of job discrimination. King sees these as national, not local. But again, we've told a story where King is in the South till 1965, and somehow then, when Watts erupts, then he discovers the North, when in fact Dr. King had been in LA more than 15 times before the Watts uprising, had been protesting around police brutality for years, joined a movement in 1962 protesting the police killing of Nation of Islam Secretary Ron Stokes, had talked about this is King, no compromise on this issue in LA in 1962. In 1963, calling LA as segregated as Birmingham, even while he's engaged in the movement in Birmingham. But we tend to see that as a Southern story when King is talking about everywhere.
And that's why you titled the book King of the North. We're going to talk more about it at democracynow.org. Jean Theo Harris, historian, new book, King of the North, Martin Luther King Jr.'s life.
Okay, there we go. Honestly, I'm kind of glad we're starting off with this today, because this is going to be a very stressful stream. Not gonna lie. Starting the stream off talking about Martin Luther King is bringing me some amount of solace right now. Okay, let's keep this puppy moving. And you might be asking yourself, why haven't we taken a break yet? It's because I'm doing today's stream a little differently because I have so much stuff to do. I'm just going to take breaks randomly. Whenever I'm just like, I need a break, that's when we're going to take a break. And I don't need a break yet. And it's still incredibly early. It's like honestly, it's almost like we haven't even started. 7 o'clock in the evening. This is our normal-ish. This is what I've been trying to make our normal start time lately. Even though, as you very well know, that does not happen that often. Not as frequently as I maybe would like. Partly because I just want to bring more people in. And I know that people wind up falling asleep. I want to be able to have as many of you here with me talking about these things at the same time as I can. All right. Now, let's talk about Donald Trump a little bit. as it relates to MLK. If you recall, about 6 months ago, Trump administration decided to release the Epstein files. I'm sorry, the MLK files.
You are not funny.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yeah. Let's just go here first. Begin this Associated Press 6 months ago with this.
The Trump administration has released more than 240,000 pages of documents on the surveillance and assassination of the storied civil rights activist Martin Luther King Jr. The move comes after President Trump said that the release of the documents early in his term would be important for transparency and truth on the part of the entire nation. Though in contrast, and despite concerns from the King family, who said that the King's surveillance and assassination were deeply personal matters for their family and the civil rights movement at large. Included in the documents are hundreds of thousands of pages that have been digitized over the decades, but have been sealed since a 1977 court order ordered that they not be released to the public. The documents include many digital files, pages, and other documents and photos that have been digitized, as well as one MP3 file. Associated Press reporters are currently combing through the documents as we speak to be able to tell what...
Okay, oh, there we go. There we go. I mean, this was something that effectively no one was asking for. But the late start time gets overseas viewers, I know. But we also stream between 8 and 12 hours a day. I totally understand. And that's one of the reasons why I've loved us streaming late nights this whole time. But yeah, I was thinking to myself, if we stream 8 to 12 hours a day, right? I did the math on that. That's somewhere, end time of somewhere between 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and I'm sorry, my brain just broke. And 7 a.m. Standard Time, right? 3 a.m. Standard, 3 and 7, 3 to 7 a.m. Eastern Standard, and that's at that point already evening time in like Australia. So I feel like at that point we brought in a lot of people. Just saying. Like, I did the math on it. I was looking at all my clocks simultaneously. I was like, you know what? I think we would be fine if we started a couple hours earlier than we are. Now, like I was saying, nobody asked for the MLK files, including the King family, who were actually, before they were released, when Donald Trump was saying that he was going to release, we're going to release the files. No, not those ones. No.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
No, the MLK files. The King family were quite adamant that they did not want the files released due to all of that surveillance that we were just talking about, that the FBI did for so long on their family. Incredibly, just incredibly extensive surveillance efforts were put in on the entire family and all of King's. We just got done talking about it. I don't think we need to go over it again. Yeah. But quickly, this is from around the same time as that AP report. For WWL News at 5.
We're learning more about the release of documents related to the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
The files were made public despite objections by many in the King family. The director of national intelligence released these documents, including details about the FBI's investigation of the killing. Many, including the King family, are comparing the document released to how the Epstein files are being handled.
I think that there could have been some discretion. The irony is, the president didn't say, let's only release pertinent or credible information, as he's done with the Epstein files. He has said he much released everything. And I do think with this administration, it's an effort to discredit Dr. King and his family.
While Trump has called for the release of...
I'm sorry, I'm amused by myself. I shouldn't be, but I put this one in here on purpose. I was looking for a good one. I found this one. I was like, this couldn't be better. This could not have been this could not have been a better clip. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy has been talked about for years. What is up? There's so many other things you could talk about, like fascism and the Gestapo or Heinrich Müller. Sorry, Greg Bovino. We talk about him. Let's talk about Short Stack. Call him Bovey for short. Get it? Because he's short. Short Stack Bovey. It's very funny. But he honestly, he takes his anger out on the people. We call him Short Stack Bovey, and then he goes and he tells his ICE agents to murder Americans in broad daylight. It's a great secret policeman, just like Heinrich Müller. Now, let's go to an even more recent video from one long-ass month ago, where Donald Trump, leading up to the, holiday, decided to cancel, not cancel. Actually, he did multiple things, and I could have put this in here too, but I only had so much time. But we'll get to that in a second. Well, let's watch this. This is Democracy Now. Last month, let's talk about the history that Donald Trump didn't want to honor anymore. Remember last year when he held, he had like Tiger Woods at for Black History Month or whatever it was. It was so stupid. It was so goddamn stupid. I love black people. I know a lot of them, actually. Look, I know Tiger. Tiger, he comes to my golf courses, Tiger.
Aren't I a good guy?
Tiger. Great guy. He's never done anything wrong. Fuck it.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Outcries growing over the Trump administration's move to drop free admission at national parks on the only two federal holidays honoring Black history, Juneteenth and Martin Luther King Day. Instead, the parks will become free on Donald Trump's birthday, June 14th. In addition, the Interior Department has announced...
It's the most goddamn petty, dictatorial... dude hates history. He's erasing history and just replacing it with himself. This man is an ego-driven maniac. He made people pay to come to the national parks on MLK Day. But you come for free on my birthday.
Fee structure to charge more money for non-U.S. residents to visit the parks in what it's calling, quote, America First entry fee policies. The new move comes months after President Trump signed an executive order titled Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History, which called for the elimination of, quote, divisive race-centered ideology at federal institutions. The Interior Department claims the new changes are part of an effort to make national parks, quote, more accessible, more affordable, and more efficient for the American people, unquote. But not everyone agrees with that assessment. We're joined now by two guests who've spent years trying...
Oh, God, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Oh God, it just breaks me inside.
I feel like I'm
God
taking
damn it.
crazy pill.
Make the national parks more accessible.
God.
Audrey Peterman is with us. She's been an advocate for national parks for over 30 years, promoting the history of people of color in national parks. She's the recipient of the NPCA Centennial Leadership Award and author of the books Our True Nature, Finding a Zest for Life in the National Park System. She's joining us today from Kingston, Jamaica. And in Burlington, Vermont, Carolyn Finney is a storyteller, author, and cultural geographer who served on the National Parks Advisory Board for 8 years under the Obama administration. She's the author of the book, Black Faces, White Spaces, Reimagining the Relationship Between African Americans and the Great Outdoors. She's currently a scholar artist in residence in the Franklin Environmental Center at Middlebury College. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Carolyn Finney, let's begin with you. First, your simple response to what has just been announced, that no longer will there be free admission to the national parks on Martin Luther King's birthday and the celebration of the end of slavery, Juneteenth.
Thank you. First, thank you for having me on the show, Amy. And I love how you said simple response, because I don't think there is one. But what I will say is that you can take away the holiday, but you can't erase the truth. And it's not going to change how we feel, not just as Black Americans, but Americans in general, about honoring our history, because our history tells us who we are. So somewhere in my mind, it actually doesn't matter, not in the way that I think he hopes it matters. That's my simple response.
And Audrey
Carolyn,
Peterman. Sorry, Juan.
Yeah, and Carolyn, this idea of a president declaring a free admission on his own birthday.
Yeah, you know, I don't like to give it much airtime. You know, it's his prerogative. He is the most powerful leader in the free world. That says more about him. It says actually nothing about us, and I mean us collectively as American citizens. I'm more interested in what it means to try to diminish and dismiss history that's not just Black history, it's American history, and what we all lose when that happens.
So why don't you talk about what you mean by your title, Black Faces, White Spaces?
Yes. Oh, what do I mean by that? Well, and the funny part is I came up with that with a white colleague who actually, we came up with that title together. I want to make sure that I say that. I was really pointing to when I was interested in looking at national parks in particular, it's because national parks historically were created as a way to represent American identity in the world. We didn't have the old cathedrals of Europe, 400 years ago, but what we had were spaces like the Grand Canyon and Yosemite and the Everglades and Yellowstone. And so when I think about the parks as a place representing American identity is diverse and deep. For me, that's the good and the bad and the ugly of who we are, who we've been, right? And so I was thinking about slavery. I was thinking about Reconstruction. I was thinking about Jim Crow segregation. When I was thinking about Black people in particular, and we could have longer conversations about people of Asian descent and Indigenous people, but thinking about Black people in particular, it was almost ironic that we had created this space representing American identity. But if you had Black skin, your ability to move freely in those spaces was highly limited. And that's really what I was trying to point to. And I was trying to poke the bear of that particular truth of what that means. And it didn't matter that it was a beautiful beach or a beautiful natural surrounding a forest, a national park, a mountain. It didn't matter. It wasn't just about restaurants and movie theaters. It was any space in this country. And we still have it. It's still present. It's buried deep in some of our legislation. It's buried deep in our cultural mores. It's buried deep in who we are. We still believe certain people shouldn't be living in certain neighborhoods. Certain people shouldn't be landowners. When you look about the history of farming and Black farmers and their inability to get financial support for the work that they were doing. We've been doing this for a very long time, and just because you're out in the natural environment doesn't change that. So I wanted to point to that, because the other side of that is the magnificence of those spaces, the beauty of those spaces, the fact that as American citizens, we pay taxes to support those spaces, and I believe we should be doing that. They tell us something about who we are. They tell me something about who I am, and the idea that my movement can be limited. And I'm not saying that somebody can say to me, I can't walk into the park, but it's also about behavior. It's also about the way I've been stared at, the way people can feel uncomfortable about you because of the way you look. They know nothing about you, but they make assumptions about you. I want to tell you something else. That book was on a park shelf at some national park service center, and I'm not sure where. And I got an email once, a couple of years ago, from a woman who described herself as Sarah the Great. She described herself as being white, and she said when she saw that book, she removed it and put something else in front of it and told me to stop being racist. Aww. And you know, I initially got really angry about that, but over time, I've come to really feel some compassion for Sarah the Great. Because I realized Sarah the Great never cracked the cover. I don't talk about or try to diminish the experience of people who identify as white, right? But whiteness is about power, as James Baldwin said. What I'm interested in is making space for all of our stories. And the reality is, I'd love to sit down with Sarah the Great and say, what was it that antagonized you about that? What came up for you? Her response to me said more about her than it did me. And I'm interested in that conversation so we can start to bridge that divide.
Yeah, I'd like to bring Audrey Peterman into the conversation. Audrey, how has the visual...
Yeah, I think that speaks to what I was saying to us earlier. You know, we need to find a way to be radically listening. Perhaps, you know, I mean, perhaps now we need to find a way to hear what is causing, because the fact is, we have been divided up along race lines, even though really it's the class struggle is that which is being obfuscated by that edifice, by that facade, if you will. We're just one humanity, you know?
Into the conversation. Audrey, how has the visual propaganda to the American public from Hollywood, from park marketing, from outdoor brands perpetuated this myth that Black people don't belong in the wilderness?
Well, I would say that in building, helping to shape the public narrative, that has been true. But in later years, like in the last 5 years or so, that has begun to change because of the assiduous action from people within communities of color striving to change that narrative. Room Map at Outdoor Afro actually has a line of outdoor clothing for people of color. So we've moved a long way from that. But if I might address the question of the president's action, may I?
Yes, surely.
Oh, thank you so much. Because I want to say I love it, I love it, I love it. I think it's the greatest thing he could have done because it is going to backfire spectacularly. For multiple years, people like Dr. Carolyn and I and other Black and brown environmental and national park leaders who are domiciled together at the Diverse Environmental Leaders Speakers Bureau, we have been striving to have this conversation about what the national parks are to America, right? Who gets to enjoy them and the stories they have, right? And as you can imagine, that conversation has dissipated tremendously since January 20th of this year. And now, lo and behold, we're talking about it because the president aligned himself with racial animus against the national park and an American hero. I think that there are people who didn't even know that Martin Luther King had anything to do with the national park system, you know, but now they do. And there's a common thing, a common parlance that says there's nothing that you can do to make people take greater interest than to have them feel that you're trying to keep something from them. You know, this administration has taken a lot and kept a lot from us. But I think in this actual case with the national parks and fee-free days, we can flood the parks en masse to learn about our history within them. Because the entire history of America, the entire history of every racial and ethnic group in America is in the national park system. And I have traveled it from coast to coast. And I'm telling you, once you know that history, you become a totally different person.
The Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Nikole Hannah-Jones, the founder of the 1619 Project, wrote on social media, quote, "It might be easy to find things like this merely petty or superficial, but that would be a mistake, demeaning, erasing or eliminating celebrations or acknowledgments of Black America is straight from Redemption Playbook and is intended to reinforce the racial hierarchy and signal its reinstatement. Today's renaming of military bases for Confederates, reinstalling Confederate statue, denigration of Black holidays, refusal to acknowledge Black contributions while decimating civil rights by an openly white nationalist administration is all to signal the restoration of the racial order," unquote, she said. And I wanted to ask you, Audrey Peterman, data collected from the National Park Service revealed Latinos and Asian Americans made up less than 5% of visitors to U.S. national parks, and less than 2% visitors identify themselves as African Americans. Can you talk about the historical context and how you have spent so many decades trying to increase the population of color in the national parks of the United States?
Yes, absolutely. And I completely agree with the quote that you cited. And here's another side to that. We know that the president...
No, before Audrey gets to this, I just want to say that is, to me, is an incredibly fucking disturbing statistic. Okay? Like that should not be the case. That should not be the case. That only that 98% of people enjoying the national parks that are paid for by our tax dollars are all white or identify as white.
The population of color in the national park.
All right, it's not 98%, but you get what I'm saying. It's like what was that? 90%? 9 in 10?
The United States.
This is ridiculous. Yes, absolutely. And I completely agree with the quote that you cited. And here's another side to that. We know that the president thrives on making people feel outraged. And I will not give him the benefit of that. I have been to 195 units of the 433 units of the National Park System around the country. So I dare say I know this country and feel connected to it in more ways than he does. Or that a lot of other people do. And that's why we have been trying to get the word out, particularly to Americans of color, to say, look, you need to embrace the national parks, get to know about the national parks, and visit them in order to see the tremendous historic contributions and legacy that your ancestors have left here. So I think that there's a lot of there's a very false understanding about America and also about the national park system. And I will tell you this, you know that old story about the 6 blind men who went to see the elephant? They'd heard about this amazing animal, and one fell against its flank and said, "Oh, it's a wall." And the other one felt its trunk and said, "Oh, it's a snake." You know, that is kind of what we're like in America now. And the national park system provides the anatomical material of what our country is. And this is why we've been trying to get the word out for 30 years, ourselves and many other people. But it's, you know, it's a heavy lift to let 150 million people who don't know about the national parks. And when they hear about a national park, they probably only think of that little playground down the street. And they don't know that, you know, Yellowstone can hold New York City 11 times. And Yellowstone has half of all the geysers on Earth. They don't know that the Buffalo Soldiers were the ones who saved the giant sequoias in Sequoia National Park and in Yosemite National Park. There are millions of people from all over the world come to see these 3,000-year-old giants that were alive at the time Jesus walked on Earth. I mean, the national parks have so much to offer every racial and ethnic group and every American. My God, I really think that this conversation that the president has opened by trying to shut out Martin Luther King and trying to shut us out of the holidays has opened a keg, which I hope will inure to greater awareness among all Americans and greater passion.
I like her. I like her. There you go. We're almost through the MLK portion of the stream today. Think of it as day one. Monday. What's today again? Saturday. That's right. I just really felt that was an important thing for us to discuss. I mean, I know we got a lot of environmentalists around here. Me personally, I think our national parks are incredibly important. And everybody should be appreciating them, and Donald Trump is just making it harder for people to appreciate them on national holidays, trying to erase history and lift himself up like some sort of tin pot dictator at the same time. Guy is deranged. He's a deranged lunatic. He hates history and everybody in this country. He's not a great patriot. You know, that was something he's been saying. We've laughed about. Ha ha ha. Great patriot. Oh, the fact is he's not a great patriot. He's a bad man, bad American. He doesn't love America. He's making it worse actively every goddamn day. All right. Let's go here to the Associated Press from 5 days ago, to Washington, D.C., where the MLK Day Parade was happening in the Capitol. Donald Trump was not there. He also wasn't in Davos yet at that time, so, if I recall correctly. Yeah, no, he was not in Davos at that time. He was definitely still in America, but did not attend the parade.
Are we ready for a parade? So we love Dr. Martin Luther King and all of the soldiers who worked with him to make sure that we have the rights that we have today. But the struggle is real. Say it after me. The struggle is real. One more time. The struggle is real. The struggle is real. The fight is still. The fight is still. The fight is still. Are y'all ready for a fight? All right, let's get it on. Thank you. No peace. No workers. No peace. No justice. No peace.
Be right back, everybody.
They've been marching quite a ways, and the parade goes all the way down to Marion Avenue, which was the old good hope. Dr. King! No justice! No peace! No racist! Police! No justice! No peace! No racist! Police! When our city is under attack, what do we do? Stand up under that! When our city is under attack, what do we do? Stand up under
And coming this way, of course, is the MPD Honor Guard. And I met some of them earlier, and they were obviously excited to be here. It's always a wonderful parade. There. Good to see you, Emily. She's up the other end.
Okay, I'm back, and I'm gonna scoop it ahead a little bit. We're not gonna watch this whole thing. Don't have time for that today. There's too much fucking news going on. Honestly, I wanted to watch a lot. I had a whole stream. I had a full 8-hour stream for MLK Day planned, and I'm very sad that we're not getting to do that. But I had to completely dismantle that list for a monster of a list that we have now, nearly 200 video list. It's been the week from hell. Where do things really get started here? I think right around here.
Yeah, maybe that. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
They are out in full force. They have everybody, you all go see. Everybody out there.
All you have to have, do your best before you
How's that one go? And then the parade went on for like 2.5 hours. Dancing, music, people celebrating in the community. It was beautiful. It's a beautiful celebration. Okay, now, I am gonna go to the end of this thing. I think it's the end. Where does this happen? Go back slightly. I'm gonna go back slightly. This is what I wanted. Yes, I listened to a whole. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I listened to the whole parade. All right, there we go. That's gonna do it for today. Wish we could have done way more. Had so much more stuff planned for MLK Day, but there's a little bit longer than a brief glimpse of MLK celebrations this year and a discussion. MLK's legacy, among other things. Oh, Megastar with the super chat. Oh, that's not a super chat. That's a membership message highlight. Drumming. All right. Now, before we move on, since we just got done talking about MLK, man who in our world stands, for peace. Yeah, even though we talked about, how that wasn't necessarily his only belief, but he certainly lionized in that way. Let's talk about peace, peaceful revolution. Let's talk about something called democracy. You might be familiar with it. Real quick. It's one way to do the revolution is by going to the ballot box, voting. I know it's not that radical. In fact, it's not radical at all. Although technically, to some degree, for some people at different times in the world, voting has been radical. Before voting existed, or before you may have been allowed to vote, right? For whatever reason, whatever distinction.
Megastar just cheered 100 bits. You better take it easy or else.
Better take it easy or else. Wow. I will take it easy. Thank you, Megastar. Now, one man. Well, what I was going to say is you could technically be doing revolutionary things at the ballot box, voting for someone, perhaps even. A revolutionary candidate, like, say, Zoran Mamdani. And I felt that this was a video we probably should watch again, real quick. From A More Perfect Union. Talk about a strange conundrum.
Right away, they call me a communist. They call me a socialist. Like, you're not a conservative. You're not MAGA.
That's what people say. You cannot be that. Time out. You cannot be MAGA and Mamdani. Why not? Why can't you be? To me, it's the most natural thing in the world.
When Zoran Mamdani, a democratic socialist, met with Donald Trump in the Oval Office, it wasn't supposed to go well.
The president has been repeatedly referring to him as a communist.
But then...
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. The better he does, the happier I am. We're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true.
People started looking at me like I was a fortune teller, like I had somehow told the future, and I started believing it.
Something strange is happening in New York City. A new group of voters is emerging, and they're quietly challenging our most basic assumptions about politics.
What box would you put me in? I wouldn't say really any box at this point.
In 2024, New York shifted to the right, more than it had in decades. Just a year later, the city swung back to the left, electing its first ever socialist mayor. But here's where it gets weird. Some of the same voters were part of both waves.
A lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that.
If politics is all about which team you're on, this kind of thing isn't supposed to happen.
I mean, did you see the guy who has the MAGA from Mamdani hat?
So who are these voters? What are they after? Are they just outliers? Or are they a preview of whatever comes next?
I'm just trying to figure out what's up with these highly weird election results. How you doing?
What's up, man?
You got thoughts on these too?
Let's talk Trump and
Mom Donnie.
Who the fuck is that?
Finding Trump to Mamdani voters was never going to be easy.
You got thoughts on Trump and Mamdani?
According to exit polls, about 1 in 10 Trump voters in New York also voted for Mamdani.
Hi, guys.
Which may not sound like a lot, but in politics, those kind of margins can swing elections.
Quick question, I got 5 minutes. 1 in 10 New Yorkers who went for Trump also voted for Mamdani. Like, how do you make sense of that?
I have no idea. I definitely did not. It does not make sense.
Time out. Yeah. So basically, you're a hypocrite at that point. Like, I mean, if you did, there's something that you got to screw loose.
Okay, we're not gonna watch this whole video. But it's just a fascinating statistic. 1 in 10 Trump voters voted for Zoran. It said something about that campaign, and that it spoke to people. And that, as More Perfect Union points out, very fairly, are the kind of numbers that swing elections. I mean, you know. Let's just go here now. Let's skip ahead to this CNN video from 6 days ago. Monday, new poll out. Democrats seize advantage heading into the midterms.
Brand new CNN polling giving us a fresh glimpse of the political landscape heading into this year's hugely consequential midterms. President Trump, who will mark 1 year back in office this Tuesday, has been sounding the alarms about the prospects of a Democratic majority in the House. And our polls suggest there is reason for his concern. Democrats have a clear advantage when voters are asked which party they prefer to control Congress. A big sign they are enjoying tailwinds at this key moment. They currently have a 5-point edge over Republicans, 46 to 41, outside the margin of error. On top of that, Democrats and Democratic-leaning registered voters are far more enthusiastic than Republicans. 66% say they're extremely motivated to vote, compared to just 50% of Republicans. And that is a huge swing from October 2024, where Republicans were motivated by 5 points. But it's not all good news for Democrats, with our poll finding their leaders are still held in very low regard. We'll break this all down and more with an excellent group of reporters this morning. CNN's Elena Treen, Zolan Kano-Youngs with the New York Times, and CNN's Aaron Blake. Good morning to you all.
Okay. So, 10%, that's it? I mean, I know it sounds negligible, but honestly, it's a lot. In New York State, that's 357,000 people, right? I don't know the numbers in New York City. I can't find I'd have to like add up all the data, and like I can't do that right now. I can't find a place with it actually like just written down. But that represents a lot of votes. And in tighter elections, and right now we're looking at tighter elections here, right? Like with numbers like these here. Well, I mean, we're looking at a moment now where we could be pushing things at least for the meantime, the midterms, if we're gonna have midterms. I mean, we need to take back control of the government and make it start working, functioning, and holding people accountable. And the rest of the people in the government. It's supposed to be one of the co-equal branches of government. It's doing fuck all right now to do any of that. And a midterm swing right now would be incredibly important. That's of course only if we have democracy. And right now we don't really have it, do we? We have lawlessness. We have laws getting passed and getting ignored, court orders getting ignored, Epstein files not getting released.
About Jeffrey Epstein?
The government is breaking the law with the Epstein files. They were supposed to release all of them. They did not. They were supposed to explain redactions. They did not. They were supposed to have limited redactions that did not allow them to redact on the basis of embarrassment or for politically exposed people. They did that. They redacted actual people who were investigated in the Epstein case, not just the victims. And this is in violation of the bipartisan law that Donald Trump signed only months ago. It's a law called the Epstein Transparency Act, and I've excerpted a few bits of it for you, where specifically they could not redact all the files. They had to release all of them by a certain day, which they missed. They didn't hit that deadline. They said they needed more time to review. But of the stuff we've already gotten, they've redacted more than they were supposed to. The law says that they can't redact on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, political sensitivity. Basically, they can't just say like, oh, we don't like that guy's name is coming out. They only can redact on the basis of like national security or if it's a victim. And even if they do redact, they have to explain why they did so. They have to give a summary of redactions made, including the legal basis. And they did not do that either. Not only did they make redactions that clearly in the context are not victims at all, but rather possible perpetrators. They're redacting possible perpetrators, but they also haven't explained anything they did redact. And on the DOJ website, you can see that they're just not interested in following the law here because they say they're going to redact personal information pertaining to victims, which is according to the law. Then they say other private individuals, but that...
Yeah. It's disturbing. We were promised the Epstein files. Everybody was promised the Epstein files. The victims were promised the Epstein files. America was promised the Epstein files. It's a law. It's the law, and Donald Trump is not doing it. I wonder why. I wonder why. It's weird. It's almost like he's hiding something personally. Look at Voidzilla's face. Look at CoffeeZilla. Look at him. He's broken. He's broken inside. What am I gonna do with this? 1% of the files? What? 1%? All right, well, while we're talking Epstein files, you'll be shocked to find out who went whole hog on defending Epstein. It's a very interesting take from a guy on the right, the far right. Mr. Nicholas J. Fuentes. It's apparently Epstein defender now.
Don't be creepy.
All right, guys, we got to talk a little bit about Nick Fuentes. So as you all know, some goofballs online like to say this line where they said, he's on a generational run. It's a generational... Very weird and fawning and pathetic. You want a generational run? Here's a generational run for you. Ready? There's your generational run. Okay? So... it was silly, it was ridiculous, and he was being, like, pumped up ridiculously online. All these right-wing commentators were sucking him off, but then it seemed like he was botted. There were all these bot accounts that were sort of, like, pretending like he's amazing and he's incredible. Why? All because he decided, oh, I'm going to criticize Trump. And it's like, wow, fucking real fucking new thing you're doing there. But he was criticizing him from his right. His argument was like, this guy's not fascist enough. Can you believe that? He should be more fascist. And all the fucking idiots were like, yeah, that's right, more fascist. It behooves me that this thing blew up as big as it did, but it did. Okay. Well, guess what? Since then, he's really pissed it all away in a way that's almost shocking. It actually is shocking. So let's start with this. The other day, Right Wing Watch was able to flag this. He's talking on his show. And now remember, he said during his generational run, he said at certain points like, look, we need to work with people who are liberals or who are on the left. Like, there are brothers and sisters who've lost their way away from the true light of racism, which they should, like, join me in. But he said, like, oh, this is who these people are. Like, we gotta, they can be allies with us. This is an argument that he made on his show. Well, now, I guess he changed his mind at some point along the way, and now he says this about the 38-year-old mom who got shot in the face 3 times for the crime of doing a 3-point turn. Watch this.
And I really have a problem with these people that say that she is, that this is some kind of tragic situation. I don't think there's anything tragic about it at all. I think it's good. Honestly, I think it's good. I think it was good that George Floyd died. I think it's good that she died. She's a complete idiot. She's a typical liberal idiot.
What a piece of shit.
Irredeemable, unrecoverable. And people could say, well, you know, that's not Christian. Well, that's the reality.
What a piece of shit this guy is. He has no soul. It's a soulless man right here. Probably why he's never been late.
I'm about Jesus. I'm about the Lord. I'm about Christianity. Well, this isn't Christian. Good. I like that. It's not Christian, even though I'm Christian and I say I abide by those principles. Bro, again, he's not even trying anymore, dog. Like, what is this? This is embarrassing. And by the way, let's be clear. As I've told you guys a million times, this is the difference between us and them. You know how I feel about these people? I fucking hate these people. They are vile, wretched, disgusting, putrid little freaks and cunts and pricks. And I want nothing to do with them. I want them to stay away from me. I think they're evil. I think they're horrible. I think they're immoral. I think they're wrong. But the difference between me and them is, even though I feel that way, I want them to have health care. I want them to have higher wages. I want them to live decent lives. I just want them away from me. Right? What's the difference? They look at us and they say, oh, we fucking hate you too, but we want you to be murdered. We want you to be shot in the face by thugs. That's what we want. And that's the difference, is they actively are sadists. They're sadists. They're satanic. They actually want to harm people who are not like them. Whereas we might hate somebody, we might despise them, we might want to stay away from them, but I want this country to be fruitful and healthy and happy. And I want a high standard of living, and I want high wages, and I want free health care, and I want things like that. That's it. And never, you can't overlook, let's put it that way. You cannot overlook that huge difference between us and them. Because that's everything. That's the whole ballgame. It's the difference between being a good person and being a fucking evil, vicious, little Weasley prick, right? That's what it is. All right, let's keep going.
You know, 37-year-old lesbian who's out there with her...
Thank you for the follow, Reverend Dr. J. Liam Fox, over there on Twitch.
Prick, right? That's what it is. All right, let's keep going.
You know, 37-year-old lesbian who's out there with her wife blocking ice in the middle of this thing. That's about as irredeemable as it gets. That's a good day. It's one less idiot in the world.
Yeah, so, you know, she's a lesbian, a crime punishable by death, according to this little mongrel. All right, more. Listen to what he says about war in Venezuela. He actually did multiple segments where he grabs his pom-poms and he cheerleads. So, Mr.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. We're not gonna. I'm gonna skip past it. I forgot. I was letting Kyle cook, and I forgot what the point of this was.
Are you
Talking
still
Epstein
talking about
files.
Jeffrey Epstein?
I mean, I guess not. I guess we're not talking about it anymore. Jesus Christ. Is this where he switches over to the Epstein thing? Yeah. I think it's around here. Right.
Because apparently, you know, the standard is, well, it's actually really close to us, so it's okay if we do horrible things now. Nobody ever said, I sure am against this Iraq war, but you know what? If you're...
Wait. Now, how did I get back? How the hell did I just get back here? What the fuck? How does that even happen? Very annoying. Highly annoying.
Flat at the moment, then we get this.
I think this is...
Fuentes comes out on the issue of Denmark and Greenland, and he says, quote, just try to stop us. So he's saying the U.S. should steal Greenland, and says to Europe, quote, just try to stop us. To which I replied, this is exactly what Trump and Epstein said when they gang raped 13-year-olds. But guess what? We got a little more on that topic because Nick Fuentes comes out, and now suddenly he's pro Jeffrey Epstein. Watch this.
Sometimes you gotta be the villain. Epstein's my boy, dude. Let's just be honest. Epstein was cool as fuck. There, I said it. What are you gonna do? Go ahead, cancel me. Yeah, I said it. Jeffrey Epstein was cool as fuck. Now what? Go ahead, cancel me. Do it. So sometimes we have to be the villain. Sometimes we have to be on a villain arc. That's okay. I'll be a little unpopular. I've been unpopular before.
So, by the way, funny enough, here's what he used to say. Here's what he said on in the wee old times, the dark ages, all the way back on July 13th of 2025. Nick Fuentes said, "Let us never forget that 1 year ago today, our president Donald Trump was spared from sudden death by God. Trump took a bullet so that he could live to cover up Epstein's pedophile island and to bomb Iran for Israel." So back then, it was a pedophile island, the evil pedophile island that Trump's protecting a guy. Well, like, what the fuck is this? And now it's like, bro, I fucking love Jeffrey Epstein. More. Here we go.
This whole pedo thing, it's like, is it really pedophilia? I don't want to be the one that has to say it.
By the way, so many of us on the left call this. Actually, it's technically a phebophilia, not pedophilia. Well, she was like 14 years old, so she wasn't like she was 5. That's what MAGA. Well, at least she wasn't 5. That's what the new slogan is going to be. MAGA. Well, she wasn't 5. That's where we're going.
Yes, I'm being forced to say it. It's not really pedophilia, okay? They weren't trafficking 5-year-olds. It was like,
told you. Well, actually, it's a phebophilia, and actually, they weren't 5 years old.
They were technically not legal. Big difference.
At least they weren't
in
5.
my opinion. I know that's
At
a
least they weren't
controversial
5.
take, but that's not really the.
At least they weren't 5, says Nick. They weren't. They can't consent legally speaking, but at least they weren't 5, says Nick. That's cool. It's a lit take from Nick.
Okay. The issue is not that they were barely legal teens, which is what it is.
They're not barely legal. Who else? Somebody else said this too. It was Megyn Kelly was like, Jeffrey Epstein was actually into the barely legal types. Like 14. That's not barely legal. That's illegal. What are you talking about? And by the way,
illegal.
You have the 13-year-old Katie Johnson, the 13-year-old. She, of course, told her story. Horrific, disgusting, talking about graping underage girls in that scenario, right? But also, there are literal pictures that came out in the Epstein files so far. We only got 1% of them, which do show girls as young as like 9 years old or so, in that ballpark. We also learned he was actually human trafficking them. He had the passports of these underage girls. So you do have girls as young as like 9 years old. You do have some that are super young. But I hate even having to make this point because, like,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Kyle. Doesn't matter, Kyle. Thank you. Thank you, Kyle. You're beating a dead horse right now. Kyle's like he's trying to you don't need to play this from multiple angles. This is not a tough take. This is not a tough take, Kyle. You're overthinking it. You're overthinking it. I love you, buddy. You're overthinking this one. Okay. One last thing on the Epstein files here, as we transition to talking about the activities of ICE over the last week in this fucking country. And yeah, we're going to talk about all of them, including the ones that happened earlier today at some point. If I can fucking get there. Let's go here. This is the best segue I've got for you. Democracy Now! A distraction from Epstein files? Trump ramps up chaos in Minnesota, Greenland, and beyond.
And finally, Michelle, I wanted to ask you about another topic. 1 month has now passed since Congress's deadline for the Justice Department to release all files on the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. But the DOJ says it's made available less than 1% of those files. And you see, many people are saying, is he going after Minneapolis, saying he's going to take Greenland, taking the president of Venezuela and possibly threatening to bomb Iran to take attention away? Could that be it? You see a sensitivity at the Dearborn auto plant when a worker yelled, pedophile protector, and he turned around and gave him the finger and mouthed the words, F you, but said the curse? How rude.
Well, it's certainly inconsistent with what were the campaign promises. The campaign promises to those who supported Trump and those who didn't was that the files would be released. All of the files. Now, that's not happened.
It's not sooner.
So, and that's critically important. Now, you've raised, is this all a distraction so that because the files are not being released? Well, it certainly does raise those very important questions, and even more so, the fact that there are victims and survivors out there, and including those who've committed suicide who are no longer with us, such as Virginia Giuffre. And it's a neglect of what was promised. It raises some very serious questions about what remains in the Epstein files, and Americans want to know and deserve to know, and what has been released, and some of which people have been able to undo the redactions of those. It's incredibly alarming. It very much is. And it's a travesty because behind it all, what it suggests is that the federal government is unwilling to do what is necessary in order to protect young people from sexual violence. And that's, at the end of the day, that's what this truly is about.
Michelle Goodwin, I want to thank you for being with us, Professor of Constitutional Law and Global Health Policy at Georgetown.
There we go. Is everything Donald Trump doing at this point goddamn distraction from the Epstein files? It's a question we should all be asking ourselves. I mean, they seem incredibly unwilling to release those files for whatever
I did everything
reason.
right and they indicted me.
Okay, this is the moment where I am finally going to take our first break of the night. It's like we got a double length first half of the evening for this epically awful week-ending report. Boy, oh boy, do we have a lot left to get through. I still have a longer than normal stream's worth of videos in this list in front of me right now. Good God. Everything's fine. All right, everybody. Quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right. Hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. But of course, the very best ways to get... oh wait, I almost forgot. We now have a new way of contributing to the Galactic News Network. Throne! That's right, we've added a Throne link to our YouTube and Twitch profiles. As well as in the Discord, if you're in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, you should be. But if you are in the Discord, you can find the link there as well as all the other links we have available. The Galactic Universe. Pretend like that sentence made sense. If you're not familiar with Throne, it's a way you can kind of go shopping for galactic gifts. Physical gifts. You can contribute directly to and or buy drinks, snacks. A pair of sweatpants is on there, as well as a e-bike that we're crowdfunding. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a galactic patron, where for the low price of $3 a month you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. We are back. That's right, that beeping in your ears was intended to, in fact, alert you to my returning to the show for the second half. So you'd better be ready.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. I have to say to everyone, thank you for being wonderful. If it wasn't for the GNN and NCC communities, would have known how to deal with this awful timeline. Thank you everyone in both Twitch and YouTube and the wonderful communities that has kept me sort of sane during this time.
Thank you, Columbia Regan, for that beautiful message and the 100 bits over on Twitch. Much appreciated. All right. We ended the first half talking with Democracy Now! We're going to start the second half talking with Democracy Now! From the Epstein files, the cover-up, those Epstein files, and now to talking about the horrifying, lawless world that we now live in the United States, a country where the law doesn't matter. The federal government is no longer bound by the laws. It's a tyrannical country now, the United States. It's no longer a democracy. It's no longer a democracy. This is from last week to get us started.
We begin today's show looking at ICE's escalating use of violence and force. Last week, an ICE agent fatally shot Renee Good, 37-year-old mother of 3 in Minneapolis, sparking nationwide protests. On Thursday, President Trump threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act and send troops to Minnesota. Following the shooting of Renee Good, ICE's violent tactics have come under increasing scrutiny. A new investigation by ProPublica documents more than 40 cases of immigration agents using banned chokeholds and other moves that can cut off breathing. In one case, ICE agents violently arrested an ICU nurse in California named Amanda Treback while she was documenting ICE operations in the Los Angeles area. 2 plainclothes masked agents were filmed pinning her against the pavement as they knelt on her back. One agent put his knee on Treback's head for a brief moment.
Filming you. Get off her head! Get off me! Get off your knee! Get off her head! Get it off!
Get back, get back.
Get off her head!
Get back.
Get back. Get off me! This is public property, sir. This is public property. Streaming live. This is ICE beating her up. They got her knee on her head. I am where I need to be, 10 feet. So.
You guys get her in the van?
Sir, you okay? Yeah.
Amanda Treback was then held in federal custody. After her release, she appeared on Democracy Now!
They came out in a convoy. They jumped out of the vehicle. As you could see, they pinned me to the ground and they handcuffed me. They took me into an unmarked vehicle. They did not read me my rights. They didn't tell me where I was going. They shut the vehicle. They drove me to the other side of the non-civilian side of Terminal Island. And basically, they kidnapped me.
We're joined now by ProPublica reporter Nicole Foy. Her latest article headlined, "We found more than 40 cases of immigration agents using banned chokeholds and other moves that can cut off breathing." In October, Nicole also revealed how ICE detained more than 170 U.S. citizens. Nicole Foy, welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. Why don't you lay out your latest findings? Talk about these potentially lethal chokeholds, which are, in fact, illegal?
Yes, my coworker Mackenzie Funk and I, we've spent most of this last year documenting aggressive tactics by immigration agents. And what we found is that over the last year, immigration agents across the country have used these really dangerous and banned by their own policy chokeholds and carotid restraints, as well as many of these also dangerous kneeling on people's necks, kneeling on backs like we saw with Amanda, in ways that can really restrict your breathing and your blood flow, which is one of the reasons why their own training actually highly discourages this types of arrest, but we've seen it across the country.
Yep, we've been seeing them over and over again. Worse than that, of course. But, I mean, those are illegal. And were made illegal in Minnesota in the wake of George Floyd. And they're, like she said, illegal even according to ICE's own policy. Shocking, but true. They're violating their own policies. It's because they're the secret police. They're the fucking Gestapo. I just want to take a quick break. To move ahead a tiny bit in this clip, as well as to oh, actually, no, this is the next spot that I want. But I wanted to say thank you to two people who just donated over on PayPal. MX Glitchmaster, which is actually, according to them, pronounced Mix Glitchmaster. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. And to Schmegly, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Appreciate both of you. I will keep doing what I do. All right, Schmegmeister. Is this Schmegmeister?
And Nicole, can you talk about some of the specific examples that you document? For instance, Arnaldo Bazan, a 10th grader in Texas.
Yes, he was. That's a case that I think really sticks out because he is a 16-year-old U.S. citizen, and he was really violently arrested with his father in a store in Houston. You can hear him in the video as officers are putting him in a chokehold, screaming that he's a minor, that he's 16, he was going to school, that he's a U.S. citizen, and yet.
Yeah, this one broke me. This one broke me. So many moments like this that I remember. They're just sort of indelibly, just like it's like a scar. It's like a permanent scar on my brain. All these. It's not a scar though, because I can't forget. I feel like a scar would almost imply that it's like no. Like it's just etched into my memory.
He told us that that didn't matter. The agent continued to use a chokehold on him that, again, is banned unless there is a call for deadly force. And when we showed videos like this one to a number of police officers, other former immigration officials and top DHS officials, they were really appalled, and they had no idea what could have prompted this level of deadly force, especially against someone like a 16-year-old U.S. citizen who really had really difficult and dramatic injuries to deal with in the aftermath.
Now, there is a federal ban on chokeholds and similar tactics. Have any officers from your reporting who've used these tactics faced disciplinary measures?
We've yet to find any evidence that they have. We asked the Department of Homeland Security if they have disciplined any officers, especially in cases where we showed them these videos and said your own policy bans the use of a carotid restraint, the use of a chokehold. What have these officers been disciplined? And they did not answer us, would not tell us if any had been disciplined for these tactics, and they stood very firmly behind their officers' actions and said that they were acting with the utmost professionalism and even using a reasonable amount of force.
I wanted to read from your piece. Immigration agents have put civilians' lives at risk more, using more than their guns. An agent in Houston put a teenage citizen into a chokehold, wrapping his arm around the boy's neck, choking him so hard his neck had red welts hours later. A black masked agent in Los Angeles pressed his knee into a woman's neck while she was handcuffed, then appeared to pass out. An agent in Massachusetts jabbed his finger and thumb into the neck and arteries of a young father who refused to be separated from his wife and one-year-old daughter. The man's eyes rolled back in his head, and he started convulsing. That's what you wrote. Tell us more about these cases.
I think the case of the young father in Massachusetts is particularly disturbing and was really disturbing for so many of the bystanders who were there witnessing it and recording it. Like you said, he refused to be separated from his young daughter, a one-year-old who was in the car with him, in between him and his wife. Agents had come to arrest his wife, but she also didn't want to leave her one-year-old behind. She said that she was still breastfeeding and she couldn't leave the child behind. And in an effort, and we know this because we reviewed body cam footage and bystander.
Honestly, this video is fucking disturbing. These guys should be fucking brought up on child abuse. If you voluntarily shake your baby, you can go to jail, okay? And these guys willfully caused harm. This man was holding that child in his hands. And they made this choice. Willfully and unlawfully.
Right to jail, right away.
Sent right to jail.
Footage. We know that officers really wanted them, specifically this young man, Carlos, to let go. And he wouldn't let go of his daughter or his wife. And so you can see in the video the moment when an agent decides to reach around from the back and press his fingers and thumb into his neck. And he appears to start having a seizure. And he shakes so violently that his young daughter, who is of course crying, is shaking with him. He did end up getting to be released with his daughter, but he's filed a lawsuit alleging not only excessive force, but also alleging that ICE officers delayed medical attention when he requested it on the scene. And so it's really a difficult video.
I need to stop seeing scenes like this where you have fucking local police watching on as a crime happens 2 yards from their fucking eyes. This guy, he's looking over here while there's criminals attacking citizens. Protect and serve. Protect and serve. Otherwise, we're going to go back to defund the police. Abolish the police. Okay? If they're not going to protect America, then I guess it'll have to be Americans protecting America. And isn't that what Republicans want anyways? Right? Don't Republicans just want everybody to have guns anyway? We just protect our neighborhoods. Because that is the world that we're looking at right now. Okay? If law enforcement does nothing and looks on and does not apprehend the criminals, then they too are criminals. They are not protecting and serving anyone. They're willing conspirators and contributors to this fucking abuse. Hold on, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Oh, actually, I'm going to skip to the next video. No, actually, no. I want to go here to. Yeah. Right. Forgot about this one. God damn it. Fuck these people. Fuck these people.
I'm in.
If I'm remembering correctly.
Dulce Consuelo Diaz-Morales' case first gained national attention when one of her attorneys took to the internet out of frustration with the lack of legal process and progress in the case.
My name is Victoria Slatton. I'm an immigration attorney. I currently have a client who is a U.S. citizen who is in ICE custody. They're blatantly ignoring orders from the court. They're not allowing me access to my client, and I am at a loss, and I'm incredibly angry.
Dulce Consuelo Diaz-Morales was finally released from ICE detention earlier this month, and this is how NBC4 Washington reported on her release and reunion with her 5-year-old son.
This is the moment when Dulce Consuelo Diaz-Morales is once again able to embrace her son.
Me sentí muy alegre, muy emocionada. Volver a mirar a mi hijo.
The 22-year-old mother says she was overjoyed, and it was an incredibly emotional moment when she saw her son once again. She says she was detained by ICE agents on December 14th in front of her family near her home in Baltimore.
Y a mí nada más me dijeron, bájate que estás arrestada.
She says ICE agents told her to get out of the car because she was being detained. She says she tried to explain to them that she was born here in Maryland, but she says they didn't believe her.
In your ProPublica expose, what has surprised you most, Nicole?
I think one of the most surprising things is maybe that this is just happening around the country, and often just really in full view of cameras, whether immigration agents are arresting U.S. citizens.
And they're grabbing cameras.
And grabbing cameras. I think that is really, as someone who is a journalist and so, of course, is a huge advocate of the free press, it is perfectly legal to document these activities. And yet many of the U.S. citizens who have been arrested by immigration agents believe that they were arrested because they were filming and after they were told to stop filming.
And agents are usually masked. How can they be held accountable? You are documenting illegal actions.
I think it's really difficult. We're, of course, seeing a number of states and other municipalities try to find some way to allow their residents to file lawsuits against officers, but that's really difficult when not only are these agents masked, the government is not telling us usually who someone is that has committed an act of excessive force or something like that.
The government is actually helping to actively obfuscate the crimes of the officers. Honestly, they're speaking on behalf of every officer. Basically, they're rushing to the defense of every single officer without any investigations. They're claiming that everything's justified. If they had any dignity, they'd say that we're going to do an investigation before we make any conclusions. They have none. Now let's go here to one Bernard Sanders, who posted this last Sunday.
Thanks very much for joining me. I wish I could cheer you up, but I can't. This is an unprecedented and dangerous moment in modern American history under a president who is increasingly unhinged and every day is moving us toward an authoritarian society with more and more power resting in his own hands. While the situation is frightening, I am absolutely confident that if we stand together and not let Trump and his friends divide us up, we can and will prevail. And the good news is that even more and more Republicans are understanding the folly of standing with Trump on both policy and political issues, as polls indicate that he is becoming more and more unpopular. Let's give Donald Trump credit for being straightforward. Last week, in an interview with the New York Times, when asked about what he considers to be the limits on his own power in terms of international affairs, he said, quote, "Yeah, there is one thing, my own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop me. I don't need international law," end quote. Trump says he doesn't need international law. And as a result, Trump believes he has the right to attack Venezuela without congressional approval, the right to threaten to go to war against Denmark, a long-standing NATO ally, in order to take over Greenland, and to threaten Mexico, Colombia, and even Canada. In other words, Trump is right. He has no respect for international law, which means that no other country on earth will have respect for international law. As a result, we will move to international anarchy, where any act of violence, for whatever reason that any country or terrorist group thinks is acceptable, will be done. And that is a horrific situation. But it is not just his disregard for international law. It is his contempt for the Constitution of the United States and for the rule of law here at home. He has continued to illegally rescind money that Congress has appropriated for everything from education to climate change. He has denied funding to states that committed the crime of voting against him in an election.
Illegal.
He has attacked federal courts that ignored court orders. He has sent FBI agents into a Washington Post reporter's home. He has attacked media, which has not bent the knee toward him. He has withheld funding from universities whose curriculum he disagrees with. He is renaming federal buildings after himself. He is investigating his political opponents, including the conservative chairman of the Federal Reserve, multiple United States senators, and the Attorney General of the state of New York. And he is pressuring states to redraw congressional maps so that his favored candidates win. Donald Trump does not disagree with his opponents. He is attempting to destroy his opponents. In other words, plain and simple, when you add all of this up and more, Trump is undermining the foundations of American democracy and everything this country has stood for since its inception. And as bad as all of that is, we now have the situation in Minneapolis. An unarmed American citizen, Renee, was shot in the head by an ICE officer in broad daylight. Instead of demanding accountability for her killing, the Trump administration's first instinct was to lie, describing her as a domestic terrorist and offering the officer absolute immunity. This, by the way, as you may recall, is reminiscent of how the January 6th insurrectionists were redefined by Trump as...
Yeah. And the term absolute immunity appears nowhere in the U.S. Constitution because it's definitionally tyrannical. It's anti-American. Anybody who hears that phrase and says that's fine is a fucking idiot and not an American. That is not what this fucking country is founded on. Okay? Absolute immunity for no one under the law of the United States of America. The U.S. Constitution. For which it stands, under God indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Everybody in America.
Peaceful protesters and pardon. In other words, when people are trying to overthrow the government of the United States violently, they are peaceful protesters, they are pardoned. When a woman is sitting in her car and shot in the head, she is a domestic terrorist, and the guy who shoots her is pardoned. Instead of withdrawing ICE from the city of Minneapolis or reducing its presence because of this horrific act, the Trump administration has instead sent thousands more ICE agents into the city. It is now threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act, which would allow him to bring the United States military into Minneapolis above and beyond the thousands of masked ICE agents who are already there. In other words, the Trump administration's response to peaceful protest is a military takeover of a major American city. This is not only an outrage unto itself, it sets a precedent for the U.S. military to be deployed domestically against Trump's perceived opponents. Meanwhile, in the midst of all of these moves toward authoritarianism, let's not forget that the billionaire class is getting richer and richer, while 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck. Our healthcare system is collapsing, people can't afford housing, and grocery prices are still rising. 800,000 Americans are homeless in this country. Working families can't afford to feed their kids, and Trump is looking for a war with Denmark to annex Greenland. That is the world we are living in. So, where do we go from here? Just a few points.
Where do we go from here, Bernie? Where do we go from here? Well, we go into the thick of it, of this fucking week. Because we still have a hell of a lot to talk about. A lot has transpired since Bernie uttered those words. Actually, you know what? I just remembered. You know what? I want him to finish this. I want him to finish this. I'm going to let him finish this. So I'm going to skip one of these videos. We don't actually need this. This is from last week. Fuck that.
The American people are sick and tired of masked ICE agents shooting people, pulling them, dragging them from their cars, arresting and detaining children, and deporting people who have lived and worked peacefully in this country for decades. The American people want, and Congress must deliver, comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. Second, we must continue in every legal and nonviolent way possible to oppose Trump's authoritarianism. I'm going to do all that I can here in the United States Senate. People have got to do all that they can in their own communities. Third, we must focus on the midterm elections next November. If we can defeat Republicans in the House and in the Senate, we can, to a very significant degree, slow down Trump's authoritarianism and put an end to his efforts to undermine American democracy.
Yes, and I'm going to add on to that. Because the fact is, we need to be putting people in not just for form. Okay? You know, I'm thinking bigger than that. Abolish ICE. Get rid of it. We need to be adamant with the people that we are voting into office. This is primary season right now. And I would much rather be talking about that. Because we have a lot to do in that regard. We need to be we really need efforts right now across the country. Now is the time. Before the primaries are over, we need good candidates in those races to actually vote for. People that represent what we actually want for change. We cannot just vote in the same ossified, shitty, garbage Democrats. Okay? Can't do it. Not going to do it.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. They're the ones who gave us Donald Trump. No, we kicked those people out. We put in new people.
Zohran
Put in the
Mamdani.
Zohrans. Oh, Megastar with a massive YouTube chat. Super chat. Feeling the burn. Thank you, Omega. All right, let's go to here. Status fucking coup. Get this started. We got a bunch of status coup videos. Oh, sorry. I almost forgot about this one. This was also from last Sunday. A fascinating new, I think Fox, was this a Fox News poll? I can't remember if this was a Fox News poll or not. But I thought this was a fascinating way to start this week. Because Donald Trump's numbers have been plummeting on every single issue. All of his biggest issues are now underwater, including immigration. According to Fox Business, Sunday, 7 days ago, poll shows 57% of Americans disapprove of ICE.
A new poll shows 57% disapprove of the way ICE is enforcing immigration laws. Ron Vitiello is a senior advisor for Customs and Border Protection. He joins me now. How can you turn around this very bad PR situation for the administration?
It's an interesting question. I think what we have to recognize is that for the 4 years under Joe Biden, all Americans were upset and very concerned about what was happening at the southwest border. And during that time, official government records said 11 million people came into the country and were encountered by authorities. That means about double that came into the country illegally. And so when I traveled the state during that time before the campaign, when the president was running, saying he was going to secure the border, and start the largest deportation effort we've ever seen. I reminded people how mad they were at the moment when the border was out of control, because we'd have to remember how angry we were to see the border in such chaos, and that we were all going to be affected by it. And now that these operations are underway, some people are starting to lose their nerve.
This fucking guy is over here just like shoving copium into his mouth. He's like, oh my God, he's seething so hard right now on national television. It's like, oh man, remember, you guys remember when you were upset about this? Can everybody please go back to remembering about when they were upset about brown people being in the country rather than being upset about watching your neighbors getting murdered in the streets? Remember that? Why does everybody hate ICE now? Oh, it's so sad for him. Oh, God. Poor Fox Business host guy. Well, I don't even know who this guy is. Oh, it's so very sad for him. It's coping so hard. Can we all just go back in time to when we just hated immigrants and didn't realize that we were empowering a secret military police force that was going to run around roughshod over our rights and tread all over the Constitution? Why can't we go back to that time? Because the cat's out of the bag. That's why. Can't stuff it back in. It's already happened. We've already watched multiple Americans get murdered. People getting brutalized, detained, with no lawful authority. People's homes getting broken into. Broken into. That's the word. It's a crime. To just go into somebody's home without lawful order to do so. Okay, hold on. Let's go here now.
And he can try with
Status coup from
lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people.
Flint, 6 days ago.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more.
Monday with status coup.
What you guys do is so fucking important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
We're once again here at the Bishop Henry Whipple Federal Building. There's a organized protest here by veterans.
We have Bavino is amongst the crowd wearing his very interesting attire. We're moving in. We're back. They formed a line across the street, are trying to push people back on the sidewalks. Arresting someone on the ground here. Some pepper pellets were fired, I believe. They're now going through the crowd and grabbing other people or pushing them back. They're pushing us back a little bit farther.
What are you, 22? Get out of the road! Traitors! This is street!
This dude is a piece of shit, and he's not a real American. That should be a Nazi flag. And honestly, he wishes that that was a Nazi, that he could just walk around with a Nazi flag. But right now, that American flag might as well be the Nazi flag. Which is why everybody needs to be running it upside down these days. Because we're living in an upside down fucking world. A lawless world run by Nazis.
Get out of the road! Traitors! This is treason! This is treason! This is treason!
The Constitution has guidelines for how good the police need to be in law.
See federal officers from the Bureau of Prisons with pepper spray canisters here. The guy with the American flag walking across the line, he's a right-wing agitator who's trying really hard to become an important person on the scene.
Fuck that! I'd rather die than live in your world! I would rather die
And once again moving, pushing people back.
We're on the sidewalk! Help! Help us!
I point out again that the right-wing agitators that are here are allowed to marching back
I'll be
and
right
forth
back.
across the federal officer line, and they haven't been arrested or pulled away. But anytime that there is a anti-ICE protester here, a community member, they get attacked. We have munitions fired, flashbangs based on the sound. Whoa, they're rushing us.
God, what are they doing?
Oh. Oh.
Is that tear gas or is that...
It's a gas. Yeah. So get out of it, though. We get recommended if you don't get into it.
Violating our constitutional rights. You are committing treason. This is treason. We have a right to be here. We have a constitutional right to assemble. Shame on you. You look at you. What are you doing to that person? What are you doing? Shame on you, you little bitch! You ain't a patriot. I'm a combat veteran.
Hey, Kate!
Are you okay, ma'am?
Yeah, I am.
Do you mind if we talk to you for a second, if you're okay?
Well, this is ridiculous. It's a waste of money, a waste of time. All these men out here for what? They're just doing it for money. Oh, this is terrible. This is unbelievable. This is the USA. It's not frickin' third world country.
Are you here from Minneapolis or Minnesota?
Of course, yes. I'm Minnesota born, raised.
I can hear it now.
Oh, you betcha.
I love that accent. It always means usually a nice person. So
Enunciate our words. That's what we do. Yeah. No,
So-
this is too bad. This is not Minnesota.
is this your first time getting gassed?
In many, many years.
What was the last time?
Oh, down in Florida, Fort Lauderdale. They were clearing it out. It was time curfew.
What? So what brought you? What inspired you to come out here?
Well, I just couldn't sit home. I've been in marches and stuff, and I had to do something. It's so, what can you do other than wait till we vote again? But this is just crazy. I don't believe it. They have all these men for what? A few people that are against people doing wrong things. That's all.
Yeah, I'm with her. What'd she say? All right, let's see who else is out here. Oh, God. What is this? Aliens involved.
Take me to your dear leader. Who's the dear leader?
Oh, dear leader is their fascist regime leader, the orange asshole of Donald Trump. He is dear leader because he wants to be a dictator. And on this side, you can call ICE for all your ethnical cleansing.
So the president has declared that if ICE keeps getting protested like we are today, that he's going to declare an insurrection act.
Yeah. Insurrection in Washington? Yeah. Well, yeah, that's because he's a bully and he doesn't value anybody that isn't a supporter of his. He wants loyalists. He fancies himself a dictator. We've seen this playbook before, and he can try whatever he wants. We're not going to go home. We're not going to shut up. There's more of us than there is of them, and by God, we're going to show up and be peaceful and exercise our rights. He is not a dictator. This is not a fascist regime, even though they want to try to step on our throats every chance they get, and the number of bootlickers out there supporting him and cheering for the violence that they're creating is a disgrace every single day. Fuck yeah, alien man.
Tell me what happened here.
Well, they tackled me right over there, and I don't know if it was pepper spray or tear gas or what it was, but I saw a hand come around, and it was literally like right here, sprayed it right into my eye.
What was this part of the just one of the normal pushbacks, and you were like the person they grabbed?
Yeah, there was the pushback, and I was on this side of the street, and starting into this like parking lot.
People out there being harassed by ICE agents with U.S. tax dollars once again. More from Status Quo. This was from Monday as well. This was a disturbing story.
And the officer charged me with pepper spray. Then he charged me again with more pepper spray and then just clocked me in the eye, knocked off my glasses. I didn't do anything aggressive towards him at all. I was 20 or 30 feet away from him.
You can help build the only independent news outlet always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents.
Tell what happened.
So what happened?
I was in a signal group to observe ICE, and we were called in because one of our observers was being pepper sprayed, and they had just arrived watching ICE. ICE was door knocking in the neighborhood, And I pulled up, I started honking my horn, I got out with my whistle, and I was holding my hand up to show that my hand had nothing in it, and I was blowing with my whistle in my other hand, and the officer charged me with pepper spray, sprayed himself in the face first, unfortunately for him, then he charged...
But look at this guy. This guy deserved to get brutalized. He has a black eye. That is a very black eye. It's possible something's broken under there. That is so bruised and purple. Looks like an eggplant. He was blowing a whistle. Blowing a whistle amounts to the federal government coming over and bashing you in the face. Tyranny.
Again with more pepper spray, and then just clocked me in the eye, knocked off my glasses. I didn't do anything aggressive towards him at all. I was 20 or 30 feet away from him, and then he clocked me again with more pepper spray and punching me, and then they arrested me. And he said that I assaulted him. I had done nothing. I've just been using my whistle and showing my open palm to the officer.
The judge's order just came down, and there was a federal injunction saying that they cannot do specifically what you just said they did.
They did exactly all that, and we have observers that I hope recorded it all.
Yeah. They say that they can no longer use pepper spray on people who are just following or participating in protests like this.
Yeah, that's not what happened this morning. And I was in the jail detention center with 5 people, and all of us had similar stories where we were pepper sprayed or assaulted for no particular reason other than expressing our right. And that's just the theme of what's been going on today.
So they arrested you too?
Well, I don't know if they arrested me. They questioned me. They read me my rights. They detained me since 11 this morning. I was arrested and put into a vehicle at 10 in the morning.
Were you issued citations or anything? Or
no, I don't know. They didn't tell me anything other than they took my statement. And
that's a no. That's a no. No charges were filed. You have to go before a judge to file charges. Something that ICE hates doing. They hate the law. They prefer to go around it. They prefer to brutalize American citizens. Play pretend law enforcement. And law enforcement better wake the fuck up and start arresting the actual criminals.
And then they released and took my fingerprints and my DNA.
Are you? We can see the injuries, but are you okay? Like, are you?
I'm okay. My face hurts a little bit, but I'm okay. Other things hurt worse, and I felt bad for the other people that I had to see in there, the immigrants who were in there, who looked devastated, horrified, and that was the most heartbreaking thing for me today. And listening to a woman scream and wail as they're trying to process her. Those were the devastating things for me today.
What would you have to say to other people that are doing what you were doing, which is just basically following ICE to make sure that they don't do anything more than illegal than they already are doing?
It's hard to know because I thought that I was well within a safe space. So if you really want to be safe and you want to be cautious, then you got to draw the imaginary boundary that they're not telling you. If you want to push the boundary, that's your choice. I think that the boundaries need to be pushed, but they need to be watched. They need to be filmed. Everybody has to be filming what is happening.
Can you mind sharing your name? I mean, you don't have to do all of it.
I'm Mark.
Thank you so much, Mark. You get home safe. Get some medical attention if you can. Hey, thanks. Thank you for what you do. Yeah, that's one can hope if for once in the history of What do you think about the fact? I mean, the ICE has been raiding back and forth and like punishing you guys. That's why I thought you actually might have had a head wound there.
No. I mean, I was out here yesterday. I remember talking to my dad, and I was like, "Do you think people are going to be out in the blizzard, as we called it?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, people are angry enough." And I remember being out here and people, they would drive through and they'd give you like the peace sign. And it's just like, you're so entitled.
Shit, I was muted. Damn. I was snacking. It's gonna be a long stream. I have to get my energy up over
That
here.
just because you're paid that you're, you know, you can do whatever you want. It's ridiculous. It's bullshit.
Well, I'm a big fan of the Constitution. And I love all my friends in Minnesota of every color. And the diversity in Minnesota is what makes us rich. And I love it here. And what ICE is doing is unconstitutional. And it's got to stop.
Illegal.
Yep. Does have to stop immediately,
if not sooner.
Even though saying that feels like a joke. Okay. Now let's talk about something. You know, we were talking about Martin Luther King earlier at the beginning of the stream. And in fact, this is going to come up in a moment. But I just want to go here to takes by Jamal Bowie from Monday. Talk about why Congress should be treating ICE like the Ku Klux Klan.
I have a little fact for you. It's a history fact, of course. We deal in history facts here. Prior to the Watergate hearings and the more recent January 6th hearings, the longest and most significant set of congressional hearings occurred in 1871. They were hearings over vigilante violence in the former Confederacy. The official title was Testimony Taken by the Joint Select Committee to Inquire in the Conditions of Affairs in the Late Insurrectionary States. I think that's the exact title. I'm like 95% sure that that's the exact title. So for a quick timeline, for those of you who aren't intimately familiar with mid-19th century American history, 1860 is the election of Abraham Lincoln and the secession crisis. 1861, April, South Carolina fires on Fort Sumter, beginning the Civil War. Civil War continues for 4 years. April 1865, General Lee surrenders at Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia. That kind of officially ends hostilities in the Civil War, although there is some sporadic fighting in the Western theater that continues through the year. In December 1865, the nation ratifies the 13th Amendment, ending chattel slavery. Lincoln is, of course, assassinated earlier in the year. Andrew Johnson is president. There is a tussle back and forth between Congress and Johnson over the nation's Reconstruction policies, which culminates in the impeachment of Andrew Johnson in 1868, although he is not removed, and the election of Ulysses S. Grant, former General-in-Chief of the Grand Army of the Republic, to the presidency. The 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which among other things establishes birthright citizenship, is ratified in 1868, and the 15th Amendment to the Constitution, which prohibits discrimination in voting on the basis of race, is ratified in 1870. In the former Confederate States, loyal citizens and freed people have created new state constitutions and are trying to organize new governments to pursue Reconstruction policies at the state level. Now, in the midst of all of this, former Confederates are still around. Some former Confederates have reconciled themselves to the new state of affairs and are just trying to live their lives, but others have not. And they respond to the newfound freedom of Black Americans, their enfranchisement, and their political participation with violence. This is where we get the Ku Klux Klan, or at least the first iteration of the Ku Klux Klan. It's where we get similar vigilante groups, like the Knights of the White Camellia. If you want to learn more about this, Elaine Parsons' book, Ku Klux, The Birth of the Ku Klux Klan During Reconstruction, is a great resource. This vigilante violence is horrendous. Wanton killings, destruction of property, sexual assaults against men, women, and children. Terror campaigns that send entire communities into hiding. Reports of this violence makes it all the way back to Washington. This violence is reported in newspapers, it makes its way to lawmakers, and President Grant and the Republican Congress decide that they're going to do something about it. In 1870, they passed the First Enforcement Act, which is designed to protect voting in the South. At the start of 1871, they passed a Second Enforcement Act that is also designed to strengthen that First Enforcement Act. The origins of the Federal Department of Justice lie, in fact, in the efforts to protect the formerly enslaved from this vigilante violence. In 1871, Congress passed its Third Enforcement Act, called the Ku Klux Klan Act. It provided federal recourse for Americans whose civil rights were violated by state and local officers. Some of these state and local officers, of course, would have been part of these vigilante groups attacking Black Americans. And it's worth saying that this law, passed to fight the Ku Klux Klan, still matters for us today. The reason you are able to sue a local police officer or a state police officer for violation of the constitutional rights is because of this first Ku Klux Klan Act. Now, I believe that this Third Enforcement Act, this Ku Klux Klan Act, is passed in April of 1871. And Congress goes on recess for the summer shortly thereafter. But before they do, they establish a select committee to do investigation into Klan and other vigilante violence in the South. Members travel down south, and they also, when they reconvene, bring people back into Washington for testimony. This is where it gets really interesting. Over the course of 7 months, beginning in June, this committee interviews hundreds of Black Americans, people who just several years ago were enslaved, interviews them for the congressional record to get their testimony on what has been happening to them in the South. And what we know, so much of what we know about vigilante violence in this period comes from this testimony. It comes from the words of ordinary Black people telling their representatives, telling lawmakers what is happening to them and the cost it is exerting on themselves and their communities. If you want to learn...
Yep, and the Ku Klux Klan Act was able to, convict, I think, like 1,000 or something like that. There was at least hundreds. It wasn't enough, but there was at least some amount of justice. And without justice, there cannot be peace. Right now, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of justice out there. This is from Monday as well. This next video we're going to go to. Somebody needs to be held accountable for this. This is from Tuesday. Forbes breaking news. Man detained in Minnesota dies in ICE custody. A man arrested by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement in Minneapolis earlier this month died in a detention facility in Texas. The agency told several news outlets on Sunday night as Democratic Party leaders from Minnesota called for a probe into the latest instance of death of a detainee in ICE's custody. According to CBS News, ICE confirmed the 36-year-old Victor Manuel Diaz was declared dead on Wednesday, shortly after he was found unconscious and unresponsive in his room at the Camp East Montana detention facility in El Paso, Texas. The agency told CBS that El Paso Emergency Medical Services unsuccessfully attempted to administer life-saving measures and claimed he died of a presumed suicide, although an investigation into the official cause is still ongoing. ICE claimed Diaz was a Nicaraguan national who entered the U.S. illegally from Mexico in 2024. Despite him initially getting a parole, an immigration judge ordered his removal from the U.S. in August of last year. Diaz was arrested by federal officers in Minneapolis on Jan 6th. End the internment camps. Shut them down. This cannot go on. This cannot go on in this country. We already know how inhumane these conditions are. We've talked about them. They do not care about... They don't care about people. They don't care about the people that they are, in fact, legally obligated to care for. It is their responsibility. They are in their care. That is a term, is a legal term, I believe. In their custody, and therefore in their care. And therefore they have legal responsibility to keep those people safe. And in humane conditions and living standards. It's the 21st century. Don't get to keep them in a dungeon and give them moldy bread. And beat them just because you're having a bad day. You don't get to deprive them of basic necessities of life. It's supposed to be the legal responsibility of every single officer at every detention facility and every officer on every street in this country. Whenever they have anybody in their in their fucking custody. We need to get rid of qualified immunity for all law enforcement. I mean, the fact is qualified immunity does have bounds to it. It's not absolute. But we need to get rid of that, too. I'm sick of it. It's been used too often to just rid cops of responsibility. It's unacceptable. All right, let's go here to Fox 9 Minneapolis, St. Paul from Tuesday. This horrifying fucking story.
Our top story at 6, viral videos taken yesterday show federal agents taking an older man out of his St. Paul home wearing nothing but shorts and a blanket.
Fox 9's Corin Hoggard spoke with the family. Observers who documented
Viral videos taken yesterday show federal agents taking an older man out of his St. Paul home wearing nothing but shorts and a blanket.
Fox 9's Corin Hoggard spoke with the family, observers who documented this encounter, and the mayor of St. Paul, who has been speaking publicly about it.
An unexpected door repair had to happen Monday at the St. Paul home where federal agents broke it down Sunday. Observers recorded most of the action and eventually saw ICE leading away a Hmong man in clothes not fit for a 7-degree morning.
What we saw was this little elderly man wearing shorts and Crocs with a blanket, and he just looked broken. You know, it was horrible.
Observers say they heard people asking whether agents had a judicial warrant and why they took the man into custody, but most of all, why they wouldn't let him get some clothes.
I was just really scared for him.
Family members say the man is Chong Lee Scott Tao. ICE drove him around for about an hour, then let him go. He's a U.S. citizen whose mother was one of the first nurses treating American service members injured during the secret war in Laos more than 50 years ago. That's where his family forged a relationship with the family of New St. Paul Mayor Kali Her. She visited with Tao's family Monday and heard his side of the story.
They didn't ask for ID. They didn't ask for to verify if it was the right person. Like, they didn't do any of those things. They literally broke into this home, grabbed the people.
Federal agents circled the neighborhood again on Monday with 3 vehicles driving past the home at least 5 times. ICE didn't answer any of our questions about the detention, but Homeland Security released a statement saying they detained him while looking for 2 convicted sex offenders. Quote, the U.S. citizen lives with these 2 convicted sex offenders at the site of the operation. The individual refused to be fingerprinted or facially ID'd. He matched the description of the targets, end quote.
That statement makes me livid.
description of the targets, end quote.
That statement makes me livid. Livid, because those sex offenders, we should absolutely get people who have broken the law, who've hurt other people. Those people do not live in this household with them. They are not a part of this family. That for ICE to put out a statement like that is irresponsible and it is reckless.
Mayor Herr says she's talked to a lot of
Jesus. I keep fucking muting myself all the time. It's a real shock. ICE lying about the narrative, huh? Real shock. What I was saying is, I just want to go back because I do want to make this point again because I was muted apparently. You, as an American citizen, American citizens do not have to give up your fingerprints, your ID, anything. You don't have to answer questions. You're an American citizen. You're in your own home. You don't without a warrant, without a signed warrant with your name on it. You don't have to do anything.
of the targets, end quote.
That statement makes me...
And that has to be a warrant signed. Has to be a warrant signed by a judge. Can't just be a judicial, what is it called? I'm sorry, an administrative warrant, right? It can't just be something they pull off a fucking clipboard and, you know, some ICE agent signed it. I too can sign a piece of paper saying that I can detain you. Would you think that that's okay? If I just start picking, you know, if people, anybody, were to start picking randos off the street, as long as they got pieces of paper that they signed? Is that a world you want to live in? Well, don't you see he signed his name to a piece of paper, which said that he had the right to do it. Sure, it was completely extrajudicial and illegal, but isn't that fine? Because he had the paper said so, though. That's basically the world we're living in right now. It's not the world that I want to live in. I don't think anybody wants that world. Anybody who does is a complete psychopath. Narwhal by nature. 10 galactic. Oh my god. Galactic News Network gift memberships on YouTube. My god, making it rain, Membies. Orb Vroomer. Specs Don. Mike Avery. Chelsea Rebellis. Promethean Rebel. Faith T. Jenny Loves Cats. Jules T. Eric Zeisel. Lane Hewitt. Lab Goats. All of you enjoy those sweet, sweet galactic memberships on YouTube. Thank you, Narwhal. Incredible generosity. All right, let's go to this thing that happened earlier this week. Also on Monday, live streamed from Minneapolis. Dans le monde.
Hey everybody, welcome to the program. We just got into Minneapolis a little bit ago and did some reconnaissance on the ground, speaking to an organization there that's gearing up for resistance and protest. I've been pleasantly surprised to see the community coming together. Diverse community. If you see this, when we first pulled up, we're like, wait a minute, which operation are we at? And
here we go. We're going to get into this, but this is literally a 7-hour broadcast on the ground. There is no way we're listening to this whole thing. Most of you probably know where we're heading. But there was a church here in Minneapolis where a protest was held. That footage starts somewhere around here.
All right. Jeez. I don't think you should drive anymore.
You got it.
Yeah. Okay. Here, take the mic.
Okay. Alrighty. I've been driving in the snow for 30 years or more.
He's 21.
He's 21. He has no idea what he's doing. Oh my gosh, crazy. All right. Mike, I need you right there. All right. Okay, so I am going inside now. I think you could probably come where the van is.
Almost done.
Specs Don over in the vertical chat, one of the recipients of those gifted subs. Love, bless you. Love the content. Glad to hear it, Specs. Glad to hear it. Has been quite a week. We're covering the whole goddamn thing here tonight. We've been going 4.5 hours already. We're not nearly done.
And I'm just going to walk in, see what's happening. Okay.
Beyond, Father, we ask, magnify your glory, saving those who are far from you. Father, let me days. In your mercy, we ask you to chasten us, get out of the house, that we would walk with integrity, that we would men and women.
A number of people have left. There's some who are on the inside. They have found out that one of the pastors at here in the city, in the area,
oh no.
So the protesters are confronting church members and leaders. They have stopped the service. A lot of people, a number of people have left. There are some who are still sitting here.
Are you okay with the injustice that's happening within your city? We pray for justice every day. Are you okay? So you're not okay with
I'm just here. I'm just here photographing.
Are you okay with the
I'm not part of the group. I'm just here photographing. I'm a journalist.
Okay, I'm going to skip to a couple of different parts in this that I think are relevant. The fact is people here were protesting because it turns out that one of the pastors here at this church is apparently an ice field office, or some chief of some sort, like not just like some lowly field agent, but like higher up. I can't remember the exact job title that he had. People were confronting this church over that. It's anti-Christian if you read the Bible. And Don Lemon, since this is going on, went up to one of whoever was leading the sermon.
Let's see if we can talk to the pastor.
His connection was totally fucked.
Pastor of the church. Our church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday, and we were interrupted by this group of protesters. Yeah. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left. Yeah.
So. What do you think of this?
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So.
Oh, how dare you! Is it shameful to? It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians. Is it to interrupt in any context? It's fascinating.
There were folks who
I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
Yeah. We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me though.
We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here. Yeah. Okay, that's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a Christian?
No one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to chronicle what happened?
Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship. Yeah. We're here to worship. Okay.
So guys like this and the Trump administration basically echoed the same things that this guy said. How dare you? How dare you? They tried to charge earlier this week Don Lemon with the Ku Klux Klan Act for doing journalism. There was already a protest happening here. He didn't start the protest. The protest was happening. He happened to be here covering it. He asked the pastor a question. He asked some people some questions. The parishioner was upset. I'm sorry, some of the parishioners were upset. The pastor was upset. Not all the parishioners were upset though. Some of these people I think were part of this church. It's not clear, but the fact is that this is such a bullshit argument. Because I'll bet you money that this guy had no problem when ICE descended upon, other churches to try and pick up Latinos. Like, oh, here's a congregation filled almost entirely with Latino people. Let's go round some brown folks up. I wonder if he was upset when that Christian gathering was interrupted. Interrupted? How dare you interrupt a Christian gathering right now? Please leave. Please leave right now.
How rude.
I'm highly offended.
Jesus, I say that.
But yeah, DOJ launched a probe after these protesters stormed a Minnesota church. Here's Fox News' take 5 days ago.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. I remember in my religious days, that Jesus fought against the Pharisees who used religion for power and wealth. This pastor is not following the teachings of Jesus, but those of the Pharisees who harmed others while hiding behind the clergy. Bunch of hypocritical demons.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Thank you, Columbia Regan, for the biddies and that very thoughtful
We're talking
message.
about what happened at this church in St. Paul. This shows the degree to which these protests have expanded in Minneapolis, and this particular incident is now triggering a federal investigation. A group of protesters stormed and disrupted a Sunday church service because of one of the pastor's possible connections to ICE. The U.S. Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights announced there would be a federal probe over this, writing this on X. The Civil Rights Division is investigating the potential violations of the Federal FACE Act by these people, desecrating a house of worship and interfering with Christian worshipers. The White
Sorry, I don't have time for these fucking pearl clutchers over here. So we're not going to listen to the ridiculous statements from all these Fox News people. They were dumb. There was a lot of very dumb stuff said here on Fox News, suffice to say. Really just a whole bunch of extra special kind of stupid. But we are going to listen to some of the extra special kind of stupid coming from one Sagar and Jetty, I think is his last name, of a breaking point.
Turning now to Minneapolis, there's been a very high-profile protest, I guess, if you could call it, where a bunch of BLM activists who are now part of the anti-ICE movement stormed into a church in the state of Minnesota. The reasoning behind this was that
this guy is so unbearable. There's just a bunch of BLM protesters over here now. Fucking hurt. And they're BLM protesters. He's like a low rent Ben Shapiro.
they had found names of ICE officers and suspected that one of the pastors at this church was the leader of a local ICE field office. It did end up, by the way, that the pastor, who they allege was an ICE officer, was not even present there at the time. It set off a high-profile incident, now showdown with the Trump administration. Don Lemon, the current YouTube streamer, I guess a disgraced ex-CNN anchor, was actually present at the protest, which has heightened some of the discussion around this. So we're going to show you some of the clips that has happened. We're going to discuss it on the other side. Let's take a listen.
So you can see the protesters here have gathered over here. They're in the middle of the church. So in the beginning of the church service, the pastor was speaking, and Nikema stood up and said her piece, and then the protesters surrounded her. But this is a clandestine mission. I think they found out one of, according to them. This is according
Sorry,
to,
I'm going to skip ahead past this.
Operation Pull-Up.
I'm skipping past this. We don't need that. We don't
They decided to come
need
in
this.
to disrupt this service, to harass, intimidate, and scream at, including, by the way, women and children. And if anybody's wondering, it was a multiracial congregation. I don't know, Crystal. I mean, looking at this, I think that the spirit of BLM is alive and well. It's very clear, specifically because it's also a BLM group that was behind this protest. And I've actually been frustrated that everybody's talking about Don Lemon and not about the actions of these protesters themselves and then the reaction from Democratic lawmakers. So you had the Minnesota State Attorney General defend this protest action.
We
and
must
he
talk
said,
about the
well,
protesters."
people will have to feel uncomfortable. So he doesn't see anything unlawful here. He actually doesn't think it's a violation of the FACE Act. You had the state Governor Walz of Minnesota put out some mealy-mouthed statement. And it's like,
I would also like to point out that the prosecutor declined to take up the case against Don Lemon. And I don't think the protesters, they're certainly not doing anything as terrorizing as ICE is doing in churches. Can you imagine watching, somebody get ripped out of the pews somebody right next to you. Children go to mass, I assume. You would think they're services, whatever you call them. Is that good? You get children to watch? What would you prefer? For children to see protesters or people being brutalized? Which one would you say is good or better? Not necessarily good. You don't have to say either is good.
This just seems intrinsic to me. And I remember in our debate, people got mad because I talked about liberal protest norms. This is liberal protest. Like, they seem to believe it is okay. And again, this is a violation, actually, of federal law, at least clear cut to me, whenever you have the FACE Act, which was written in 1994, specifically says you can't intimidate and go in and disrupt religious worship services. It is unbelievable to me, like, that there is no general consensus and effectively just silence, in the same way that you see many right-wingers be silent on, let's say, the excesses of ICE, to what is something which is so egregious in its form of protest, and it seems completely normalized and permissed, like in the liberal establishment within the state of Minnesota. And the fact that the Attorney General immediately dismissed it, the local police literally doing nothing whenever these people, and again, let's be clear, screaming, making children.
Oh, how dare the police not stop people from yelling? We need more police to stop all of the yelling. That's where soccer. We need more police because of all of the yelling. Now, for a more sensible human being.
Don't get it.
So let's separate a few things out.
And that's why I don't want to talk about Don Lemon, because, I'll get to that.
But we do need to talk about Don Lemon, because that's what they're focused on. And the administration is threatening to charge him specifically with FACE Act and also with the KKK violation, which is insane. So I watched a good bit. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched a good bit of his stream. And to be honest with you, it was genuinely good. Like it was. What way? Like, I mean, we played a little bit of it here. He was tipped off by the protesters that they were going to do this action, okay? As a journalist, and no doubt he has a perspective. That doesn't mean that he isn't a journalist, right? So as a journalist, he goes in, he documents what they're doing. As you saw, he spoke with the pastor, he spoke with parishioners. He at times was asking them challenging questions, but he also asked those challenging questions of the protesters as well. So, of course, you come away with a sense of where Don Lemon is on the issue. But for me, it was genuinely valuable to watch his stream and to hear from the parishioners themselves. Because if you do just come at this from either a right or a left perspective, then you're going to have a very flattened view of the human beings involved. But, it actually gave me sort of more texture and more context to be able to think about whether this was a sound tactical approach. Hearing like that guy that we heard there who's like, listen, to be honest with you, there's a lot of different political views in this church. There were other people there who said, to be honest with you, like some of what the protesters are saying, like I kind of agree with. This to me is.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what happened. I watched that whole part of it. And that's what I was trying to say earlier. I just want to move along because time-wise, but at some point, I can't remember where Crystal, there's a particular spot here where Crystal has a great question for Soccer, and I can't quite remember where it was.
Is there have been extremely high-profile illegal activists who have committed felonies, who go and hide in churches at the direction often of some of these NGOs, and then they use that policy against them.
Let's use the specifics of what we've seen unfold. There's a lawsuit right now against the federal government, alleging violations of people's constitutional right to worship and disrupting, their religious practices that were brought by a variety of religious organizations. I know the Quakers are involved. There's a number of other religious groups that are involved as well. And what they allege is not only that these raids have occurred, during services, on church property, et cetera, but it creates a climate where not only undocumented immigrants, but many other church members are fearful of even going to church. So you are, so if you're upset about this incursion in terms of, protest activity, where I think you're wrong about the FACE Act being applicable here, but, I'm not a legal
specifically
act.
says you can't
But it
intimidate
also-
or disrupt a
No, it
religious
does not.
worship
No, it
service.
doesn't say
Yeah,
disrupt.
I'll find the text.
You can
here.
find it's about threats, intimidation, but it also specifically says carves out peaceful First Amendment
That was not peaceful.
protest
You got kids screaming. You're following people to their cars.
It
It's
is
textbook intimidation.
100% peaceful.
No,
but in any case, putting that aside, right? I
Intimidation.
think if you are
What a
upset,
snowflake. What a snowflake. It's pure and textbook intimidation. I was intimidated, says Soccer. I was watching that video. I was quaking in my boots, says Soccer.
about people going into a church to protest peacefully during a church service, I would say that to be morally consistent, you should be even more upset about the violation by federal agents coming in during service to arrest people. And so that's why, the right's upset about this. Again, I think the tactic was not smart. I think it caused, gave the right something that obviously they see as a propaganda win. I don't think it was the right way to go about things. But I also can't take seriously the rights like, oh my God, the sanctity of religion, blah.
Yeah. No, that's the thing is like, oh, the tactic's not smart. We're talking, the fact is, this is the other side of the coin. For all the upset right-wingers over what happened at this church about this protest, if you're upset about this because a church was interrupted, if that's the grounds on which you're upset over this, then you're a fucking hypocrite. Okay? You live in an alternate reality because you're not upset about all of the churches that are being raided by ICE and interrupted in that way. Why are those two things any different? They're also doing all these things without warrants in almost every single fucking case, which is illegal. Which means it's completely unjustified and has no basis or grounding in the law. The Constitution, the thing I thought you Republicans loved. And I just find it very strange that you can live in that much of what's the word for this? It's like you're having a mental break almost, right? Like you are genuinely living like in this state, like it's like a double state. Like you're willing to accept two different things that completely contradict each other, and that is problematic, right? Like you have to be able to accept that. Like you're living a contradictory existence. Narwhal by Nature with a sweet, sweet super chat. Thank you, Narwhal. If this was 2002 and this was a Catholic church that trafficked in abusers, I want to know what he has to say about that. The pastor made that church no longer sacred. Not the protesters. Yeah, I don't know the denomination of that church. The fact is, it's somewhat irrelevant because the church is supposed to be a sacred place. And there's been long precedent of people being able to seek sanctuary there. That so long as they're there, they are safe to practice their religious freedom. It's one of the foundations of our democracy. It's why churches and other religious institutions don't pay taxes. All that property in your county, city, town, whatever. All that space is being taken up. There could be housing, or a school, or a park, or something else like that. The hospital. A business. It's a church instead, or perhaps some other sort of institution, a temple. Maybe a mosque. And they're not paying taxes because of the Constitution.
We begin today's show in Minneapolis, Minnesota, as the Pentagon's placed 1,500.
Now, I'm not necessarily saying that I think that's a great system to have, but it is the system, right? And I personally, I've for a long time thought that should not be a thing. Like, they should have to pay taxes, okay? Like, you should be able to do your religious stuff, but you should not be able to just, like, suck up land and resources and not be contributing anything but religion, in my opinion. Mostly because I'm not a very religious person at all. All right, let's go here to Democracy Now! From 4 days ago to this disturbing fucking story. Actually, I think there's a couple in here. now that I'm thinking about it.
Today's show in Minneapolis, Minnesota, as the Pentagon's placed 1,500 soldiers from the 11th Airborne Division in Alaska to be on standby to possibly be deployed to Minnesota just days after President Trump threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act as protests continue over ICE's immigration crackdown. The Trump administration says it's opened criminal investigations into Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, who've sharply criticized ICE's tactics. In a statement, Walz said, quote, "Weaponizing the justice system and threatening political opponents is a dangerous authoritarian tactic," unquote. This comes after the FBI reportedly opened a civil rights probe into the ICE agent who killed Renee Good, but then pivoted to focus instead on whether Good and her widow assaulted the agent. Meanwhile, on Friday, a federal judge ordered ICE agents to stop arresting or pepper spraying peaceful demonstrators in Minneapolis. On Sunday, demonstrators disrupted Sunday services at a church in St. Paul to protest one of the church's pastors, David Easterwood, who they say is a top ICE official in the Twin Cities.
David Easterwood is a pastor here. He is also the director of the field office for ICE in St. Paul.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're going to switch past this part. I forgot that it started with this. We already covered this part. I want to go to this interview that they did. Although, Jesus Christ. These guys are just running around so lawlessly right now. It's fucking insane.
Patty O'Keefe is a 36-year-old South Minneapolis resident who learned that lesson firsthand.
I live about 8 blocks away from where Renee Good was murdered. Last Sunday, January 11th, I was out patrolling and observing ICE with my friend Brandon when we were violently arrested and detained. When we got on the scene, the ICE agents were getting back into their 2 vehicles. There were a number of people who had shown up by that point, and so they decided to leave the area. So they turned down a side street, and we proceeded to follow them on that side street and continue blowing our whistles and honking our horns. 30, 40 seconds into doing that, they stopped their car, got out of the car, surrounded my vehicle, screamed at us to stop following them, told us we were obstructing them. even though there was no one in front of their cars, we weren't at an active ICE raid even, you know, they could have just kept going forward. And then one of the agents proceeded to spray pepper spray into the front windshield vent of my vehicle. So we got pepper spray in the car, which was, you know, hurt our eyes and our mouths and our throats. And they got back in the vehicles, kept driving. And when we didn't turn around, they stopped the car again, got out.
You can go forward. We are not obstructing. We are not obstructing. You can go forward. You can go forward. We're not obstructing. We are not obstructing. We know our rights.
They broke our 2 front windows and dragged us out, arrested us, and brought us to detention.
Yes, sir. Get the out of the car. Yes, sir. I'm coming out. Got any weapons on you? Put your hand behind your back. Sir, I got passport. Shut up. Shut the up. Sir, you are under arrest for repeated operation.
I was in the vehicle with 3 ICE agents, and as soon as they all got into the vehicle and shut the doors, they just immediately started taunting me, making fun of me. One of them took a photo of me and showed it to the other agents, and, you know, they were just laughing, you know, insinuated that I was ugly. And then one of the agents, the one who had sprayed the pepper spray into my car, proceeded to say, "You guys got to stop obstructing us. That's why that lesbian bitch."
I just wanted to do a real quick thought experiment for everybody. I know the right. I know like the intellectual dark web types. You know, your Dave Rubins. People of that ilk love a good old thought experiment. Let's do a thought experiment, okay? Instead of ICE, I would like you to for a moment imagine not ICE doing the things that they're doing, but inner city gangs going up to people's cars and doing all the things that ICE is doing right now, and then tell me how you feel about that. Because ICE right now has exactly as much authority to do what they've been doing to American citizens as a gang. And I am using all of this language in a very intentional way to evoke imagery in the minds of any of you right-wingers, perhaps lurking in our chats right now.
Is dead, referring to Renee Good.
Do not break.
Other legal observers have experienced physical abuse. A disabled U.S. Marine Corps veteran named Sky suffered bruised arms, hands, and legs after being violently pulled from the driver's seat by federal agents.
Get out of the car. Put the car in park. Get out of the car. Put the car in park. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
You know I'm a Marine Corps veteran.
I don't care what you are.
Others have had their license plates and faces scanned by ICE, with agents even following them to their homes.
ICE is at my house. This is an intimidation tactic.
Yeah. Judy and Noah Levy were at their home in St. Paul on January 6th when they got an alert.
Someone from my book club sent a message on the group chat that, hey, I think ICE is staging in the parking lot of a grocery store that closed down several blocks away. So we drove over, and there were about 8 SUVs lined up kind of tail to tail. Some had plates, some didn't.
They stopped us almost right away.
They stopped traffic. The first car that was behind them was about to take a right-hand turn. They surrounded him. There were like 5 agents that we could see from, several car lengths back where we were. We could hear that they were giving him a really hard time. No, he's alone. And then the agents that weren't occupied, the employees that weren't occupied with him, started coming back, and car by car, they took photographs through the windshield.
They're saying, get out of the car, you know, roll down your window.
And we didn't do either thing. We just said, hey, we don't want to talk to you.
I do not want to talk to you. You're in our neighborhood.
You're in our neighborhood.
You're in our neighborhood. I have every
You're
right to be here.
I'm driving.
You are in our neighborhood.
I'm driving.
You are in our
After the dude took our photographs through the windshield and checked the plate, he came to my passenger side window, just kind of knocked on it and said, hello, Judith, how are you today? What can I do for you, Judith?
Do not threaten me. Do not threaten me.
As I told you, I go by Judy. Nobody calls me Judith unless they've just run my plates. Of course, the next day, they killed someone who was doing just what we were doing. You know, they killed Renee Good. And they've escalated. You know, the violence has escalated, the harassment, the abuse, the beatings, you know, the kidnappings. That every day, they're wreaking havoc.
These two could have been Renee Good. You know, it's a if I had sneezed type situation, or if a different ICE agent had, you know, decided to pull the trigger that day. This is the world we're living in right now. Is this okay for everybody? Everybody's fine with this? People still think that this is a country ruled by laws. This is anarchy.
Many immigrant-run businesses to shut their doors.
My name is Miguel Hernandez, and I'm the owner of Lito's Burritos here on Lake and Bryant in Minneapolis, which is a Mexican-American Chicano restaurant. If there's not a significant change in what's happening here in Minneapolis, like right now, we will lose a massive amount of the community, restaurants. People aren't going to work. You can't keep open hours. You can't pay bills if you're not open, but you're risking the safety of staff. You're risking the safety of your family if you continue to work, and those conditions can be stressful. It's really tough to be making tacos and burritos and wondering if someone's going to barge in and just start asking for people's, you know, statuses. It's not a sane way to live. And over, I'm really proud of the community for standing up and fighting back any way they can. And all they're looking for when I say fight back is accountability. Accountability, due process, and respect of human rights.
My name is Yudu. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a community organizer and immigrant rights activist with the Minnesota Immigrant Rights Action Committee. Folks at all hours of the day, no matter who you are, just being on the lookout in the community. We see, you know, especially in streets that are cultural corridors that have a lot of immigrant-owned businesses, but just people of color who own their businesses. We see people standing on street corners, looking after each other. If there's any suspicious activity or vehicles, reporting it to each other and seeing if there's any license plates that we can bring back that we know are confirmed ICE vehicles, and you know, if there are ICE agents who show up, to immediately alert other rapid response networks, to blow their whistles, to alert the community that ICE is in the area, and ultimately chase them out and make it known to the community that ICE is here, not only to protect the community, but also to let ICE know they're not welcome here.
It is disturbing to me to think that people standing on the sidewalks, on public sidewalks and streets, paid for by American tax dollars, protesting, using their First Amendment rights to protest the actions of our government, are just getting blasted in the fucking face now. It is pissing me off so much. I am beside myself over this situation. I never thought I would live to see this day. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, don't worry, he's gonna bomb Iran because they've been murdering protesters over there, though. So
pulled over and profiled
And probably because they look like us, we look like them. The people that enforcement violence against the original Americans, the true Americans, and when they're capturing us and violating our rights and illegally profiling us, where are they going to deport us? Where could they possibly deport us? So it is a legal impossibility for ICE to be doing what they're doing to Native American people right now.
Get out. Just get out. Just get out, Beto. Just get out, Beto. Please, they're mean.
There's a Native woman with her nephew, another Native American, driving in Minneapolis, St. Paul area, and they're pulled over and profiled. And probably because they look like us, we look like them. The people that ICE is trying to target, one demographic, are those people who are indigenous to the entire Western Hemisphere.
We're citizens.
Okay, then show your ID.
Get your ID.
Let me show you what the
We're native. What are you doing?
They pull this family over, and the auntie, the aunt, is doing her best to maintain decorum under those extremely stressful circumstances.
Just get the ID. Get the ID.
She's complying with everything that the ICE officers are stating, and they're asking for her nephew's driver's license. He's driving, he's 20 years old. I have a son about the same age. He never takes his driver's license or his wallet anywhere, so he's having a hard time finding his license. At the same time, ICE is using a facial recognition technology, and they're scanning his face, and they begin to beat him, physically attack him and assault him. And this woman, I don't remember her name, but she's looking in to the camera, and she is calling out for help.
Let him scan your face. Why'd you hit him? No!
Columbia_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Sorry I have been posting this on Discord, but Pam Bondi just stated that ICE will leave Minnesota if Minnesota gives Trump the current voter rolls. And also California and other states are drafting bills that will make ICE agents working for ICE to be the last job they will ever be able to hold. They will be barred from any work of any kind, and especially law enforcement.
Yeah, I saw that story. Well, I didn't realize it was Pam. I knew it was somebody within the DOJ, but I wasn't sure who signed the letter. But I did see that story. We're doing this chronologically today. You know, well, I'm trying to do a weekending report, perhaps the most epic weekending report of all time. I don't think I've ever tried to quite do it like this. I've also never been quite faced with the same situation I was today. This week, being sick, being stuck in the hospital. But thankfully I'm back. But this is the most disgraceful fucking, shameful fucking thing. We are disgracing this land. Okay? You're disgracing America. If you have any pride in this country left after what you've witnessed over the last year, you should be ashamed of this. I know that much. Because this is disgraceful. Native Americans getting brutalized by ICE? They're Native Americans. They were here before us. They were here before everybody else. They've been here the whole time. For anybody from any other continent showed up, they were here. Hence the word native. So it's like the whole thing. We don't have time to get into it, but it's laws and other things recognizing
What are you doing? No!
their rights.
Why? My nephew! Okay. Okay.
out there.
Stop! Ah!
Get on the car.
Okay, Beto! Beto! No!
Do not move. Do not move. Do not move, okay?
the violent arm of the state, which is ICE at this time, is staring her down, and they begin to beat her nephew, and she begins to cry. And by the end of it, they scanned his face and found out that he is a United States citizen. I got a call from a councilman from the Oglala Sioux tribe, and he says, "Brother, we're in town, can we meet?" So I go to meet with this certain councilman, and he's not alone. He has 4 other council members that are with him, and they want their tribal members back. They want their tribal members returned. They want the body released. That's habeas corpus. They want these tribal members who are also American citizens to be released. And we proceeded to the detention center because they wanted to gain access to it. And ICE wasn't really, they knew nothing of these men. But we have eyewitnesses that can attest to the fact that they were apprehended by some uniformed personnel.
This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. I keep thinking to myself, at some point these guys are going to run into the wrong guy. I don't know if anybody here has seen Fargo. But if you search Hansi Dent, bar scene. I'm not playing this. I am not playing this right now. You might get a sense of what I'm talking about. And while you do that, let's take a break from what's been happening on the streets and go to the White House. This was CNN from Tuesday. Fascinating report. The supreme dictator, has a plan.
President Trump is rebuilding a secret bunker under the East Wing. And no, this isn't the Situation Room, which is used 24 hours a day. The Presidential Emergency Operations Center, or PEOC, is just for emergencies, and it's fortified to be safe from a nuclear attack or even a plane crash. You've seen it in movies like A House of Dynamite, White House Down, and Olympus Has Fallen. It was used during protests in the Nixon era, and on 9/11, President George W. Bush and Vice President Cheney and other top officials sheltered there when the White House was under perceived threat. It was built after the attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941, when Franklin D. Roosevelt ordered the secret construction of a secure underground bunker and built the East Wing on top.
It is really meant for being activated during catastrophic or immediate threats to the President of the United States, and really designed to give a command and control and survivability for any type of attack. Think of it as a very, very early era submarine that was self-contained.
Today, those underground facilities have been dismantled, with the East Wing once again under construction for Trump's sprawling new ballroom, though the Secret Service has secure backup options available should the need arise. The antiquated bunker is likely to get an upgrade to counter new threats, but officials haven't exactly been forthcoming on what's going on underground.
There are some things guarding this project that are frankly of top secret nature that we are currently working on.
It's unlikely we'll have any visibility into the plans for the underground project anytime soon.
Are we talking about kinetic attacks? Are we talking about electromagnetic, pulse attacks against the White House? So there is a broad spectrum of emerging threats that this new facility will, have to face, as years go on.
There you go. And I'm actually gonna post this link in general for anybody who couldn't find it. And okay. For anybody who hasn't seen that, I put it in the general, so I don't have to play it on the stream for multiple reasons. Multiple reasons. Copyright. That's one. But there is another. Let's go here now to Baltimore. This was from Tuesday? I think. Yeah. Tuesday, Baltimore. The Real News Network. Which I have not been seeing a lot of videos from.
No ice on our streets. No justice, no peace. No ice on our streets. No justice, no peace. No ice on our streets. No justice, no peace. No ice on our streets.
We're down here at Patterson Park protesting the presence of ICE. Just because ICE has the word enforcement, that doesn't mean it has anything to do with law. Under this so-called president and those who voted for him, ICE has turned into a right-wing paramilitary organization whose sole purpose, is to enforce the unconstitutional policies of this particular administration. And we're here to protest this. This is not 1930s Germany. This is 2026 United States, and we're not going to have any of this.
I'm 82. I have marched in many a demonstration and march, and I never thought I would have to vote for this. I can't believe that we have to stand up and fight for things that we've been taking for granted for so long.
My family is being torn apart by ICE. Her father was deported in October. My brother-in-law, which
She's the most Baltimore-sounding person I've ever heard. I mean, it's intense.
her uncle was also deported in September. So they're targeting a lot of our people that are hardworking men, women, even the children. This is getting outrageous. They need to get the fuck out of here. Period.
Immediately, if not sooner.
ICE has had its deadliest year on record.
Deadliest year on record. Wow, what a great record to have. Maybe Donald Trump will make a plaque for himself. And it'll be placed, maybe they'll like distribute plaques across the country for all of us to see. Honestly though, like this whole thing is completely fucked up. That woman's husband was just taken. He's in detention right now. They're trying to deport him. And she clearly is there, I don't know if you noticed, with her daughter. Her daughter. I can't do the Baltimore accent. But I'm fairly certain this young lady over here is her daughter. I'm just guessing. It's just the sense that I get. They're standing quite close. Although it's not a guarantee. Yep, just breaking up families. Family values party. Destroying families everywhere. They're also making America less healthy.
It's 11:31. We'll get started. Thanks so much for being here. Very inspiring to see all these medical colleagues here speaking to this issue.
By the way, you might be thinking, this is a strange turn suddenly, StreamLord. Why are we talking about healthcare all of a sudden? We're still talking about ICE. This is a press conference. This is from Fox 9 Minneapolis St. Paul from 4 days ago, Wednesday. These are all Minneapolis physicians here speaking on how ICE is obstructing care in the state. I think this might, I'm sorry, this might just Minnesota. I'm sorry, I said Minneapolis, I meant Minnesota. I think it's
coming
all,
down to the Capitol to express their fervent concern
all the state.
about what is happening in the state of Minnesota and how we care for our neighbors and how we care for our patients. My name is Matt Klein. I'm a state senator from Senate District 53. I represent the southern metro area, and I have for the last 9 years. I am a physician, an internal medicine physician currently at Mayo Clinic, but for the bulk of my medical career at Hennepin County Medical Center. And let me say that in my capacity as a physician for the last 35 years, I have cared for numerous patients where there were legal and formal interactions with law enforcement, particularly at Hennepin County Medical Center, where our local law enforcement and our sheriff's deputies have a firm understanding when they have a patient in legal custody, when they have a patient from the jail or from the prison, they are able to bring that patient in full discretion and interact safely and with privacy with the medical staff and do it well. I've never heard a concern over 35 years of practice that a patient's rights were violated, that medical care was impeded, or that privacy was violated. And yet we hear these stories now for the last couple of months here in the state of Minnesota that in our hospitals and in our clinics, patients are afraid to come in and seek care. When they do come in, ICE is pursuing them with or without legal means or justification for that. And our medical staff feel intimidated and afraid to do the good work that they should do and impeded from doing that good work. This is intolerable to us as practitioners, and I believe it's intolerable to the good people of Minnesota who know how medical care works in this state. This morning I learned for the first time through an NPR story that Renee Good still had a pulse 8 minutes after she was shot by an ICE agent. And yet the offer to administer aid from a physician on the scene following his Hippocratic oath was denied. I can't say how much that stirs the blood of everyone behind me here as we try to fulfill our obligation, our oath, and our duty to care for the people of Minnesota. And I believe it stirs the blood of every patriotic Minnesota who knows how we treat each other in this state. So that is what we are here to speak to today as healthcare professionals. We have representatives from pediatrics and emergency medicine.
Yeah. And we're not going to listen to the rest of this conference. It's harrowing, to say the least. Honestly, this is the first time somehow that I'm hearing about that. You know? Like this, I mean, not now, but like the first time I heard this was the first time that I heard that Renee Good had a pulse 8 minutes after. And he walked away from her. He said, fucking bitch, and walked away from her. Callous, cold demon. Not a human being. And then they prevented doctors from doing a doctor from doing his job, and then prevented and are continuing to prevent doctors from doing their jobs all across the state. I am going to go. Let's see. I'm trying to remember who. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the question. I think if the preventive care is not given in a timely manner, it can become into a complication. For example, that baby that delivered 2 hours after the patient was brought to the clinic. What if that baby delivered in the house and there was like no care in the house and baby was asphyxiated and died? So these were the things that we have to be thinking about. I know that there's a patient that I heard that they were just so afraid and their colon perforated. And rather than being into like just the thing that could have been just treated with a course of antibiotic that led to a 1 month of hospitalization, but that could have been life-threatening as well.
Yeah, so
What happened to all those lovers of life, those pro-life people? You find with the ice causing babies to die after childbirth? How about that? Because that could happen. That could easily happen. Someone avoids going to the hospital and tries to deliver on their own in fear in a closet somewhere. You fine with that? That baby dies? Sort of like a, what do we call it? Sort of like a post-abortion, right? You good with that? Right-wingers? You down with post-abortions? Babies dying on the floor, asphyxiated to death because the mother's passed out or whatever else. Is that all good with you? All the anti-abortion, the pro-life protectors of women. I wonder how the protectors of women from, I don't know, things like trans people in sports feel about women being dragged from their car. Well, that woman that we saw dragged from her car, I think it was last week, went on to CNN for an interview. I found this to be a probably an important one to watch.
By now, you've probably seen this video from Minneapolis, a woman being dragged from her car while driving through a protest against President Trump's immigration crackdown. She was arrested 2 blocks from where an ICE agent shot and killed Renee Good a week before. You heard her screaming, "I'm disabled," as agents carried her by her arms and her legs from her own car. Tonight, we know her name, Alia Rahman. And in just a minute, you'll hear from her for the first time in an exclusive interview. Alia says she was never part of the protest that day. She was simply just trying to go to her doctor's appointment. But in a statement, the Homeland Security Department called Rahman a, quote, agitator, adding she, quote, ignored multiple commands by an officer to move her vehicle away from the scene. She was arrested for obstruction. The Minneapolis Police Chief, Brian O'Hara, he watched the video. He sees it differently.
Obviously, I don't know why law enforcement officers initially approached the vehicle. It pisses me off to see that. To see men doing that to a woman who's disabled. It pisses me off. If those cops works for me, they'd have a problem right now.
With me now, Alia Rahman and her attorney, Alexa Van Brunt. Thank you both for being here. Alia, I want to start with you because this has been viral. People have seen this video over and over again. People have many opinions. This is what happened to you. It is your life. It is your journey. But the government, they're calling you an agitator. So can you just help me understand?
These people they're lawless thugs. They've been given absolute immunity, something that doesn't exist under the U.S. Constitution, to just harass and brutalize Americans wherever they may be, in their cars, on the street, on the sidewalk, in their homes, at work, at church.
Government, they're calling you an agitator. So can you just help me understand? Walk me through what happened in those moments before these agents dragged you from your car.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Laura. And happy birthday, Dr. King. I'm really happy that you asked this question, right? Because I have been so concerned that folks might be distracted from the real issue at hand by instead debating why I proceeded slowly through a militarized traffic jam full of pedestrians and a cacophony of conflicting instructions. I was on my way to the doctor. I was on a main road that is a direct road from my house to the parking lot. Suddenly there's traffic in the road. There are vehicles blocking it ahead vehicles that later I understood were ICE vehicles. People around me trying to understand what to do. And I think that you see the rest.
So you weren't, I mean, in the beginning of the video, you see the federal agents saying something to you before you were dragged out. They say that you were given what they call repeated warnings. I just heard you say this cacophony of conflicting commands. What were they saying to you? What did you understand to be happening?
Well, I think I didn't understand what was happening, right? I am a disabled person who has autism, right? That is a big piece of this. But I think even someone who doesn't have the kind of auditory processing challenges I do would not know what to do with the sentence, move. I will break your effing window. And then back and forth between move, get out, trying to open my door, more threats of breaking a window, which I don't understand the functional purpose of. And it's not a warning, it's a threat of violence that really shouldn't be packaged with an instruction. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to tell you about what my ears hear in that situation. But in my ears, my autism also comes with an auditory sorting challenge where multiple human voices at like a loud party or on a chaotic street all sound like they're the person talking to me. So that's one reason, you see me looking and trying to identify which lips are talking to me. But of course, that's not possible because ICE officers wear things that cover their mouths and faces except for their eyes, right?
So it is so informative for you to explain what it was personally like for you, for us to have watched the video and now to understand at least a part of what you were experiencing in that, because there is a conflicting report from their vantage point that tries to explain.
They're assholes. They're liars. They keep lying. They keep claiming this woman's done something wrong. She's done nothing wrong. She's done nothing wrong. Not even close. Not even close. She was minding her own goddamn business. She wasn't even a protester. She was heading to the doctor. Once again, ICE making America less healthy, apparently, as well as less safe simultaneously. Really impressive sort of, just wearing so many hats over there at ICE.
I was under arrest. Never charged.
Whoops.
Wow.
And when I sat there and somebody finally noticed I was not able to balance even sitting, and they said, I think there might have been a wheelchair around here the other day because I kept asking, can you at least get a wheelchair? People said, I don't even know if we have those. That's not the answer to that question. That's never should be happening. And when they put me in the wheelchair, finally, an officer said, wait, you were driving, right? So your legs do work.
What?
I refrain from saying, I refrain from saying, hey, have you ever seen a handicap parking spot, sir? But the thing is, right, people are going to say, well, none of that stuff is illegal. It's just mean. But I have read too many books to think that things are okay when this level of dehumanization is happening, because it means officers are probably trying to get through their day when they have been given orders that are not righteous and they are to hurt people.
Alexa,
And,
I have to ask you, and Ali, after.
I'm so fucked.
My own sister is mobility impaired.
We're living in very, very dark times right now. Very dark times. These were the times, remember Alex Jones and, people like him used to be all like, oh my God, we're going to have martial law in the streets.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
The Second Amendment. FEMA's got rows and rows of Coffins. Got video evidence of it. The cabal of the Illuminati forces. The Bilderbergs. Jade Helm, Jade Helm, Jade Helm. They're coming. They're coming for us on our streets. Where are these fucking cowards? Where are these fucking cowards? Tell me that. Where the fuck is Alex Jones now?
She drives with the assistance, had to accommodate and adapt her car so many different times to be able to still function and live in the standard that she wants to. I get emotional thinking about it, but my blood is boiling thinking about that experience. So can you just describe from the legal perspective of it?
Yeah.
She was detained. The DHS said that she was arrested for obstruction.
Yeah.
Are you aware if she is facing any charges? I have to, for a second, compartmentalize the dehumanization just to get through the question. You have to forgive me. Have you heard that she is facing any charges?
I have not heard, and it would, if she were, they would be completely baseless because the people who violated laws at that scene were the DHS officers, and in particular, every officer in the way they treated her once they found out she had a disability, because Alia was very upfront about it. She told the officers, I am a woman with a disability. I have autism. She yelled it. You can hear it on the video. And they escalated at that point and then subjected her to a very brutal use of force, pulling her out of the car, slamming her down on the ground, and then carrying her like an animal is the only way to describe it. That violates every police standard and how you are supposed to interact with somebody in a car. And it violates every standard in how you're supposed to interact with somebody with a disability.
Shocking that ICE is doing absolutely everything wrong. Like, they basically just did not do
They
a single
funneled us
thing
straight
right
into ICE's hands. Once in ICE's hands, they broke my window.
Get the fuck out of the car right now! Get the fuck out of the car, please!
Right, remember that video? Well, we're back to talking about this because Status Quo News did an on-the-ground interview with one of the people in the car. I believe the driver of the car, if I recall correctly.
Sky, can you you were just telling us off camera a little bit about your story. Can you tell us what happened to you?
So first off, I'm a United States Marine veteran. We were following them from a safe distance.
Following ICE agents.
Yep, following ICE agents. They stopped in the middle.
So, just to be clear, they rushed past it really quickly there, but you might have heard it. They are U.S.
We were following them from. So.
Telling us off camera a little bit about your story. Can you tell us what happened to you?
So first off, I'm a United States Marine veteran. We were following them from a safe distance.
Following ICE agents.
Yep, following ICE agents. They stopped in the middle of the road and reversed on 62. They tried to ram our car. They tried to get us into a bottleneck. Once I saw a police officer from Mendota Heights, I tried to wave them down, and they funneled us straight into ICE's hands. Once in ICE's hands, they broke my window.
I've been putting all the out plates in the tracks.
Do not break my fucking window. You guys got into the John is looking at is a black.
Get out of the fucking. Get out of the car. Put the car in park. Get out of the car. Put the car in park. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Virginia, TBN.
You know I'm a Marine Corps veteran.
I don't care what you are.
Okay, so they around yours, and then how? Like they
ground. They put the cuffs on as tight as possible by my neck. They threw me to the ground. They stomped on me. They pushed my face into the ground. They put the cuffs on as tight as possible to the point where it took 6 agents to try to get them off.
What let you talk about the the local law enforcement working with the federal government to kind of funnel you in? What was the lead up when they get out of their vehicles presumably, or were they
They didn't get out. They drove their vehicle towards mine until ICE surrounded mine.
Okay, so they surround yours, and then how? Like they come up, they break.
And then the cops went into a parking lot. They pulled off to the side, and they watched the DHS and Homeland Security and whoever else it was assault me. And they listened to me scream for help.
Like, what I'm trying to get to is like, did they say anything to you before they broke the window, or was it immediate?
No, it was immediate.
Immediately broke.
They said, "Get out of the fucking car, or we're taking you."
Had they stopped you at all before that? Had you had any reason to believe that you were about to be targeted before that?
They put their lights on, but they don't have any jurisdiction. As women, we're told to go to a well-lit area where we can make sure that we're safe and we're not going to be attacked by armed thugs. So we were trying to comply with what we've been taught our entire lives as women.
You're
making America safe. Say protecting the women's. My God. America. Republicans, the lovers of families, splitting up families. Protecting us from trans people in bathrooms. And then kicking the ever-loving shit out of Marine veterans and law-abiding American citizens. Women, children, old people. Dudes, babies, they don't care. Puppies. Christy Nome, she'll shoot a puppy. Are you kidding me? R.I.P. Cricket. By the way, every time we say the word Christy Nome around here, we have to take a moment of silence for Cricket, who is still dead.
I mean, I'm getting like the sense of emotion off of you right now. Like, can you walk me through like what are you feeling in this moment?
This is not the country that I gave my life for. I took an oath, and it's the oath that they're spitting on and stomping on. And this isn't Germany. They're Nazis. They're Gestapo. They think that they're above the law. They don't care.
What was your intention when you're out there following them? Are you out there to document what they're doing, to warn your friends and neighbors? Is that that ICE is in your neighborhood? Like, is that what you were out there to do?
They shot my neighbor in the face this week. That's what I'm out there to prevent.
So you're directly inspired by what happened.
Keith Porter, Renee Good, all of the above.
Okay, so they break the window, they haul you out, they're stomping on you, they're beating you. As they're doing this, are they saying anything?
Yeah, they were calling me a bunch of derogatory names, calling me it. They tried to break my ankle. When he turned my ankle all the way around, I screamed, and he said, "Yeah, I bet you fucking like that, don't you?"
Was there anyone else around you to witness what happened to you?
There was a maroon sedan that turned right onto the street that I was being assaulted on, and they had their phones out. They shoved my face into the ground after that so hard I couldn't even breathe.
Do you get the sense that the agents, as they're doing this, like,
they're enjoying it?
Yeah, they're enjoying it.
They're enjoying it. They are 100% absolutely enjoying it.
Sky, I'm gonna have us move off to the side just because a car is coming through here.
Oh, this is Daria, I think.
This is our ride.
Oh, your ride.
Yeah.
It is so disturbing. It is so disturbing what they are doing to people right now. This should be okay with no one on the planet. This is the beginning of a failed state. If you love America, now's the time. Now's the time to point out that Donald Trump's a bad president and that what's happening right now is not good and that it needs to stop. That we need to go back to what we were at last year. I know things weren't good, but they're better than they are now. January 19th of 2025 is where we need to go back to. Everything restored. FEMA working. EPA back online. NOAA. Weather systems functioning. ICE. Well, the budget still. I mean, you get what I'm saying here. Like we need, like I mean, ICE. Obviously, we need ICE gone completely, right? We need that eviscerated. All right, let's go here to Democracy Now! From Wednesday. They spoke with law professor Michelle Goodwin. You'll be shocked to hear that they talked about the law.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. President Trump's put U.S. military troops on standby for possible deployment to Minnesota amidst ongoing peaceful demonstrations against ICE raids and arrests. Thousands of ICE agents already on the ground now dwarf the local police department and have been accused of a brutal occupation. In one case, armed ICE agents with guns drawn broke down the door of an older Minneapolis man, handcuffed him, dragged him into the snow while he was wearing only his underwear. It turned out the man was a naturalized U.S. citizen from Laos. At least 4 protesters arrested by ICE agents and detained at the Whipple Federal Building during the so-called Operation Metro Surge said they were denied their right to see an attorney. A federal judge ruled Friday ICE agents must stop arresting or pepper spraying protesters. On Sunday, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem appeared on Face the Nation to defend ICE actions in Minneapolis and respond to the judge's ruling.
We only use those chemical agents when there's violence happening and perpetuating, and you need to be able to establish law and order to keep people safe. That's the only situation.
God, I hate her. All right, I'll be right back. I have to hit the galactic head. I didn't quite make it to... Honestly, I might avoid taking breaks for a while. Not gonna lie. I'm trying to get through a lot of stuff here tonight, and I'm still not making as much progress as I was like, because there's just so much horror to get through here. But I'm not even... Yeah, this is bad. I'm not even 25% of the way through everything. It's been a fucked up week. This might be one of the longer streams of 2026, I would guess, today.
So that judge's order didn't change anything for how we're operating on the ground, because it's basically telling us to do what we've already been doing.
Some legal experts compared the conduct by immigration agents to attacks by police officers on protesters during the civil rights era. We're joined now in Washington, D.C. by Michelle Goodwin, professor of constitutional law and global health policy at Georgetown University. Professor Goodwin, welcome back to Democracy Now! There is so much to talk about here, and we just played this incredible report from the streets of Minneapolis, and the latest information that the FBI actually opened a probe and investigation into the ICE agent who killed Renee Good, but then shifted gears and decided to investigate instead the victim herself, Renee Good, and her wife. And then the news of the 6 attorneys in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minneapolis quitting over the direction of the investigation, and a judge ruling that peaceful protesters should not be pepper sprayed and arrested. Your comments overall?
Overall, this is extraordinary. In fact, the judge's order emphasizes how extraordinary it is to impose this kind of order That is to say that the conduct that's taken place in this particular surge by ICE is not something that is usual. It's not something that has been lawful. It's not something that has been constitutional. It is not to say that ICE can't be present, but ICE certainly cannot do what it has been doing in Minnesota, much of which you've covered, which is horrific and does actually have flashpoints of the American civil rights movement. The only difference then is that it was the federal government looking to uphold the Constitution, looking to uphold Supreme Court decisions and to protect citizens against unlawfulness by the state. But here you have an inverse, a reverse of that.
And Michelle Goodwin, the threats of President Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act, I'm wondering your thoughts about that. I'm thinking especially, for instance, back in 1962 at the University of Mississippi, there was a mass rioting by white segregationists attacking federal marshals because they were trying to escort James Meredith into to integrate the University of Mississippi. There were 160 marshals injured, including 28 shot. And at that point, President Kennedy did invoke the Insurrection Act and ordered federal troops into Oxford, Mississippi. That's a very different situation from what we're seeing here in Minnesota or what we've seen in some of these other cities where Trump has also threatened with the Insurrection Act. Wondering your thoughts.
It's a very different situation. Notice the year that you mentioned. We're talking about the early 1960s. It's 1954, years before that the Supreme Court strikes down these separate but equal segregationist laws. It's a time in which the Supreme Court did that through a unanimous decision recognizing the harms that had been inflicted throughout the American South through that decision, Plessy v. Ferguson. And so the federal government coming in order to support the Supreme Court decision, the constitutionality of equality under law, which is, by the way, something that extends back to our Reconstruction amendments back in the 1800s, the 1860s, the United States Constitution being revised to recognize equality amongst citizens, birthright citizenship, which is also something that's come up in this past year, and the federal government coming in order to uphold constitutional law. What we see now and what we recognize from this order from the judge over the last few days is the fact that the lawlessness that has taken place has actually been conducted by the federal government. And the federal government is not above the law. The rule of law is to be imposed on any branch of government, any branch of law enforcement. That's whether it's state law enforcement or federal law enforcement.
Oh, whoopsies. Exactly. This is what I've been saying. And I'm not even, you don't even have to take it from me anymore. There's a constitutional law professor from Georgetown University. A prestigious school. Michelle Goodwin. Making a lot of sense over there. Law applies to everyone in America. That's why we've got it. Supposedly. People have been telling me that for a long time. Soul Life with a very wise message. Don't forget, GNN lives on tips and just spent days in the hospital. Like the video to help the stream. That one's free. Thank you, Soul Life. It's much appreciated. Social Butterfly, member for 1 month. Glad to be one of the Galactic crew. I'm glad to have you as a crew member. One of the space fams. It's a beautiful thing. Now, let's move on from the law. I mean, for now. Not really. Really, all of this is a discussion of the law and how it's enforced. Let's go here. Place you might be familiar with by the name of the Majority Report. Sam Cedar, 3 days ago. Stopping ICE's terror campaign.
But here is Senator Van Hollen showing some backbone. It's like, it's so obvious.
Yep.
This is such an obvious leverage point, an opportunity. Chuck Schumer has literally, I think, like buried himself in a hole. I think Saddam Hussein was more visible at the end of the regime, than where Chuck Schumer is.
Which might be a blessing.
Hiding. Incidentally, you know how Chuck Schumer gets on a Sunday talk show? His people call and say, Chuck Schumer wants to come on. So if he's not there, there's a reason. But here is Van Hollen.
Well, what I'm saying is exactly as you quoted, that I am not going to cast a vote, not one dime, to support this lawless, brutal Trump ICE operation. So what I'm saying is, unless there are significant reforms to rein in this lawless ICE operation, and there was a federal judge that just this week said that ICE agents were violating people's constitutional rights, right? They were preventing them from engaging in protected, peaceful protest. So my view is there has to be dramatic change. I don't foresee this administration doing that at this moment. So I'm saying I won't provide any funding.
I don't hear you saying what I'm hearing from a lot of others in the party and the protesters, certainly, to abolish ICE.
Well, what I'm saying is exactly as you quoted, that I am not going to cast a vote, not one dime, to support this lawless, brutal Trump ICE operation. So what I'm saying is, unless there are significant reforms to rein in this lawless ICE operation, and there was a federal judge that just this week said that
that's just
ICE
repeating
agents
it again.
were violating
Okay.
people.
Look, obviously, we're not going to abolish ICE with this vote.
Yeah.
It's not happening. And the question is, what can Democratic senators, to a lesser extent House members, because they can't really prevent this vote for the DHS. Democratic senators could. What can they do to weaken ICE?
Perhaps a strongly worded letter. I don't know. I've been thinking about it. An email, perhaps. Maybe a TikTok on the social media.
As it is, received all this funding, as it is gearing up, they're going to it's just going to get worse and worse, regardless of whatever the next city is. It's just going to get worse and worse. What can they do to weaken ICE? Here is what a federal judge in Minnesota, Judge Kate Menendez, ruled. A U.S. district judge. It was a case filed in December on behalf of 6 Minnesota activists. Covered federal agents are hereby enjoined from A, retaliating against persons who are engaging in peaceful and unobstructive protest activity, including observing the activities of Operation Metro Surge. B, arresting or detaining persons who are engaging in peaceful or unobstructed protest activity, including observing activities of Operation Metro Surge, in retaliation for their protected conduct and absent a showing of probable cause or reasonable suspicion the person had committed a crime or is obstructing or interfering with the activities of covered.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I'm sorry. We're not gonna watch this whole clip. I got carried away doing my stupid Chuck Schumer impression, which was it was too close to Sam's impression today. Honestly, I've been trying to steer away from doing the exact Sam impression. It's not fair. I'm just stealing. I'm stealing when I do that. May wormy. I'm just a joke thief. There is no American pride. Absolutely nothing to be proud of in this effing country. It's very sad. I wish I had a way to modulate this. Thank you for the super chat, May. All right, I'm just gonna skip ahead because there's a bunch of clips in this thing. I was actually considering just watching the live stream at the time when I was putting this list together. I didn't know when I would be out of the hospital. And I was thinking, hey, maybe we'll just go through it because they haven't clipped it yet, but they have now because I was in the hospital for a very long time. Oh, so long.
Go after people who are literally 30, 40 feet away just blowing a whistle. That's it. Play this. Okay, so they've grabbed somebody out of a car. This woman.
Are you a U.S. citizen? Are you resisting arrest? Gina, what's your name? Help! What's your name, Gina? I'm backing up. I'm backing up. I'm backing up. Is she a U.S. citizen? Are you immigration control? She's not impeding. It's not impeding. It's observing. We're legally allowed to observe. We're legally allowed to observe. She's not impeding. No, she's not impeding.
Now it's tough to see. There's somebody on the other side of the car. But look, they're going to intimidate that guy with the vest.
Backing up.
Every single person out here right now, especially people like this, especially guys like this who are out here by themselves, or at least in very small numbers. But honestly, we saw early on the streets of Minneapolis, it didn't fucking matter. There was a lot of people out there in the street. We're just not there yet in the week. But like every time I hear somebody like blowing a whistle, like ever since Renee Good, like I have like flashbacks. Like every time I hear a whistle now, I have flashbacks of that moment. People blowing whistles and her getting shot in the fucking face. Oh, what a horrible timeline to live in.
The guy with the vest. He was 15 feet away from the car, and they sprayed him with the vest.
And the wind blows back in the guy's
him
face.
down.
Backing up as you're saying that.
He's chasing him down. Idiot.
We're all
He just
backing
pepper sprayed
up.
himself in the face.
We're not impeding. You were outside of your.
And now he's crying. Oh, and now he's crying. Oh, he's crying because he pepper sprayed himself in the face. He tried to go over here and pepper, and I think he got this guy a little bit. But there was a pretty strong wind. It's winter. I don't know if you've noticed. Our Lord Gary works in mysterious ways.
Control.
It's tough to see what's happening on the other side of the car, but they grab somebody else.
Look at that.
Throw him down the ground.
Jesus Christ.
And that guy's whistling, and now they just come after him.
And then this guy's
Start punching him.
now he's gonna attack
punching
him.
this guy.
This is ridiculous.
Goons.
I'm backing up.
This is ridiculous.
Punched him down onto the
Thugs.
ground.
For whistling in your own neighborhood. For whistling in your own neighborhood. It's wild. Whistling in your own neighborhood. That is as benign as walking your dog in the neighborhood.
That guy wasn't anywhere near anything. And honestly, if there were 10 other people there, they wouldn't have done that.
Yep.
They just looked around and realized, like, there's nobody really here to catch us.
He was near their feelings.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Sam is being a little bit too generous in this case. I think it's just out of just like, what's the word? Like, I think it's, honestly, I think it's like, out of just like sheer trust and like the good, like Sam just like still has like this shred of like belief, like in this moment right here. And I assume that any of that is probably fairly gone. I haven't been checking his Twitter, but I mean, these guys, they're proving it every single day that they don't give a fuck how many people are around until it gets to be until they're outnumbered. We saw today. There was plenty of people on that street. There were a bunch of people. I mean, it wasn't tons of people on that street, but there were people on the street. There are people filming. And the fact is, there was a bunch of people out there when Renee Good died. And they're going out there, they're going after protesters time and time again, shooting them in the face in Portland, in Minneapolis, in Chicago, in Los Angeles, in every single city that we've seen them go to. You know, they really, I think they're going to struggle in New York. They've tried some, but we haven't seen quite the same level of enforcement efforts there. I think they must see how that's going to be a difficult one for them with their initial fledgling efforts there. Oh shit, I almost missed another super chat from Social Butterfly. Hope you're feeling better, GSL. Thanks for everything you do to keep us sane. Well, thank you for the super chat and for the very thoughtful message. I appreciate you. I am feeling much, much better. That's why I'm doing this. I wouldn't do this if I wasn't feeling better. And just know that I'm monitoring my health. If at any point I feel like I've gone too far, I'm too tired, I need sleep, it'll end. But until then, pretend like everything's back to normal. You know, at least to the degree. All right, it's not. All right, that's going too far. But let's just at least pretend that this is like any other stream. Okay? You know, everything's not normal. I know nothing about this week is normal. But I just want to focus on this right here. You know? I want everybody to be sane. I want to keep the sanity. I want to keep the peace here in the United States. I don't want this to go off the rails further. I really don't. I worry about what that looks like. All right, we got more clips here.
Here's this protest out in, this is from freedomnews.tv.
We are one. We won't stop fighting. We won't stop fighting. Till ISIS is gone. Till ISIS is gone.
Target says that their mission is to support the joy of everyday life for all families. Then do it.
Do it now.
Justice over profit.
Justice over profit. People over.
I sit here not only as a mother or a grandmother, but I sit here as a great-granddaughter of an immigrant. And I sit here and I ask Target, you must stand with us. You must stop discriminating. You must stop treating immigrants wrong. You must give them better wages. You must give them an opportunity to have housing. You must give them an opportunity to feed their children. I stay here because this is the right thing to do.
That's right. That's right.
There's a lot of stuff that, people should be banking this stuff because it's coming to a city near you. It's
Immediately,
they're not stopping. It's like a one-day lull, maybe just in the news. I mean, I think if you're in Minneapolis, it feels very different. This is out of Morristown, New Jersey. ABC 7. This came from January 17th, so just 3 days ago. ICE, like we say, there was reports that there was a couple hundred headed up to Lewiston, Maine. They're in the Hudson Valley in New York. They're in New Jersey right now. Minneapolis, St. Paul, we see, they have 2,500 agents descending on there, but there's still plenty more, and they've got a ton of money.
Yeah. I was horrified to see this. Morristown, fairly close to where I grew up, but I saw that there were some students that came out in the street. This is a heartbreaking clip, though. I guess there was a father that was taken from this child, and you'll see the child wondering where their father went.
He was taken. A lot of people were taken.
Including, they say, the father of a 6-year-old girl. The child left alone on the street until adults who saw her stepped in.
My sister said, "Do you need any help?" And then she said, my dad was taken. Her dad was taken by immigration, and they left the little girl by herself. She was stranded. They took the dad and left the little girl. That was horrible for her to see that.
In the middle of the target zone sits St. Margaret Catholic Church, where that Sunday, the priests, during a packed mass, were warned of the raid happening at that moment and did what they could to protect those in their congregation.
The majority of our parishioners has papers. We have followed every legal steps. We have come to this country in the legal way, but we are afraid. We are afraid to be picked up, taken away, and being mistreated. And that's what is going on in our minds, and this is not only in our minds, but this is what is going on in this community.
Judy Ashworth has lived in Morristown for decades.
This whole ICE business, it's so cruel, I think, so sadistic, and so scary. What is happening? It's terrifying. I think it's terrifying. They're masked up, they have guns, they're not afraid to use them. It's horrifying. And it really is very reminiscent of what happened in Nazi Germany.
Mm-hmm. And those two women that we spoke to said that they cut their power walk short today because they realized that one of them forgot to bring along her U.S. passport. They say that is how afraid they are that they have to go around carrying their documents to prove that they are U.S. citizens. Now, we are hearing that there is supposed to be a protest.
Nobody should be having to carry their fucking passport around with them in the United States. Passport is the sort of thing you should be using when you're leaving the country, if you're an American citizen. And honestly, like, you shouldn't even have to carry it around if you're an immigrant, because there's immigration courts, and you're supposed to be able to, even if you're arrested, go to court and prove that you're a citizen and get out, right? And there's like all sorts of other sorts of things involved in all that, right? Like, but it's like, it's insane that this is a thing. Passports, you should be like, I mean, it's a very sensitive document, should be guarded. Maybe, I don't know, some people like keep that sort of thing in like a safe or something, if you're that sort of person.
Against ICE here at 6 o'clock here in Morristown outside the Hyatt Hotel. For now, we're live here in Morristown. Tony.
So Phil Murphy, the outgoing governor of New Jersey, on his way out just today, vetoed two of
You've heard ceilings. I mean, I've heard ceilings too. I've heard of other interesting places to keep it.
Bills that would protect immigrants in the state of New Jersey, including one that would limit state law enforcement's collaboration with ICE, state and local law enforcement. Now, Mikey Sherrill, when she ran for governor, had a similar position.
Okay, all right. That's I think that's all I wanted from this MR clip. If I recall correctly. Yeah. We gotta keep this puppy moving. Did you know we're already 6 hours into the stream tonight, Space Fams? It's 11 o'clock. It's only 11 o'clock. 6 hours we have been going. We've already covered a great deal of the week in terms of, well, so in terms of U.S. news. Unfortunately, there was a great deal of news in every single category that we cover on the Galactic News Network. U.S. news, environmental news. Oh boy, and it's not just the storm in the United States. The title, there's only so many characters you're allowed to put in a title on YouTube or Twitch. I think YouTube is 130, Twitch is 140. And yeah, a lot of stuff happened around the planet. Of course, global news. Davos. The trumpeting. Good God. All right, where was I? I'm sorry, I was looking through my list thinking about what I have left to cover. At least I am making progress slowly. Let's go to the New York Post now from 2 days ago. More horrifying footage. Things happening. Border Patrol. This was in Minneapolis. Or wait, was this? Yeah, no, I'm fairly certain this was Minneapolis. Thursday.
What the Get the back! What the I got you. So get out of here! Back up! I'm not doing anything! What the hell? What are you doing? That's all you want, but back up! You. Thank you! Tear gas! What do you have ice in Minneapolis? They don't know how to do their job! Don't worry. Gas on film! Gas on film! We're filming you! Gas on film, Savino! Gas on film! Gas! Fucking piece of shit! You just gas and we have it! Back! Sam! I have it! Sam, back up. The green stuff. This way. The green stuff is super carcinogenic. Yep.
doesn't feel like it, but you're really revealing how uneducated you are right now.
You heard that the green gas is toxic? Yeah, it's supposedly carcinogenic. Highly carcinogenic. And they're just spraying it willy-nilly on the faces of Americans all over. For no good fucking reason. For just purely sadistic, twisted fucking reasons. Enacting pain and suffering on the citizenry, the taxpayers. These fucking thugs can no longer do what they are doing. And it must come to an end. This is untenable and unjust. And it cannot go on for another minute on American soil without collapsing this country into chaos. Now, earlier this week, Christy Puppy Killer Gnome, R.I.P. Cricket, told ICE agents in a memo, DHS memo, that they can enter homes without a judicial warrant. Something that is, of course, completely against the Constitution, the Fourth Amendment.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Immigration officers are being told that they can legally force entry into someone's home to make an arrest without a warrant signed by a judge, according to an Immigration and Customs Enforcement memo obtained by the Associated Press. This reverses years of guidance limiting their authority in deference to constitutional guarantees against government overreach.
I'm just going to point something out for no apparent reason. I just have noticed these guys bunch up a lot. It's just something I just happened to notice for some reason. I don't know why I would notice things like that.
The memo instructs officers that administrative warrants alone are enough to enter a home using force if necessary to arrest someone with a final order of removal. That could pose a challenge to constitutional protections against illegal searches at a time when the administration is ramping up arrests in Minneapolis and around the country as the agency carries out President Donald Trump's mass deportations agenda.
This is ridiculous!
All right, now let's go on to Mr. Kyle Kalinsky of Secular Talking on the YouTubes. This is from Thursday. Or Thursday? What do you think? Yeah, I think this, yeah. I think this is Thursday, right? Actually, this might be Wednesday. I take it back.
So, as you all know, ICE is completely and utterly out of control in Minneapolis, in Minnesota. Trump has now resorted to lawfare to go after Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis, to go after Tim Walz, also to go after Keith Ellison, the attorney general. And understand something, the actual criticism of Tim Walz and Jacob Frey is that they were going too soft on Trump and the feds here. Because Jacob Frey was asked directly, will you order the police officers to arrest the ICE agents who are committing crimes? And basically his response was, look, they have bigger guns and they have more people. So I want to, but I feel like I really can't do that. That's what he said. And so if anything, the criticism is you're too right-wing, you're too soft on them, not you're too hard on them. And Trump is now opening investigations about how they're impeding law enforcement. If anything, it's the opposite. If anything, their crime is not making sure everybody is treated as equal under the law. Okay? So just, it's a horrible, horrible scenario. Well, now we've reached the point where it's so bad on the ground that various police officers, police chiefs are coming out going, really? Really? We're going to have to go ahead and fucking wrap this bitch up because you guys are causing way more trouble than you're solving. So let's start with this clip here. We have Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara goes on 60 Minutes, and he says the following. Here we go.
Administration officials are adamant that this action that they're undertaking in Minneapolis right now is making this city safer.
Targeted, precise, pre-planned operations on violent offenders. That is a good thing. But I'm concerned that people in the administration don't actually understand the reality of what's happening on the street.
Nah, bro, they get it. They understand. They are not trying to do targeted operations going after violent, criminal, undocumented immigrants. They haven't done that in fucking forever. They have a directive from the likes of Stephen Miller where he says, what the fuck are you guys doing? Go raid the fucking 7-Elevens and the Home Depots and the meatpacking facilities. And in fact, we're going to disband the agency that goes after, for example, people in a cartel or child sex trafficking. They disbanded them and sent them all to the fucking Lowe's parking lot and said, go to town over here. That's what's happening. So here you have the officer. He doesn't even get it. He's like, sir, excuse me, you guys don't appear to be going after actual criminals. No shit. You don't say. This is only what every liberal and lefty has been screaming at the top of our lungs for the entire year Trump's been in office, that this has nothing to do with going after those people. Like literally over 90% of the people they're arresting have no criminal record whatsoever, and in many instances, they're not even undocumented. But these are not violent, criminal, undocumented immigrants. They're just not. They're going after innocent people, time and time again.
Actually understand the reality of what's happening on the street.
Chief O'Hara told us the city's 911 system is overwhelmed by complaints about immigration enforcement.
What are you seeing?
Seeing multiple calls of people who have been subjected to tear gas, pepper spray. At least one case, a person was removed from a vehicle and the car wasn't even placed in park and it was rolling down the roadway.
Jesus Christ, man. That's not it, though. We have more. So now we have another police chief in Minnesota, and he comes out and he goes into even more detail about how disastrous this thing has been and about how the ICE thugs are the criminals in many instances. Here we go.
Recently, as the last 2 weeks, we, as law enforcement community, have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from U.S. citizens. What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause and being forced to demand paperwork to determine if they are here legally.
Oh.
As this went on over the past 2 weeks, we started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty.
Oh, that woke them up, didn't it? That woke them right up. Off-duty police officers getting fucking harassed and assaulted and arrested by ICE criminals. And they're going, holy shit, what is going on here? Yeah, that's right. Again, this is what we warned you guys about.
Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them.
Oh, my God. It's the black and brown officers getting harassed by...
Is that what it's going to take the police to start protecting and serving? They're going to have to start getting swept up? What's it going to take? Is it going to take what happened today on the streets of Minneapolis to just an average citizen? Is you gonna have to see that happen to a police officer for police to get the picture and to start arresting the criminals? And by criminals, I do in fact mean the ICE agents walking on our streets who need to be in jail and investigated. I'll bet you a bunch of these guys are Jan 6ers, Proud Boys, Boogaloo Boys, 3%ers. Terrorists. Anti-American terrorists and insurrectionists.
Agents when they're off duty. No shit. Oh my God, bro.
In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone. In an attempt to record the incident, the phone was knocked out of her hands, prevented her from recording it. The officer had their guns drawn during this interaction, And after the officer became so concerned, they were forced to identify themselves as a Brooklyn Park police officer in hopes of slowing the incident and de-escalating the incident down. The agents then immediately left after hearing this, making no other comments, no other apologies, just got in their vehicles and left.
So, in other words, off-duty police are more lucky than other people because they get to say, hey, I'm a police officer, and then the ICE thugs just, okay, they just start running away. But even that is so offensive.
Yeah, we've also been hearing a lot of disturbing reports of these ICE officers not doing their jobs in any ways, like in any of the ways you're supposed to, leaving unattended cars, running with keys in them, doors ajar with pets, children, just sitting in the vehicles. Zero concern for public safety. It is a farce. "25th Amendment. 25th Amendment. No justice, no peace." Here's a quick filler video from a couple of days ago. Associated Press of Heinrich Mueller. I'm sorry. Nope. Greg Bovino. More green gas. Just chucking it all over the neighborhood. Giving everybody cancer.
Right to jail, right away.
Put this Gestapo thug in jail. They don't care what judges tell them. They don't care what the law says. They don't care what their own policy says. They are just a bunch of fucking lawless thugs running around terrorizing our fucking country. And it cannot go on. And this cannot go on. Not in a place, not in a democracy. Sure, maybe a despotic form of government, perhaps. Some sort of authoritarian shithole, to use the vernacular of the supreme dictator. Let's go here, CNN, 2 days ago. Talk a little bit more about that fucking ICE memo.
The ICE crackdown in America is quickly expanding with some questionable tactics, questionable investigations, and as you're about to find out, questionable
She's not nearly angry enough right
tactics, questionable investigations, and as you're about to find out, questionable legal justifications. And while Minneapolis, yes, has been the epicenter, the administration tonight is surging ICE agents into a new target, Maine. The administration is calling it Operation Catch of the Day. Yes, just like catch and release, these dehumanizing fishing analogies continue. One city councilor in Portland, Maine, is calling it something else.
I want to be really clear. This is a war of terror that's being waged on our city by the federal government. We've seen people of all ages getting thrown on the ground and getting thrown into trucks.
Maine's governor says the federal government is only sowing intimidation and fear. And if that sounds familiar, well, it should. Because what's happening in Minneapolis could be a preview of what happens in Maine. We've already seen the videos showing aggressive ICE tactics, and tonight we're learning about a new one. ICE officers are using sweeping new power to enter homes without a warrant from a judge. The Associated Press has obtained an internal ICE memo that says that agents can enter a residence with only an administrative warrant if they're trying to arrest someone with a final order of removal. I can tell you right now, that's headed straight to a legal collision with the Fourth Amendment because that treats the home as a protected space. I mean, literally, the word houses is in the text. It says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation. Now, one of the few exceptions could be hot pursuit. Think textbook, that's a person commits a crime. They're seen running into their house for cover. The cops are chasing them, and they run into the house to get them, requiring some sort of what they call exigency.
Yes, but nobody who's being accosted by ICE seems to be committing any crimes. Especially, the protesters we've been seeing getting brutalized lately. So that would certainly not apply here. Blowing a whistle is in fact not an act of violence or a crime in any place. Certainly not in the United States. Maybe, I don't know, Saudi Arabia. Maybe that's illegal there. If you whistle near the king, you get your head chopped off. And if you try to run into your house, they can of course go into your house and chop your head off. That makes sense. But not in the United States. At least I didn't think so. All right, let's go here. Here's some ICE-related news down in Colorado from 2 days ago. People gathered in Hudson, protesting plans for a new detention center for ICE, so that they can continue to increase the internment camp population here in the country.
Today, people from all over the country showed up to speak out against plans for a new detention center for Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
They argue the former facility hasn't been used in over a decade. Now, this is happening in Hudson. That's northeast of Aurora. It's a small municipality in Weld County. As your reporter, Gabriela Vidal, shows us, residents are calling on local leaders to step up.
Hundreds of people gathering outside the former Hudson detention facility.
We're here to stand up for injustice.
Braving a blistering cold.
We're supposed to protect our communities. We're supposed to serve our communities. That is not what this looks like.
To stand up against the creation of a privately owned immigration detention center here.
I want to understand how local law enforcement is going to ensure that that rights and dignity of all people are respected.
Inside council chambers.
Having a nearby facility in this community is going to put this entire county in the crossfire of violent interactions that these ICE officers have shown to regularly bring with their presence.
On top of that, residents are concerned an ICE detention facility could double the town's population size.
This place can't house 1,200 immigrants. It's basically going to be sardines in a can.
Residents now asking council members to take a stand.
Expanding detention does not create safety, it creates fear. It silences people, it drives families into shadows, and erodes trust in local institutions.
One council member says they haven't been approached by GEO or ICE, but their hands would be tied, saying, quote, the town can only enforce code requirements set forth with current ordinances in effect both locally and with the state.
Neither the spokesperson for the GEO group in Aurora nor the ICE spokesperson responded to our request.
I'm so sick of these government officials doing fucking nothing. Where are these people's backbones? What happened to separation? What happened to states' rights and all these things, huh? Is that only for the Second Amendment?
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
We'll talk more about the Second Amendment in a little bit. There's going to be a very unfortunate opportunity to discuss it. Something I kind of stopped talking about on this stream a while back. I don't know if everybody remembers, anybody who has been here since the very beginning. But for a while, we did a portion of this stream because of just how much gun violence there is in this country. Portion of this stream was dedicated to gun violence. We stopped doing that portion of the stream long ago because it felt like it was near meaningless and nobody cared. It was deeply depressing. But now we have a very different form of gun violence on our streets. Let's just quickly take a peek at how Somali businesses are doing in Minneapolis. Now, the fact is, and we're going to get to this very shortly, there's been economic blackout. Or at least there was, starting a little over 24 hours ago, I think. Or maybe it was 24 hours ago. No. Wait. I can't remember what day it was now. It's a blur. Everything's a blur now. I think it was yesterday. There's a day of no... Like hundreds of businesses in Minneapolis apparently closed. Nobody went to work, essentially. And, you know, that could happen in other places, too. And this is absolutely affecting... We know that this is affecting the economy. And we can general strike across this country. We can just shut it all down. But it's affecting businesses. I know that much. Even, you know, even out of solidarity, even for a good cause, shutting down affects businesses. It's bad for business to not be open. I know that's probably a shocking concept to many people.
I'm here outside Carmel Mall, one of the Somali malls in Minneapolis. This place is more than just a shopping center. It's a community hub with a mosque, Quran classes, housing. Inside there's businesses selling everything. Recently, business owners here have said that the ICE presence in town has scared away their customers. A lot of employees don't want to come to work. Some vendors don't even bother opening their shop because they don't expect any customers. People who used to have 15 to 20 customers coming in an hour say now they're lucky to have just one. Others are struggling to make rent, having to pull together funds. Even citizens are worried, especially after Renee Good, who was a US citizen, was killed last week. And a lot of folks here are worried about racial profiling and worried that even their citizenship won't be enough.
Yeah. Yeah. People are worried that their citizenship won't be
Mr. Green,
enough.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member as well. Thank the witnesses for appearing today. And Ms. Sabatino, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Honestly, though, that statement should be ringing in everybody's ears that we just heard from that woman. People thinking that their citizenship won't be enough in America? Why? Why should your citizenship not be enough? Is that really something that Republicans like to because this is the fact. This is how they are treating it. I'm just wondering if Republicans would like to revisit that when this is all over. When somebody else takes power, if they'd like to talk about who deserves to be in this country, even if you're a citizen. If you've helped to, if you've aided and abetted these criminals and these criminal activities, whether you belong here, whether you've supported any of this, maybe we should check your social media history. Maybe we should go through your Facebook and your Instagram and your Twitter. Oh boy, Maybe we should get our hands on all the data over at Twitter. Seize all of Elon's servers in the United States. And go through all the data that he has. Everything you've ever said. Maybe we'll decide then whether or not you deserve to be in this country. I mean, is this the country that we want to live in?
If I may, please. You're currently hiring persons who are working in the interior of the country. Is that correct, ma'am?
Well, we do have people stationed at ports of entry, airports, land border ports, maritime, but we do have people surged to support immigration and customs enforcement and other partners, yes.
Okay, would that include, other partners include ICE?
Yes.
So you have persons who are actually in the field and they are with ICE when they are raiding, well, let's not use that term, excuse me, when they are making arrests.
We support in a number of ways. We do.
But is making arrests one of the ways?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And these persons who are doing this, have they been trained to the same extent that the ICE officers have been trained?
I'm not personally familiar with the ICE training. I imagine it's comparable, but we do recurring use of force training for all of our armed law enforcement officers.
Well, if I told you that someone associated with Antifa is working with these ICE officers who happens to be someone associated with your area, would that concern you?
If I had more context, like working with, like employed by.
Let's take the example of a prosecutor in Dallas, Texas, who had some affiliation with persons who are known to be dastards. This person was a prosecutor and seems to have a white supremacist account, makes or posts statements about Adolf Hitler, indicated we should make America white again, that sort of thing. Does that sort of thing would offend you, wouldn't it? If you knew that some of your officers were doing something like that?
Well, we would certainly investigate any allegations.
Good. And the best way to deal with this kind of circumstance is to prevent it from ever happening. You wouldn't want a person who's doing these kinds of things within your ranks, right? If the person is actually doing it.
I think it's important to ensure that
I believe your answer would be yes or no, and anything less than a yes, I would assume is no. So do you would not want a person in your ranks, right?
No.
Okay, good. So if you want to avoid it, the best.
How hard is it to answer that fucking question? Do you want white supremacists in your organization? If it's not an adamant no, you should be investigated for being a fucking Nazi. There's Al Green, representative from Texas, going in. Earlier this week, it was Thursday. This next one also from Thursday. Another disturbing fucking story.
Gifted a tier 1 subscription to Vilmorigar.
Hey, Vilmorigar just got a gifted sub from Benny Hanna. Thank you, Benny Hanna. Much appreciated.
This is 5-year-old Liam Conejo Romas being taken by ICE agents in his family's driveway after getting home from preschool on Tuesday. Now, what exactly led up to this moment is in dispute tonight. Here's what the Department of Homeland Security is saying, that they were targeting the boy's father, who is from Ecuador, but when ICE agents approached them in the driveway, DHS says the dad took off and, quote, fled on foot, abandoning his child. The father was eventually apprehended and both were taken into custody together, the father and the son. The school district released a video of that moment showing the chaotic scene that many people in Minneapolis say has become all too familiar since those 3,000 federal immigration agents have arrived in their city.
Oh boy. Oh boy. A gifted sub from Herman Horologist over on Twitch demanded the pivot. We are on the brink of getting a hype train over there on Twitch right now. Any donation from anyone else other than Benihana or Herman Horologist would get it started, it looks like. Also, a gifted membership over on YouTube from Frizzla. Marianne Bradshaw receiving that one. Much appreciated, you guys.
It's a story that even the vice president acknowledged today sounded terrible when he first heard it. But while he was in Minneapolis on the ground today, J.D. Vance argued that after learning more about what happened in the video that you saw, he says the child's detention was justified.
I see this story, and I'm a father of a 5-year-old, actually, a 5-year-old little boy, and I think to myself, oh my God, this is terrible. How did we arrest a 5-year-old? Well, I do a little bit more follow-up research. And what I find is that the 5-year-old was not arrested, that his dad was an illegal alien, and then when they went to arrest his illegal alien father, the father ran. So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. What are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death?
The _green_nude_real gifted one subscribe.
Lies, 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 and more lies from this piece of shit. I'm so sick of this man.
Oh, actually, there, she deserved it. Actually, they all deserved it. Everybody. The president is a perfect man who's never done anything wrong, and ICE is not the secret police. And they're following the law, actually.
Hype train started. Over on Twitch. Hell yeah. Green New Deal gifting out a community sub to somebody. Ryborg. Getting that. Gifty. Meanwhile, over on YouTube, J-Rock. Five gifted galactic memberships. Over on the YouTubes, who got those? Cody Culp. Mark Impa. Can't read that. Ninetails Cosmic Fox. And Jolie. And Kirkenstein's Monster. Much appreciated, everybody. Much appreciated. So much generosity tonight. Overwhelmed. Overwhelmed, but it's beautiful to be back right now, to have you all here right now.
Looney Tunes 9000 just cheered 100 bits. Orange circle emoji. After seeing that my evil play police killing another innocent US citizen, I can clearly say I am ready to fire Christy Dog kill a Walmart Karen gnome right now. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President King Donald Trump PS J.D. Vance is going to jail for kidnapping a child.
Ah, yes, I'm sure that's... Yes, right. That Donald Trump will do that any minute. Sure he will. Thank you for the bits, LT. Looney Tunes. All right. Let's go here now to global news from Thursday. Actually, we don't need this one. This is a duplicate story. I'm going to keep this moving. Let's go to this one. Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Talk a little bit more about Mr. J.D. Vance. For his league, you gifted membership? I said that. I said you gifted a membership. You gifted another one? Or... did I miss one? I said that one. I definitely caught that. I don't think you were listening.
You know, it's been a very, very long 3 weeks. Now we are 3 weeks into January, really just 1 year into the Trump administration, almost to the day. And we'll be talking about this vote later in the program to fund the DHS in the House. The big thing is that Jeffries did not whip this vote. Only 7 Democrats voted for the funding. It is unclear and probably unlikely that Democrats could have stopped it in the House anyways. There could have been maneuvers, earlier on in the way that they structured or attempted to structure these bills that might have helped the vote in some fashion. But it's really going to come down to the Senate. And the thing to keep in mind is when someone like Tom Suozzi votes to fund the DHS, he's not just voting to fund today's DHS.
Yep.
He's voting to fund everything that DHS is going to do over the course. I mean, presumably, let's just, he's doing this for electoral reasons. Everything they're going to do for the next 10 months. And if we look at the progression of ICE over the course of the past 10 months, the idea that you're going to bet in 10 months out that this is you can defend funding this agency to the majority of your voters, I'd say is a pretty bad bet.
Yeah, look at how Angie Craig's having trouble after signing on that thanks for ICE thing now up in Minnesota.
Yep.
Here are these 7. I just want to say their names. Mary Gluesenkamp Perez, Jared Golden, Don Davis, Tom Suozzi, as you mentioned, Laura Gillen, Vicente Gonzalez. Those are the 7 that voted to fund the agency that is currently wreaking havoc, shooting mothers in the face, kidnapping children. We're seeing videos out of Minnesota of them tackling a little boy to the ground as he says that he's legal, and harassment in Maine. It's horrendous. By the way, 2 of those were Ezra Klein's suggestions in his piece about how to defeat Trumpism, of people who should have just as much say in the Democratic Party's future, Gluesenkamp Perez and Jared Golden, as Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani. It's a big tent. We need to include the people that have decided to fund the Gestapo in this country.
I mean, putting aside just sort of even the sort of the moral aspects of it, from an electoral perspective, this seems to be an incredibly bad bet. And certainly it would be even more so if more Democrats were to do it. I mean, the idea that these people are trying to burnish their law enforcement bona fides. ICE is not performing law enforcement. That's exactly the point. And it makes it much harder to communicate that. So, and now Jared Golden's not running for re-election. I hope he doesn't think that he has any future in Maine politics, because this is pretty poorly timed. We're going to play footage coming out of Maine later in the program. But all right, we will talk more about that in a bit. But let's get to J.D. Vance. Yesterday, Emma talked extensively about this memo that came out, whistleblower, and it's not like as a lawmaker you can't say you didn't have a heads up as to what's going on. Where
Seriously.
the agency basically is telling its ICE agents that you don't need to follow the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. Essentially, the case law and the Constitution itself calls for a warrant to enter someone's home. And a warrant is a specific thing. And maybe, like, we shouldn't even have anything called like an administrative warrant, because theoretically we could issue administrative warrants.
Yeah, here's a piece of paper. That's worth it as just as much, like a piece of paper if I were to write, I can break into your house. That's the equivalent of what an administrative warrant is.
It doesn't mean anything. The whole point is that you're supposed to have a judge look at it and determine whether the request to enter someone's home is warranted. And but here is J.D. Vance in Minnesota. They send him in, it appears, just because he is the most shameless liar of the bunch.
Mm-hmm.
And well, let's listen to what there's a multitude of lies in this comment, but let's listen to him respond to this question.
The Washington Post reported today that an ICE memo allows agents to enter people's houses without a judge's warrant. What do you say to people who are concerned about this violating the Constitution, and how much is this tactic being used?
Yeah, so I saw that story, and the story is like so much that I read in the mainstream media. It's missing a whole lot of context, and when you appreciate the context, it makes sense. No one is saying, I mean, look, there are exceptions. For example, a crazy exception, if somebody is fired at from inside a house, they don't need a warrant to go inside that person's house. There are very narrow exceptions to the warrant requirement where law enforcement officers don't need a warrant if, for example, they're an imminent threat of their lives. But what we've said and what ICE has proposed, what the Department of Homeland Security really has proposed in the Department of Justice, is that we can get administrative warrants to enforce administrative immigration law. Now, it's possible, I guess, that the courts will say no, and of course, if the courts say no, we would follow that law.
Pause it. That is literally the functional equivalent of saying, listen, we're going to sign warrants so that we can go into people's houses and force them, force them to subscribe to the majority report.
Yep.
And now it is possible that a judge may find that we're not allowed to do that. But, I just want us to put that out there.
Yeah, and it really is telling, too, that
Is that why our subscriber numbers aren't high enough? We haven't been using enough warrants? I need to start writing more galactic administrative warrants over here. I could force people to subscribe to the channel.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Talking about this on the show yesterday, like when the Bush administration was forced and then the Obama administration to get warrants for their warrantless wiretapping, they at the very least were going through these FISA court judges that were, rubber stamping it. Of course, that process was corrupt in and of itself. This isn't even that. They're circumventing the judiciary in the way that the administration has effectively made the legislature so inept and is like, we can rescind whatever money we want when Congress passes the budget or whatever. They're doing the same thing with the judiciary.
And we should say immigration judges do not issue administrative warrants.
Yep.
It's definitional. The administrative warrants are just like essentially internal documents for
ICE.
For ICE that are generated by ICE.
Right.
They would be, if they were issued by a judge, they wouldn't be called administrative warrants. They'd be called judicial warrants.
And he's a lawyer and he knows this. Obviously, he's lying. But the point is they can issue an order of removal that is not the same as a warrant to enter a home.
he also, I think, calls immigration judges administrative judges. And I think that's to conflate the use of administrative warrants.
It's a warrant. It's an administrative judge.
Right. Yeah.
Because she says a judge's warrant, which is how you should phrase that when they're doing the administrative warrant bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
In the Department of Justice is that we can get administrative warrants to enforce administrative immigration law. Now, it's possible, I guess, that the courts will say no, and of course, if the courts say no, we would follow that law, but nobody is talking about doing immigration enforcement without a warrant. We're talking about different types of warrants that exist in our system. Typically, what happens, not always, but typically in the immigration system, those are handled by administrative law judges. So we're talking about getting warrants from those administrative law judges, and then, of course, with other cases, you get judges or you get warrants from a judge.
We're not talking about that at all. These are not signed by judges. That's the point. He can like create all these sort of like new categories or sort of like vague categories of judges but they're not signed by a judge.
Warrants are a land of contrast.
This sounds like a used car salesman trying to explain to you why the price is $10,000 more than he originally stated.
It really is like that. But it.
Okay. As we're going to wrap up that clip, gotta keep this moving. 7 hours into the stream already. And I am growing a little bit tired. Which has me worried. Has me worried that I might have to skip some stuff here tonight. I'm not shocked that that's going to happen. It's coming, I think, probably. I don't know how long. I did spend all week in the hospital, so, you know, I don't want to overdo it. I haven't hit the line yet, but it's a thing I'm trying to stay aware of. I'm going to keep this going for a while. At some point, though, 5 hours from now, I'm going to have to restart the stream. Unfortunately. Which is probably where I'll probably have to end it at 12. That's what I think I'm going to do. Rather than going to a part 2 tonight, if I haven't finished all the content, I'm just going to wrap it at 12. I think that's probably a good boundary to set up for myself. Okay. Let's move it along. So much still left to talk about. Let's go back to status quo on the ground. Talk about how ICE mutilated a child. Guys, I'm good. Good. My body's good. My brain's good. Body's good. We're good.
This is sad to see because I have family. I have family that are getting deported constantly. And this is affecting me. This is affecting going to school. Because the kid that was took during the Target raid, I knew him. My friends knew him. And this is so disappointing to see.
You can help build the only...
Wait, I'm sorry. This is a completely different video. I'm sorry. I read this wrong. I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. No. Did I say mutilated? No, I'm sorry. No, God damn it. Oh, my brain's broken. I read the word munition as mutilated. They shot chemical... I mean, this is not quite mutilation. They shot chemical munitions at a child, so that's much better than mutilating a child. Right? Shooting chemical weapons at children? That's better than mutilating them. Right? I don't know how you quantify that. Of course, I'm kidding. Not better. Not better.
Rights too. Somebody needs to take their rights too. I'm 16. I'm the daughter of Nina Long, a military vet in the Navy, and I don't fuck with this shit at all. She knows that, and we live over there by the barracks. I don't fuck with this shit. The only thing ICE is doing is ruining Minnesota, and this is sad to see because I have family. I have family that are getting deported constantly, and this is affecting me. This is affecting going to school because the kid that was took during the Target raid, I knew him. My friends knew him, and this is so disappointing to see. This is so disappointing to see. So I will stand up for it because never let journalism die. Fucking gas.
Agents there firing more pepper balls. I was struck twice there, John. Got shot with 2 pepper balls myself. The protesters had gone back out into the streets. To challenge the...
Hey, come back.
Yeah, come here. Are you? First of all, are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They threw it right at my fucking foot. They don't care if they're hurting people. They do not care if they're hurting people because their only agenda is to steal people. It's just to steal people and keep them detained. It doesn't matter if you're a U.S. citizen. I've been here for 16 years of my life, and they'd probably take me because of the color of my skin. They're not judging you based off your citizenship. They're judging you off of accents, anything that doesn't justify their political game.
What do you feel like the message is that the Trump administration or that these agents are sending to you right now?
I feel like what they're sending to me is that they don't care. They're mocking us. They're treating us like we're below human, like we're dirt under their boot. And it's disgusting to see because they're treating their own people like this. There's Asian officers in there. There's Hispanic officers in there. And it's sad to see because it's just showing the levels of corruption that is here in Minnesota still.
If you... What leadership do you want to see from your elected leaders right now in standing up against all of this violence that's being meted out against you, against everyone you're standing here beside, against the communities that surround us that you're here to stand up for? What should your leaders be doing? What message do you want to send to your leaders right now?
The leaders that should be standing up for us right now, you need to enforce violence against them because that's the only way they're going to push out and learn. Because they're committing violence against your citizens. Maybe it could be even your children one day.
There you go, 16-year-old girl talking about her experiences with ICE. Getting shot live on camera with one of the reporters of Status Quo News on the ground there in Minneapolis. Now, on the same day, Minnesota businesses were preparing for protests. An economic blackout. Here is Democracy Now! From yesterday. Oh, wait, sorry. First, I want to go to this one. This is a local or more local station. Care 11. Oh, shit. I have no sound. What is
in the
that?
state. Local faith leaders and unions are organizing the strike against ICE, calling for an economic blackout. But some businesses say while they stand in solidarity, they can't afford to close for the day. Raya Katane heard from some owners and is looking ahead to tomorrow.
At Insight Brewing in Minneapolis, the piles of donations
just keep growing.
We've been collecting baby products, food, clothing, pretty much anything that the community needs.
We just set it up last week, and it's been absolutely overwhelming.
Co-owner Eric Schmidt and marketing manager Joey Steinbach expect this collection to only get bigger on Friday, when the brewery, as they put it, will be closed for business but open to the community.
This is what our employees wanted to do. We knew we could make a much bigger difference doing what we're doing as opposed to being open.
Insight is just one of many businesses on this growing list, announcing they will cease operations on Friday as part of a general strike against the surge of ICE agents in Minnesota. So instead of selling brews, Insight's tap room will become a hub for collecting donations to distribute to people in need, with free coffee on the side. On St. Paul's west side, Amy Corey owns Michael's Pizza with her sister.
It was a tough decision.
The small family-owned shop has been around for nearly 70 years. Amy says their staff relies on a full paycheck.
I don't know why, I just love this fucking picture. Look at this fucking guy. This is America right here.
Shop has been around for nearly 70 years. Amy says their staff relies on a full paycheck and their customers need them, so they will be staying open.
We have some community members and some customers that are elderly, disabled, they're unable to leave their homes, and being mainly a delivery business, we felt it was important to continue that.
This is my number 2.
Serving people during tough times is also why Cassie Stiles says she won't be closing the doors to her coffee shop, Cup of More Pages in Inver Grove Heights.
It was a very difficult decision. I spent a long time talking about it with my staff, praying about it, and talking about it with my family.
Instead of closing, Cassie says she will donate a portion of her sales to a neighboring Mexican restaurant, which she says has been forced to close for weeks.
And I recognize that there's a privilege that I have. I don't have to worry because of the color of my skin. And
you know, people making tough decisions here, business owners. The Mario, that dude, he does look like Mario, doesn't he? That guy. That fucking guy back there. It's a me. People trying to do their part. Many deciding to close. Not everyone.
We're going to stay in Minneapolis for the next 2 minutes, where we're joined by a union leader. Many people are saying today they plan to do nothing. They're not going to go to work or school or shop or as part of an economic blackout to protest the surge of ICE agents in the state. It's being called a day of truth and freedom. Some call it a general strike. Organizers include faith leaders, scores of unions, including the AFL-CIO. We go to Kieran Knutson, president of the CWA, Local 7250. Lay out what you're calling for.
Thanks a lot for having me, Amy. Today, after weeks of living under the heavy weight of this racist campaign of terror by ICE agents in the Twin Cities that have torn apart families, have brutalized people and murdered people, today the working class of Minnesota, of the Twin Cities, is standing up and refusing to go to work, refusing to go to school, refusing to shop. And for once, we're going to flex our muscle that we contribute to this society every day. Nothing runs without the working class in this country. And today, we're going to show our power.
And what specifically are you calling for people to do? And how was the coalition built around this issue?
Well, in the Twin Cities, there's been activism and organizing of this generation, you know, going back to prior to the George Floyd uprising. Of course, the George Floyd uprising was a key moment in Minnesota's history, in this country's history, and many of the organizers have, you know, experience from that, and that created a network of organization and experience and confidence to be able to go forward with this kind of organizing. This has never been done before, though. This is unprecedented in our generation, where we're asking people not to go to work, and there's going to be hundreds of thousands of workers today that will not go to work because they support the demand for ICE out. ICE is deeply unpopular in the Twin Cities, even hated because of their brutality, because of their tactics because of the murder of Renee Good. And today is a chance to actually use our power in a way that will catch the attention of those rich and powerful who, live off of our labor every day. And it's going to show the community what power we do have and what we can do to fight back against ICE.
Karen Knutson, we want to thank you.
All right, let's go to the protests that happened on this economic blackout day of truth and freedom. Where better to go than, of course, Status Good News, who we've been watching so much of lately. Their coverage has been so pivotal, so vital in this moment. And they've been growing fast. Their numbers are insane right now. They had like 30,000 people watching earlier today. It was wild. I could not believe how much support I saw them getting.
Good
it was
morning
amazing.
from.
It was like I was sort of overwhelmed.
Good morning.
What's this guy's
from
name again?
Sunny and beautiful, scenic Fort Snelling, Minnesota.
Josh.
Where it is a balmy negative 20 degrees outside, plus a slight breeze that makes it feel. Oh my goodness, and do you feel every negative degree of that right now? But that has not stopped the people of Minnesota from coming out here to the Whipple Federal Building, the headquarters for ICE and the other Department of Homeland Security agencies that are conducting immigration enforcement operations here in the Twin Cities area. From coming out to this place and having a bit of fun in the sun, Minnesota style, outside of the Whipple Federal Building. They're planning direct action here this morning, and the protests are already well underway. Several dozen people gathered here who we'll be hearing from in just a moment. Before I do, I want to note what today is. Friday, January 23rd, which is the day of a planned general strike in the state of Minnesota. The goal is for no work, no school, no shopping, grinding to a halt this state as a show of protest and a flex of strength against the Trump administration for the...
Okay. We're not going to watch this whole thing. It's super long. It was quite... Wait, is this the really long one? This might be the... No. Today was the really long one. Today... Yeah, that was the really long. This one's not that long. Well, in terms of Status Quo News live streams. It's like an hour and a half long. But I'm going to go ahead and scoop ahead to see some of the people that he talked to. Let's see, JT. Who you got?
Sorry?
She's preparing.
I
guess I can.
Yeah? All right. This is my cameraman, John. My name is JT. What's your name, or how do you want to be identified?
Scrimp.
Scrimp.
Yeah.
How do you spell scrimp?
Doesn't matter.
SKRIMP. Sound good to you?
Sure.
All right. Can you talk, Scrimp, about just since you're going to go by that alias, why it's important to be going by an alias out here as you're doing these actions and this protesting?
Well, I think we're seeing that they're starting to target people who are observers as it becomes increasingly more fascist. So it's important to remain anonymous so that we can keep doing the good work and being out.
And speaking of that good work and being out, why did you want to be out here this morning? I mean, it's negative 20. There are other days to protest. You wanted to be out here this morning. Why was that important to you?
We're stronger than them, and I think being out here on a cold morning like this really shows that. I hope they get frostbite.
What about yourself? Are you worried at all about frostbite? How are you bundled up here this morning?
No, I'm good.
You're good. Yeah. All right. So the message you came to deliver was what?
We are strong and we are together. You cannot divide us. We love our neighbors. We love our community. And go home.
Go home. The Trump administration has said that its actions in this city and in others are nominally about keeping people safe, about arresting criminals. Can you describe to people who are not here in the Twin Cities area, who are the kinds of people that the Trump administration is targeting?
Honestly, anyone. They are not arresting criminals. They are arresting our neighbors, our fellow people. They're not making the community safer. They're making it much more dangerous, actually, even with their driving. So, yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. They're just spreading lies, propaganda, whatever they want to say. It's not true. If you're not here, you don't get it.
Describe that driving that you're talking about. How are agents conducting themselves on the roads here in Minnesota communities, neighborhoods that they're driving through?
They get scared when they see us, so they'll speed up. I heard stories of them going 60 down to 30. My roommate said she watched one almost hit one in a crosswalk. They run red lights all the time. They just drive erratically, and they're not from here, so the ice on the ground is already dangerous without the ICE agents present driving.
Yeah, it's icy out there. It's winter, and you got a bunch of idiots driving around doing a bunch of lawless shit, causing chaos. It looks so cold out there. Everyone looks freezing.
Why did you want to be out here? What did you come to say to the federal government?
Well, I mean, this is ridiculous. The violence against our community and, everyone is just insane. I don't know how this is even allowed, to be honest. It's baffles me. I mean, they took, that little baby boy and then another little girl last night. She was, 2. I mean, this is just, it's not even their goal. It's, even if they were going after bad guys, ICE has been around and they were doing it in a little bit of a better way. I mean, this is just evil.
Yesterday, Vice President J.D. Vance used Minneapolis as the backdrop for some propaganda that he was trying to spin some of those arrests that you were just talking about. You're referencing that 5-year-old boy who was taken, and he tried to make it sound as though ICE was rescuing him. When you see the vice president come in here and try to portray the agents as the unsung heroes, what's the reaction that you have to that?
I mean, they've just been lying the whole time. The propaganda's crazy. The woman who was arrested yesterday, the activist, they AI'd her face to look like she was crying. They're just spinning everything. So, I mean, I don't, anything they say is not real to me at this point. And, but the sad thing is, I do think some of them think they are being heroes. And I don't know how, that they're what's happening in their brains, You
referenced there that activist who...
Yeah, they're right. I have no... I have no idea how any of these people think that they're doing the right thing. They're living in a freaking fairy tale. A twisted... sort of fairy tale they're telling themselves. All right. There were protests all over the place yesterday. Protesters gathered outside of the airport, the MSP, I believe is what it's called. Here's Fox 9 Minneapolis, St. Paul from Friday.
We can see
It looks painfully cold out there. Oh my God, these people are fucking heroes. Champions. Of great resolve. Standing out in the cold. Fighting for democracy and freedom. Great patriots. All of them. Let's keep talking about the economic day of blackout. The day of whatever we're calling it.
Criticism of the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration continues today. The latest controversy surrounds a group of ICE agents detaining a 5-year-old boy returning home from school in Minnesota. That child and his father are now being held nearly 2,000 kilometers away in Texas. The CBC's Katie Nicholson joins us now from Washington with more. So, Katie, ICE officials spoke this morning in Minneapolis. What did we hear?
Yeah, so Andrew, those warring narratives really continue on what happened when Liam Ramos was put in a car and taken away by ICE agents back on Tuesday. So just to remember, recap here, the 5-year-old had just come home from preschool when ICE agents appeared in the driveway and arrested his father. So ICE has been accused of using Liam as bait. It's believed his mother was in the home. From reports of witnesses who were there on the ground, that she was urged not to open the door to ICE. That is common advice that is given in the Twin Cities when ICE appears at your door to immigrants, that they're not to open the door unless someone appears with a judicial warrant.
This is one of the saddest pictures from this week. This has been one of the fucking saddest weeks of the last, I don't know. I mean, it's been, this year is, the 2026 has been one of the fucking worst years I've ever seen in terms of how it started. 25 days. And we have seen some utterly horrifying images, events happen this month. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to digest it all. Images like this are just haunting to me. This little kid, held onto by a federal agent, did nothing wrong. 5 years old. Cutest hat. Looks like he's just got done with school. Being used as bait by these sadists. This is disturbing. This is Nazi Germany. Okay, this is Nazi America. This is Trump America. The fascist Trump America that people like myself and many others warned would come. Talked about the Insurrection Act. We talked about how he wanted to invoke it. We talked about the Alien Enemies Act and how he wanted to invoke that. Something that was used the last time in World War II. In another shameful moment in U.S. history, where U.S. citizens were detained because of their race, and nothing else. No evidence was asked for, no due process, rounded up, and thrown in internment camps. I'll be right back, everybody. I need to grab something.
Marshall's coming through. On your left. On your left. Sorry, excuse me. Jesus! Ice out! Ice out! Jesus! Now! Jesus! Ice out! Now! Ice out! Now! Ice out! Now!
Okay, I am back. Look at all these people out here. Bundled up. Like it's the Arctic. I like this lady's jacket. I think it's banging, styling, protesting simultaneously. You don't have to, it's not mutually exclusive. You can do both, technically. If you got the means. And the goggles. I mean, look at those gogs. Look at them gogs. My God. Nobody noticed I was gone. Wow, wow, wow.
How rude.
Offensive. Yes, I said I was gone. I said I had to go grab something. I'll be back. And here I am. Back. All right, let's go to this fucking story next. Back to Colorado. We were last there with a story from 2 days ago. This one's from yesterday. 24 hours ago, almost exactly. Here's a disgusting story about ICE tactics and their terror campaign they are waging on America. Have you ever heard of something called a death card? Well, apparently, ICE is leaving death cards for people after they kidnap people off the streets.
Well, tonight, community outrage in Eagle County after disturbing allegations involving immigration and customs enforcement as ICE arrests took place in Eagle, Vale, and Minturn. In Vale, after detaining 9 Latino community members, advocates say that agents left ace of spades cards, often known as the death cards, inside vehicles that they left behind. Your reporter Jasmine Arenas spoke with a tow truck driver who went in to retrieve cars, and when he realized it was an ICE operation, recorded the incident and refused to move those vehicles.
It's disgusting. It's racist.
Alex Sanchez with Voces Unidas says ICE detained 9 Latino community members on Wednesday, and family members later found ace of spades cards left behind in the detainees' vehicles.
This is not about public safety. It is about fear and control.
Sanchez says the ace of spades, sometimes called the death card, has a history tied to intimidation.
We need every elected official and local law enforcement leader serving Eagle County to publicly denounce these actions. Silence is non-neutrality. It is complicity.
In a statement, a DHS spokesperson says ICE is investigating and condemns.
Oh, thank God they're investigating. They're going to investigate themselves. Oh, good. We're going to let the Gestapo investigate themselves. Great. Can't wait to hear what they have to say about it. Fuck these people. Reuters, next, 18 hours ago. We are getting closer and closer to current reality that we are living in. I feel like I'm digging myself out of a deep, deep, dark hole right now. I don't know about you, Space Fams. What a fucking week. Back to the protests.
This type of conduct.
I'm outside the jail facility in Aurora, and while families are
standing back and not doing anything doesn't help with, the situation. Everybody's scared, so we need to speak out.
Yeah, this is first not how we treat our neighbors. The inhumanity of this Trump administration is just beyond the pale. We are better than this.
Children are terrified. Families are afraid to send their kids to schools. This is not about immigration. This is about intimidation.
Honestly, from our leaders, I need less words, more actions, less strongly worded letters, and more orders to, you know, well, it depends on who we're talking about. Orders or legislation, whatever it might be. We need it now. We need action in Congress. We need action in every single place possible. There was a message I was going to respond to, but I think somebody deleted it. It sucks because I actually wanted to. I can't remember what it was, and there was actually something good I was going to say about it. And now I feel like it's been robbed from me a little bit. It's fine. That's fine. I'm fine. It's not a big deal. You deleted it. Yeah, you did. And now I can't look at it. Because once you retract the message, I can't look at it. If a mod hides it, or like blocks you, I can look at it. But I guess actually if you get blocked, maybe not. But if you get timed out or a message hidden, I think I can possibly read those. But banned, if you get banned, then I can't read them. Or if you retract them. You're killing me. It's fine. It's fine. I respect everybody's decisions to pull things back. Just sometimes I find your comments important and or relevant, and I like to riff off of them, as many of you, I'm sure, well know. I do that sometimes. It helps me out in terms of moving things along, too. And tying things together. And I'm like searching for it still. I can't remember what you said. It's killed. It's gone. That one's gone. Okay. I have to accept that and move on. MS now. To the story of the fucking day. God damn it. Here we are. Here we are. To Saturday, January 24th, 2026. About 12 hours ago, this was posted to the MS Now YouTube channel. This is the first word I heard about this.
This video is graphic. Let me show you what we've got.
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know?
What you hear at the end of that appear to be gunshots. Senator Tina Smith has just posted another catastrophic shooting in Minneapolis by federal agents. We're gathering more information, but ICE must leave now so Minneapolis Police Department can secure the scene and do their job. Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty has posted, we're aware of reports of a federal agent having shot an individual in Minneapolis this morning. We are working with the BCA to coordinate a state response. Senator Amy Klobuchar has tweeted, there's been another shooting involving federal agents in Minneapolis. I'm working to get more information. I will update as soon as possible. To the Trump administration and the Republicans in Congress who have stood silent, get ICE out of our state now. I'm going to just grab the tweet from Tim Walz as well, who has said that he has spoken with the president and that ICE needs to get out of the state now. Alex Tabbitt was pointing out that typically after a shooting like this, they want to get law enforcement in. Okay, so let's just listen in. Something's going on here.
Back up! Back up! Hey!
You're seeing somebody being dragged away there. The shots you were hearing, you saw shots and then you immediately saw this tear gas. That is tear gas. That's not pepper spray. You're also, the loud sound suggests that it could be a combination of tear gas or flashbang grenades. You are seeing photographers. You're seeing officers tell people to get out of the way. Now you see, look right in front of you. Look at those are all officers with their weapons raised. We do not know whether that's those are live fire weapons or tear gas, but you are hearing tear gas and flashbangs go off. I want to stay with this scene. You are watching this is going on in Minneapolis right now, about an hour and a bit after a reported shooting, which we just showed you video of. Let's just listen in. Protesters and the ICE officers or ICE or CBP officers, again, it's impossible to tell, and I'm sorry for that, but if ICE and CBP would actually wear uniforms, we would be able to tell you who they are. There are uniformed police in the area. They may be Minneapolis State Police. They may be, they may be Minneapolis Police Department or Minnesota State Police. But at this point, there seems to be some ongoing confrontation between ICE officers and protesters. This is tear gas you're looking at. We did see the officers. Look at this. This guy has his gun out of his holster. We did see ICE officers or CBP officers with pepper spray in their hands. This is not pepper spray. We have heard explosions. Those are most likely tear gas or flashbang grenades. Flashbang grenades are very, very loud, very bright images that are meant to sort of blind you and sort of take your hearing away for a few moments. They can be very, very dangerous. They can damage your hearing and sight permanently. But when you heard the shooting, you immediately saw smoke, which suggests that's tear gas. You heard people coughing, which again suggests that it's tear gas. This confrontation is clearly not under control. It's not over. Again, these do not appear to be Minneapolis police or Minnesota State Police. These appear to be federal officers. Most of them are masked. Some of them have gas masks. Some of them have long guns on them. One we just saw moments ago pull out his handgun and then holster it again. And we are seeing these interactions go on. Alex Tabbitt is on the other side of this. The way they've done this is they've split the scene. So if you're on one side of it, you're some distance from the other side of it. And it does look like ICE is having trouble getting control of the scene, which is not atypical because this isn't actually what they're trained to do under any circumstances. Remember, this is Immigration and Customs Enforcement. This is not their work. And they seem to be having great difficulty getting this under control. They have protesters who are out there screaming for them to get out of Minneapolis. And by the way, that is a view that is shared by Minneapolis police, by Minnesota state officials, by Tim Walz, who has said, I've just spoken with the White House after another horrific shooting by federal agents this morning. Minnesota has had it. This is sickening. The president must end this operation, pull the thousands of violent, untrained officers out of Minnesota. Now I've read you posts from Senator Amy Klobuchar, from Senator Tina Smith, from the Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty. This is a developing situation. We're going to stay on this now for a little while.
It's like Call of Duty. So cool, huh?
Did you shoot him? Did you shoot? Take the shot. If they kick it, you take the shot. Load up. Load up.
It just blows that way. Fucking idiots. Look at that. It's doing nothing.
These fucking pigs are just unloading clips of who knows what at a fucking crowd. Look at this shit. Looks like fucking Fallujah in here. This is America? This is justified because they just got done murdering somebody on the sidewalk? They are justified in shooting more protesters? Is that how that works? Somebody explain that to me. We're gonna go back to these protests that are going on out here. In the wake of this, though. In the wake of this, there was some very upsetting things. Ways in which people reacted to this, the narrative that came out from the fuckwits in charge of all of this mayhem, and from the elected officials in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We're gonna go through all of that chronologically right now, as it happens. And actually, I gotta check one. Fuck, I need my phone. I can do it from my computer. What am I doing? I'm just too used. I can't remember. I signed on this browser or that. I can't even remember. That's not how you. I just tried to go to x.com. Coomer. X.Coomer. Sorry, I just gotta check my bookmarks right now, timing-wise. Oh, I gotta check my bookmarks timing-wise here. I'm trying to do this one chronologically. It's a fucked up day. It's been a fucked up week. Yeah, I'll get to this in a second. Yeah. Alright. First, before we get into this, any X bookmarks that I've got, let's go here. CBS Minnesota from 12 hours ago.
Now we're going to go to Frankie
McLister.
Frankie is on the south side. Are you on the north side now, Frankie, or are you on the south side?
South side.
No, we're on the south side. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Frankie.
Okay, good. So as you see, we're right now on 27th. You're looking towards Nicollet. We've just had to, honestly, back up more and more as this just continues to be super fluid and can get pretty hectic on a moment's notice. You're seeing a lot of bystanders that have backed up because before Adam was talking, we saw more chemical irritants deployed this way, and we're going to continue to pay attention to that. But I spotted a woman who was kind of comforting an individual that was seemed to be in the middle of everything and had to run back here. Your name was Joy, right, ma'am?
Yeah, my name is Joy.
Where do you live, and what brought you? As we know, the people are irritated.
Yeah,
there's a lot of just profanity going on.
Yeah.
What brought you out here? And kind of just tell me who you were chatting with and what words you were using.
Oh my God. Is he really like pearl clutching right now? Or like, what is this about the fucking profanity? Why?
Comfort her.
So, my husband is in there somewhere. Like, we were at home.
I gotta say, we all just got done watching somebody get executed by the government. That sort of thing's usually not televised, I would point out. Right? And this guy's like, sorry for the profanity. It's like, dude. Read the room.
In our posh home in Edina.
Read the motherfucking
and
room.
we were watching the news and learned that there was another shooting here. And, like, we were just like, I can't stand this anymore. I can't stand what's happening here. So we came out immediately, we were here.
I think, you think they get fined? Yeah. Great. Good. I hope they get fined. Fuck CBS. We're only watching this because of this woman. If WCCO weren't a local station, we would not be watching any CBS affiliates. The only CBS videos I have on this list are the local CBS affiliate from Minnesota. And that is it. CBS can fuck right off. I say we break them up and give all their assets to Democracy Now! And status quo.
A lot of the folks were getting pulled
The
out
majority
and,
are for
like, tear gas and
everyone else. I mean, shit, if we're giving stuff out, I honestly, I don't need it. I'm fine. I don't need any of
can't
it.
see out of their own eyes because they're literally blinded by the chemicals. And so I was helping people back there, and I happened across this woman. I don't know where she is now, but she was having a panic attack. She was in the moment of having a panic attack, and I walked up and I gave her a huge hug, and I just said to her, I said, we got this. This is when we show our resolve as a city because we're better than this. We are under attack by this administration right now, and this is not okay. It's just not. I'm a 55-year-old woman who lives in Edina, and I have to come in here and tell the world, like, we have to change this. This is not okay for our city.
How long have you lived in the Twin Cities?
This is my second stint in the Twin Cities. I've been here. I was here 13 years the first time. I left for a little bit. I've been back now for 8.
Let me ask you, scenes like this have just drawn a spotlight across the world, across the country. What do the Twin Cities mean to you? What do you want to show to people outside that are only seeing instances such as all this tension happening right now and back in 2020?
You know, I believe that the Twin Cities represents the best of America on a fundamental level.
Why and how so?
Because we represent this idea of embracing others from other places. I mean, there are 160 different nationalities that live in this city because, you know, there's a lot of refugee programs that are based out of this city. We invite them in because we know that they belong here, that they're welcomed here. This is about attacking the fundamental principles of our country right now. We are one country, regardless of where we come from. We're all immigrants and we're sitting on native land.
I'm just going to ask us to move back as maybe Ray can just kind of point the camera. This is, again, just how fast things are moving. We are seeing some folks that just ran, but it looks a little calmer. And thank you for your time, Joy. Please take care of yourself. All right, please. Adam was saying just he can't even describe, honestly, the feeling out here. Talking with folks like Joy, guys, and just hearing these explosive sounds, it is kind of, I won't cut it, very surreal to be out here. We're at the corner of 27th and Nicollet. You can see the smoke that has filled the air. We got here probably, let me look at my phone right now to even see the time. I see it says 11:10 a.m. I also see it's -10. Clearly that's not stopping folks from showing up and voicing their opinions against the federal agents that stand right there in the center. And if you look at the intersection, it looks like it's completely on fire. When we got here, it was a little bit that chemical irritants weren't deployed. We saw the agents just moving in more and more, and kind of just some on side streets as we're on now, standing by. to be prepared to deploy the chemical irritants. And now, as you see, they're not shy about doing that. The first one I want to notice.
All right, shut up, CBS Minnesota. We're done with you. Possibly for the whole stream. Ah, my fucking God. Honestly, still cannot believe what we witnessed today. What we've witnessed over this last month. It's been one of the most sadistic campaigns witnessed in modern American history. I think that's it for CBS Minnesota. I think that, yep. That was the only clip that I kept in here from them because of that lady. What she had to say. I felt that to be relevant. Let's go to another relevant comments from Minneapolis officials. Jacob Frey holding the press conference once again. Press conference number 30,000 of year 2026. Here's NBC News from 11 hours ago with the clip. The clip, if you're ready. Actually, I forgot. Oh, God damn it. I've made a huge, tiny mistake.
Thus far this morning, and then I would provide some details based on the limited amount of information that we have thus far this morning, and then I would provide some comments myself. Chief.
They don't have you. They don't have you.
They called the wrong thing up. That's on their end.
At approximately 9:03 a.m. this morning, Minneapolis police received the report of a shooting involving federal law enforcement in the area of East 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue on the south side of the city. Officers arrived and found an adult male with multiple gunshot wounds when they arrived. Life-saving aid was being rendered, and he was transported by ambulance to Hennepin County Medical Center, where he was later pronounced deceased. Based on the information that we have, which is very limited, this is a 37-year-old white male who is a Minneapolis resident, and we believe he is an American citizen. We have not been told any official reports of what has led up to the shooting, but we have seen the video that is circulating on social media. Our demand today is for those federal agencies that are operating in our city to do so with the same discipline, humanity, and integrity that effective law enforcement in this country demands. We urge everyone to remain peaceful. We recognize that there is a lot of anger and a lot of questions around what has happened, but we need people to remain peaceful. In the area, we have an unlawful assembly at this time. Minneapolis police given multiple warnings for the crowd. Disperse.
Fuck this guy.
We are asking for people to avoid the area and to leave if you are there.
Fuck you, fuck both of you guys. You're a disgrace. You're calling an unlawful order? Yeah? You're calling this is an unlawful order. This is anarchy. The state government, the local government doing nothing. Go fuck yourself. Unlawful assembly? Why don't you go arrest the criminals that just fucking murdered somebody in the middle of the street? Put your fucking glasses away and get that gun out. You got a badge. You're wearing it. How about you use that instead of your spectacles over here? I can do that too. Oh, I can do that too. Oh, watch. Oh, today we are declaring an unlawful order. ordering the peace-loving citizenry of Minneapolis back into their homes like the fascists, proving once again that we need to defund the police because they're fucking useless. Let's see what Mayor Frickin' Terrible had to say.
I just saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? How many more lives need to be lost before this administration realizes that a political and partisan narrative is not as important as American values? How many times must local and national leaders must plead with you, Donald Trump, to end this operation and recognize that this is not creating safety in our city? As you'll hear from Director Sayer in just a second, we have seen these kinds of operations in other places, in other countries, but not here in America. Not in a way where a great American city is being invaded by its own federal government.
Great. So we're being, so not we, Minnesota's being invaded by the federal government. And you guys are declaring the protesters to be the unlawful ones rather than, you know, upholding the law in the city. Because I'm fairly certain it's state law. It's a crime to murder somebody. To just shoot somebody minding their own fucking business, whistling on the street, not even on the street. He was on the fucking sidewalk, minding his own goddamn business. An American citizen. And all you got is words, and some of those words are, everybody stop protesting and go home. You've got to be joking me. It's a joke, right? Speaking of jokes, this was fascinating. So this next clip that we're going to go to was from about 10 hours ago. It was posted 10 hours ago by Forbes Breaking News. This press conference took an incredibly long time to actually culminate in words from an official or anyone. It was a silent fucking room, crickets. For like, I don't even know how long. I was trying to nap earlier today to save my strength. You know, I already had most of the show prepared and was just trying to like follow what was happening that today. Or yeah, Saturday, technically. For many people, it's still Saturday. For Minnesota, is it still Saturday? I'm trying to think. No. Yes. +2? -2, I mean, whatever it is. Can't do the math. The real cyborg. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, this must take like an hour and a half for this fucking fascist to come out to the podium. I was waiting so long. I watched like most of the, like, not most of, but like half of the 4-hour-long status coup news live stream that was going on at the protests. Supposedly unlawful protests. Meanwhile, murder's fine. Head of the murderers brigade, the American Gestapo boys.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Gregory Bovino, and I have the privilege and honor of leading the United States Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection here in Minneapolis. Some of those brave men and women of Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security law enforcement join me here today to show support for all federal law enforcement who have been under constant attack in Minneapolis for weeks now. This morning was no different. At 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien, Jose Huerta Chuma. You can see this illegal alien on the screen to my left and right. That is Jose Huerta Chuma, whose criminal history includes domestic assault to intentionally inflict bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots.
So just to be clear, with the story that this man is weaving for us right now, is that ICE agents, Benihana, Benihana using a massive amount of galactic credits just to play that music. How much is that? Is that 5,500? It's like 5,500. The space bucks over here on Twitch just to hear that music. 'Cause I'm already wearing a tinfoil hat. Don't worry, I'll roll it over for tomorrow. That's too much. I know how long it takes you to earn those space bucks. It's a long time. I think it's only like a few hundred per hour or something you get by watching the stream. Unless you're clicking all the channel points rewards. So his line of bullshit, just so we're all clear, is that this ICE agent, these ICE agents were conducting normal activities, and this individual presented some sort of threat, threatened them with a gun, and then they disarmed him by killing him. Or killed him. It's not. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Say it again. How did it go down again?
The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted.
Right. They tried to disarm him, but they couldn't. They couldn't do it. 8 dudes could not disarm one man. And so they had to murder him. They had to blast him. That is the contention from Greg Bovino. I want us to all remember what his story was. Okay? He resisted. They could not disarm him. They could not get the gun away. So they had to.
Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers.
Let's not forget, this was only hours after this. I don't know what kind of investigation could have actually been done. Probably about as much investigation as goes into the hiring practices here at ICE.
A Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
So he had a gun. He had a gun, and he was going to do maximum damage, says Greg Bovino. This guy was going to, he was waiting. He's waiting to go John Wick on these guys. Maximum damage, he says. Very low volume on your left. Oh, yeah. No, me too. It's this clip. It's all these press conferences. All these press conference audio is garbage. It's always out of, like, one. It's always, like, mono. And I'd have to, like, be prepared to down mix every single time that it does that. But there you go. I mean, Greg Wobegon, I mean, he goes on for a number of minutes talking about this man who was murdered by his agents, like he's a terrorist or something. I'm just gonna go to the end of this thing.
One question. First question, when did agents learn that he had a gun, and did he ever brandish that weapon at agents?
Allie, this situation, again, is evolving. This situation is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. This particular incident is being investigated just like we investigate other similar incidents like we've done over the past several years. It's in the hands of professionals. Those facts will come to light.
All right, going on to the next question. So, did he have an additional gun, or was the gun moved from the scene? And I watched the video from start to finish of that woman who was wearing the red jacket, and it doesn't seem like he pulled the weapon at any point. So, does the account come from the agents? Did they say that he pulled the gun before, during, after? When does the gun come out?
Again, this situation's evolving. This is under investigation. Those facts will come to light, but let's take a look at.
If you're waiting for facts, why are you out here making the claims that this guy was out there to do maximum damage? In the video I saw, the gun was not drawn. He was not threatening officers with the gun. He apparently had a license to carry that pistol in the state of Minneapolis. In the state of Minnesota. In the city of Minneapolis. I don't know all the gun laws there. But gun was not drawn when the officers approached him. He was using a whistle. But Greg Wobegon says we should do an investigation, and that's exactly what we're going to fucking do. Around the same time that this press conference was going on, people were investigating what the fuck happened here. And I invite you to take a look at this from 10 hours ago on the old Twitter. With me, real quick, and break down the events that happened here. I would just like to point out before we go further down this, you'll notice he is right here. Okay? And he's clearly helping somebody walk across the street. It's not clear who, what their relation is. He's just being a good guy.
Are I a good guy?
I don't know. Just helping another protester, or just a citizen. Who who knows? Might just be helping an old lady walk across the street. You notice he's not holding a weapon. He's got a phone. That's clearly a man holding a phone that's recording what's going on. And this guy here is pepper spraying him in the face from about a yard away. Maybe 3 feet. Maybe. It's hard to gauge. I don't know everybody's heights here. But something like that. That guy then runs over to him. Right? You see, he runs over to him and continuously spraying him while grabbing his arms So he's grabbing him while simultaneously spraying him from behind. Remember what he was just doing. He was helping somebody walk across the street. Now, here, they start to try and take him down. There's already somebody on the ground. You can see here 2 pairs of legs down. But one comes down first, right? You can just go back. You can see that his shoes are black. You can see a pair of white shoes hit the ground. Right there. So they've caused massive chaos. There's like 3 people on the fucking ground now. They're just throwing people to the ground in the middle of the winter. Now this guy starts bashing him in the head. From behind. Very dangerous. I would like to point that out to everybody. Shouldn't hit people in the back of the head. It's much more likely that they get some sort of brain injury or concussion. They're more likely to die. The head injury, in general, more likely to happen back there. There's a few spots on the skull that are more sensitive to being struck. You can see clearly here the gun. And actually, I forgot to do this. I skipped past a part and I shouldn't have. For this moment, I shouldn't have. But Greg Bovino, during that last... Actually, we can just do this. I just realized. We can just go back here. Where's this fucking photo? Hold on. I'm going to find this. Because Greg Bovino pulls up a photo of what this gun looks like. And he says, this guy had a gun. Look at it. Where is this fucking thing? You fucking Nazi. If we do not have internal trials in this country and hold these people accountable, then it is my belief that the International Criminal Justice, the ICJ, ICC, need to start looking at charges against people like Donald Trump and others in this crew. They shouldn't be able to leave this country without facing consequences. Where is this fucking thing? I can't find it right now. What the fuck? What is wrong with me? It's like a really quick, it's like a part of the problem is like a really quick cut. Oh, is it right here? Wait. Where is it? No. Oh. Fuck, I can find it. This is it. This is what he showed. I think I watched a different clip of this, and oh yeah, that's what it was. That's why I can't find it. This is killing me. I was watching the live stream, and instead I put in the Forbes breaking news clip, which doesn't pan to this evidence that they showed of this gun. This is what the gun looks like. There's a clip. You can see a clip above it. There's a like an ACOG scope on the on the top there. It is tan, slightly darker on the top. What do you see here? This man, and also I point out, this is not, you see the black on the bottom? That's not the gun. That's a finger. Because this guy at least knows you're not supposed to run around with your finger on the trigger of a gun. So you just can't see the bottom of the pistol. But he has the gun. He's a yard away from everyone running in the other direction for some reason. Unclear why. And then this. But they want to use Greg Bovino. I just want to go back here once again to what Greg Bovino said earlier. What did you say, Greg?
United States Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection here in Minneapolis. Some of those brave men and women of Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security law enforcement join me here today to show support for all federal law enforcement who have been under constant attack in Minneapolis for weeks now. This morning was no different. At 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien, Jose Huerta Chuma. You can see this illegal alien on the screen to my left and right. That is Jose Huerta Chuma, whose criminal history includes domestic assault to intentionally inflict bodily harm, disorderly conduct,
I fucking hate this man.
Approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots.
Those are not defensive shots. It took us 30 seconds to figure that out. Those were not defensive shots. That was an unarmed man on the ground who just got murdered. We have the evidence. We just watched it. This man is a liar and a criminal. And the fact that they want to use, like, this man's Second Amendment rights.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
It's fascinating. Where are all the Second Amendment fetishists out there? They've all turned fascist. I gotta say this, though. Do not bring your guns to protests. There's no reason. There's no reason. Don't do it. Don't do it. Now it's not clear that, I mean, he's an observer, but like I guess my point is that he just don't do it. I'm not blaming him whatsoever. But I am also gonna say this. Because here's the thing. Before I say what I'm about to say. Protesting is Guns at a protest. Guns at a protest is no longer a protest. It becomes something new. It can go in multiple directions. But that becomes something new. That becomes an armed resistance. And these are two different things. And right now, it's protest time. It's still protest time. However, in the wake of the onslaught of the Trump administration on the Constitution, I have become a constitutional absolutist to some degree on some of these things that exist supposedly enshrined in our laws. First Amendment absolutist, Second Amendment fetishist. Let's do it. Let's do it. Leftists, we need leftists with guns. Regulating the militia. And preventing tyranny, as Republicans have told us the Second Amendment does. Guns always making us safer in America. So I want leftists to be the ones making America safe. If this is the world that we live in, a lawless society. However, I'm not suggesting anybody go out and do any sort of vigilante actions right now. I'm not suggesting, as I just said, that anybody go to protests with guns. Do not do that. That's not a protest anymore. And if you're going to do something that's not a protest, can't do it just sort of all of a sudden. That gets you into all sorts of problems. Problems that I'm not going to lay out here now. I think you can imagine some of them. However, your home should be protected. You should feel safe in your home, in your domicile, in your apartment, in your trailer, in your double wide, in your tent. I don't care where you are. You should feel safe in America. And those fucking stand your ground laws in Florida are based in that exact wording in the Second Amendment. And they've interpreted. They've taken the Fourth Amendment. It's essentially, to some degree, with the stand your ground laws, they've like combined things like Fourth, I think, to some degree, with the Second, and essentially say, like, if you're like even close to your home, is basically what Zimmerman argued when he like murdered Orlando Castile, right? Like he was like, I was just chasing a guy down in my neighborhood because I felt unsafe in my home, and that was good enough to murder that fucking kid in the middle of the street. That was good enough for Republicans then. People should feel safe in their homes. And I'm not saying anybody go do anything close to that, because I think that's one of the most unjustified murders in my adult lifetime. Sorry. But that's where I'm at. It's great patriotism time. Okay? Fuck yeah! Okay, now let's go to another press conference held around the exact same frickin' time as that Bovino conference. Tim frickin' Walz. Forbes breaking news. Hold on. I forgot, this was a live stream. This isn't the clip. I'm gonna have to get this lined up somewhere. Production values going down. All right.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Thank you all for being here. I'll have a short statement, then I'll turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update the situation, joined here by Hennepin County Sheriff Witt, State Patrol Colonel, and General Menke, the Adjutant General of the Minnesota National Guard. Well, as I said last week, this federal occupation of Minnesota long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. It's a campaign of organized brutality against the people.
Okay, hold on. I just want to respond to a comment because, yes, this is 100% correct. And are great. Just make sure you find a safe and reliable means of learning by firearm. 100%. Do not buy if you feel like that you can't. If you feel like buying a firearm is going to make you and your family less safe, don't buy it. And I understand. But anybody who does feel comfortable, I'm all for it. Just keep yourself safe. It's a good rule. That's why we're talking about this.
And today that campaign claimed another life. I've seen the videos from several angles.
Why does he sound like fucking Eeyore? Why does Tim Walz sound like fucking Eeyore right now, dude? What? Claimed another life. Oh boy. What do you know? Oh bother. What the fuck, Tim? Are you sleeping? Are you?
But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this. It must have the last word. As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning, the federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period.
Hey, this guy claimed that he mobilized the Minnesota National Guard earlier. Where are they? Where are they? I want everybody asking themselves that question right now. It's going to come up later. Well, maybe not that, but state resources are going to come up later. I promise. Anyway, I'm not going to listen to this whole press conference. It was depressing. I tried listening to it earlier today. I listened to a bunch of it. Honestly, dude, like I don't know what this sign means. I don't speak American Sign Language, but her right hand looks like it's jerking off like a horse or something, or some other sort of tall animal. Maybe the Kembe Mutombo. It's not clear, but that's how I feel about this fucking statement from Tim Walz. Okay, it's trash. Give me better leadership, please. In fact, this is like Tim Walz, like outside of the situation, there's a lot of the stuff that I like with Tim Walz. I'm not gonna lie. He's not my least favorite guy out there. But I feel like they're failing. Him and Jacob Fry. I watch it every fucking day. I feel like they're failing. They're in charge of the state and local police resources and the National Guard. And all I've seen out of local and state police is them facing off with protesters. Speaking of protesters, let's go to Status Coup News from 9 hours ago. What a fucking week.
I'm going to be on the screen right away. Thank you. Just need a second.
Ice out now.
Put me on. All right, good morning, everyone. I am JT Siskowski reporting on the south side of Minneapolis for Status Quo in conjunction with the Midas Touch Network. We are near the intersection of 26th Street and Nicolay here on Minneapolis's south side, where a crowd of protesters has gathered and started building this barricade across the road. While just here, off to the side, John, if you can take and show that, we're seeing state authorities, state and local police, taking up positions here, blocking these protesters from that intersection because of, I want to emphasize here that nothing is confirmed yet, but because news is circulating among the activist community here in Minneapolis that federal immigration agents shot another person. This is separate from Renee Good's shooting earlier this month. A new shooting today is the rumor that is circulating among the activist community. I spoke to several people down here, none of whom were on scene for the alleged incident when it happened, but some people who did confirm for me that an ambulance was here on scene, which has since departed. Behind these local authorities that you see there with the yellow sleeves, beyond them is federal immigration enforcement agents who were firing tear gas into this crowd not a few minutes ago. John and I have already been around to 3 different sides of this intersection, and the crowd of protesters has only grown in that time. Right now leading chants of whose streets? Our streets. This was a city that was already on edge, that some people down here had described to me as feeling backed into a corner by the federal immigration presence. 3,000 plus agents here in the city of Minneapolis and its surrounding communities. And just yesterday, of course, this city and this region, this state of Minnesota, held a one-day general strike where we saw tens of thousands of people demonstrating in the streets, calling for ICE to leave their communities. And for many of the people we spoke to in the streets yesterday, they cited Renee Good's killing as a prime reason for concern for their own safety and that of their neighbors. And you can see there, I think John is zooming in on some of the federal agencies who are down there. They're the ones not in the yellow sleeves in the foreground, but they are rather the ones in the back there in the more drab green. Many of whom, of course, wearing face masks, etc. I'll note that the local authorities who are here have donned riot control gear. They're wearing gas masks and face masks, etc.
Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out now!
And much like yesterday, it is bitterly cold out here this morning. It is below 0 right now, which is, of course, going to have its own physical toll that it's going to take on everyone down here, including us as we try to report on this. Yesterday we had technical difficulties driven in large part by the cold. So if you see our signal go out on occasion, just know that we will work to bring it back as soon as possible.
No fascist USA! No ICE! No KKK, no fascist USA! No ICE! No KKK, no fascist USA! No ICE! No fascist USA! Say it once and say it twice. We will not put up with that. Say it once and say it twice. We will not put up with that. Say it once and say it twice.
I'll note that there is a video circulating on social media that purports to show the shooting in question.
Say it once and say it twice. Say
That shooting, or that video shows a number of federal immigration agents wrestling a man to the ground, and then during that wrestling to the ground, as the man is being wrestled to the ground, agents, it looks like, it appears, shoots the man several times. But again, I want to stress that there is nothing confirmed from officials at this point, nor have I spoken to any eyewitnesses down here as of yet. So I want to be very careful about what we put out here. In these moments, it can become tempting to offer, breathless coverage of what is happening out here, but I want to take this moment to just, breathe and be very careful about, what we know to be true in this moment. What we know to be true is what we can see here, is that there is a large presence of immigration enforcement agents here at the intersection of Nicolay and 26th. And then, of course, a large group of protesters who have gathered around this intersection, erecting barricades across the roads and chanting, "ICE out now." John, I want to move back over there for just a moment. I want to get a little bit more geared up here for the cold. John and I are pulling ourselves off to the side for just a moment in our rush to get down here. While we are outfitted in a lot of our cold weather gear, there's certainly more I could be wearing here. So I just want to take a moment here to try and protect my own face, and also maybe get gas mask ready or my respirator ready, in case there is more tear gas that is deployed down here. As I said, just before we went live, federal agents were deploying tear gas down here.
Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out now!
Okay. I'm back, Space Fams. Sorry for the stepping out. I mean, it's been 9 hours. I can't just be in front of the screen without moving around a little bit, doing a couple things. And we haven't really been taking any breaks. We took like one break. I'm kind of surprising myself a little bit. Schmeggly, trying to feed the space puppy over here. Space Corgi treats engaged. Okay, we're not going to watch this whole thing. It's like it was like a 4-hour-long broadcast. Honestly, it was impressive. As a guy who does an 8-hour-long broadcast, but from a seated position, mostly, it's a whole other ball game walking around, getting shot at by fucking ice and talking to other people and being freezing cold while you're doing it. It's gotta be a super difficult job. Hats off to Status Quo, to Mercado. Everybody's been on the ground down there. Take it easy. I'm taking it easy. I'm taking it as easy. I already put a limit on myself, 12 hours. We're not gonna do a second parter tonight. I've decided, unfortunately, because it's been the fucking worst week ever, we're not gonna have Sunday Fun Day tomorrow. Sunday Fun Day has been replaced by Shitty Sunday. Shittification Sunday. I am sorry. But like I've made an executive decision. There's like a bunch of stories in here that I have this week that we're not gonna cover. I'm just gonna cover what's on the thumbnail. We're gonna do this, then we're gonna do the storm, then we're gonna do Davos. Then tomorrow we're gonna do part 2, Shittification Sunday. The weekending report returns. The revenge of the weekending report. That's okay. Which means that thankfully I've already done much of the preparations for Sunday Funday, as it turns out. Basically all of them. Oh, what a terrible week. All right. First interview over here, status quo. I'm going to go through some of the ones that some of the moments I feel like.
After this shooting, which again, we cannot confirm. I have not seen official confirmation of that, but that is the word that is circulating amongst the activist circles here, is that the federal government has shot another person here on Minneapolis' south side.
Yeah.
When you arrived here at the scene, what did you see?
So when I got here at the corner, I was actually at a corner north of here, and they had police. I don't even know what to call them. They're not cops. They're not ICE. They're Nazis, and they're just standing at the side of the street, keeping people back. More and more people kept coming. People were mad, yelling at them. They had everything blocked off, and then we got word that they shot someone.
So you had come down here before you had even heard that, and I'm just noting that we're watching this intersection here because we're hearing more tear gas going off and flashbang grenades going off over here.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I mean, they just keep shooting at us. We're not even doing anything but yelling at them. I think maybe someone's threw a snowball. That's about it, but that's about it. No one's doing anything violent. I'm screaming at them. I'm losing my voice just because I'm so fucking pissed. And they're trying to create a scene. They're trying to create a scene so they can get the military down here and make us a full-on police state. It's fucking bullshit.
You think that this is all just a pretext? It's about soliciting these scenes of chaos to try and get the military in American city streets?
They've outnumbered the cops 3-1. We try asking the cops what's going on. They say they don't know. When they show up here and they leave, they're in on it. They got to prove that they're not in on it. Same with Walls and fucking Frey. They got to get out here and fucking yell at these motherfuckers like we are. People don't fucking believe us. I work an hour away from Minneapolis, and the people out there think we're all lying. They think they're just taking quote-unquote illegal immigrants. They just want the people that are causing crime. It's bullshit. It's all media bullshit. I mean, status quo, you guys keep it real. The same with Mercado Media. You guys have been the only ones out here getting tear gassed, doing the real shit. These motherfuckers don't know what they're doing.
So you want to see your leaders in the street? What else?
There we go. There we go. A kid. I remembered that. I was like, yeah, we need to get this kid's take in here. It's a 4-hour stream. I watched a lot of it. I didn't watch all of it. I tried my best. It's been a long day, long week. This is about an hour. Just so you know, this is about an hour into the stream.
Minneapolis police are now confirming that federal immigration agents did indeed shoot and kill someone down here on the south side of Minneapolis. The second person now in Minneapolis to be shot and killed by the federal government. Put the handle in the inside here below here.
I gotta say, I love the spirit of this little guy right here. Little guy, puffy coat, painter's mask, but also megaphone. Painter's mask, but also megaphone, right? Like that respirator and megaphone. That's the way to be. It's hard to be heard with the respirator on, so the megaphone, that helps. That helps. I'm just gonna skip ahead even more. But it's gonna my ability to skip ahead is gonna slow down drastically as this fucking thing progresses. This is like 20 minutes later. It's a little too far. Where does this fucking thing start? Where does this fucking thing start? These fucking pigs. These fascist thugs. Fuck this. This is not America. I refuse to accept this as being America. These pieces of shit should not be able to be allowed to wear the flag. This is a disgrace. This flag on this helmet is a fucking disgrace. This dude pointing a fucking firearm at protesters is a disgrace.
Agents telling press to back up. The man is trying to scream out his name.
You're gonna have to kill me! You're gonna have to kill me!
JT, put the microphone, direct the...
You're gonna have to kill me! I have done nothing at all! I have done nothing at all! I have done nothing at all! My name is Matthew James! Obadiah Allen! I'm a United States citizen! If you kill me on the street!
They've got 7 guys on top of this dude right now. 2 of them pointing pepper spray at his face at point blank range. A U.S. citizen.
They just sprayed pepper spray directly into the man's face.
You're gonna kill me! That's what you want? You wanna kill me?
Fuck this.
You wanna kill me on this street?
This is what we...
You're gonna have to fucking kill me!
This is what we protested against. Once before.
I have done nothing!
And honestly, many times before that. Depending on how you want to... Let's be real. Many times before that.
I have done nothing wrong! Yeah! I have done nothing! Matthew James Obadiah Allen! I'm a United States citizen! I am...
The man's a United States citizen and he's being brutalized by a bunch of fucking douchebags getting paid by taxpayer dollars right now, getting the bonuses that your increased healthcare costs are going to. Remember, I just want everybody to remember, these guys are getting paid the money that your increased healthcare premiums this year are going to. $1 trillion was cut so that Donald Trump could have tax cuts for 10 years. And so these guys could get bonus checks. And so that they could do this to America. When you look at your new premiums this year for your healthcare, you tell me whether it was worth it. Was it worth it? I already get the sense the answer is probably a no. Maybe it wasn't worth it. Maybe this was stupid. Maybe you were tricked into thinking that immigrants were the problem and not the billionaires trying to pit us against one another.
This is ridiculous.
The Murdochs over at Fox News Corporation, or Donald Trump over at Truth Social, the very best place.
Help!
Where only the truth is said. This is like 10 minutes later.
It's not even really clear to me what the purpose is
of totalitarianism.
Other than the pain. The only thing I've seen the protesters, throw at the agents or direct at the agents, other than their words, their protests, are the tear gas canisters that the federal agents are throwing at them.
Where's the sketch going?
Right there, it's wafting this way.
Yeah. It's coming towards us.
Yep.
You're so bad! Stay on the side here.
We're walking down the street now away from, trying to stay ahead of a cloud of tear gas that is wafting towards us. You good, John?
Yeah.
You good?
What's your break? Oh my God,
You see those agents inching backwards, back down to their original lines where we first encountered them at the intersection of Nicollet and 27th.
You notice there's only like one or two dudes smart enough to even look behind them. Most of them are just sort of pacing backwards at this weird zombie-like pace. Just sort of trotting, slumping backwards, slowly, holding their weapons, all just kind of grouped up. Wasn't me. Subscribing. Much appreciated, wasn't me. I think it was you. It was you that just took actual money and blasted it with a laser. You didn't Twitch, you didn't Prime sub it. You didn't get it gifted. You came by it hard. You earned it. You said, I'm taking the plunge. And I can appreciate that. I really can.
Huh? Does anybody know? Yeah. With BP. You cool?
WSCenti_ gifted 1 subscription.
Okay. Everybody good?
I'm good. You good?
Yep. I'm around the corner, so the smoke.
Another beautiful gifted sub. It wasn't me.
Pulling back into this parking lot a little bit just to get out of the path of the smoke that's wafting down the street. The tear gas smoke.
Is that the right way to do it? I can't hear you. Is this the right way to do it? I got a charger, man. Yo, that broke my heart. Okay. So dude. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, you can't do anything. We broke my heart, bro. I have such I want to cry, bro. I know. This was such the most fucked up.
See, some of the protesters are also inching their way forward on the streets.
All right, so they retreat back here behind this police line. And and regroup. And if that's not the end of this, I'm going to skip ahead again. We cannot watch this whole protest. It's 4 hours long. This status quo coverage is honestly fucking incredible. You should already be subscribed if you're not. If you're watching the stream and you're not, that's weird. Because they've been one of the few people covering what's happening on the ground here. With great... it's just in depth, right? They're interviewing people. They are like right there next to what is happening at all times. Like honestly risking their lives. They're honestly risking their lives. People are getting murdered for less. People are getting murdered for fucking less. Wasn't me. Thank you for the bits. I see you over there, even though I don't think there was enough bits to trigger a galactic notification. I think it's got to be 100 bits. I think that's what we made it. I tried to make it like so that we had people abusing the system. We were like contributing a bit at a time to get the robot to read their messages, and it got out of hand. Became obtrusive.
WSNT_me just shared 100 bits.
And there you go. Where is this? Who is walking back? This is in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Anyone here? Okay, then fuck. There's like 100 people watching this stream or something right now. Like, there's only like, do you not notice what's happening? Do you not see the notifications happening? That's on a different platform, right? Like, you're not the only person on the planet. I am so sorry. Oh, your eyes are opened? My eyes are opened. Eyes open 59. Oh, wow. Look at this guy. Look at this. Look at this fucking genius over here. We gotta take a brief detour right now. What the fuck is this shit? Rude. So rude. I don't understand. What's the point of this? Explain to me why you're doing this. Explain to me these messages. Where is this? Who is walking backwards? Any here? Okay then.
How rude!
Fuck off.
How rude! How rude! How rude!
How rude. Get real. You want someone to talk to you? Go to the horizontal stream or go watch on Twitch, because no one chats on the vertical streams on this channel. Okay? I mean, maybe some people do. Like a few people do sometimes. But seriously, get real. You're lucky I'm even responding to this right now. You're welcome.
Tear gas canisters. Aren't I a good guy?
Sorry.
South on Nikolai. Yep. Agents here are over here by this alleyway are clearing the path for this alleyway. It looks like they want to move this van, continue it down the alley system here running parallel to Nikolai.
Why are you protecting them? What's wrong with
The agents are moving the barricades that protesters had put up.
And harming us and killing us and kidnapping us. And you're protecting them. What community do you serve? What is wrong with you? Come on. Like, are you kidding? We're the bad guys. They're killing our neighbors. What the fuck?
Shit.
Good job serving your community,
My
you
bad.
fucking idiots. Like, what the hell?
That's my bad. Look at these guys. Why are they just throwing trash cans around? I'm sorry. Sorry. We just gotta go back. These fucking pieces of garbage are just throwing trash all over the fucking community. They knock over a bunch of trash cans for no good reason. They just start throwing trash all over the place.
Continue it down the alley system here running parallel to Nikolai.
Why are you protecting them? What's wrong with
The agents are moving the barricades that protesters had put up.
And harming us and killing us.
By the way, I just want to say, really briefly before we go back to this clip, thank you to 2 different people I'm just noticing. Noticing that somebody donated on PayPal? No, Cash App. Cash App. And I don't know if they want me to make them known for this donation, but thank you. I see you. And you're right. I will feel better. And fuck ICE. Also, somebody donated to the crowdfunding of a galactic e-bike for me down on Earth. It's really just an Earth bike. It would help me with transportation down on Earth. Somebody donated $25 on not Calshi. On Throw. What Calshi? What? Why did I guess I was just saying Cash App, and I was just thinking, but somebody donated $25 to that fund, and now we're over 10%, we're like close to 15% raised on that e-bike. That's getting exciting.
And you're protecting them. What community do you serve? What is wrong with you? Come on. Like, are you kidding?
Look at these fucking, look at these petty children. Look at them, they're just throwing trash. This guy's dragging one over here. And he's gonna throw that on the ground like a fucking, look at this. They're just disrespecting. They're just disrespecting the neighbor. There's no reason for this. Do you see what I'm talking about? This kind of disrespect. That guy dragged that trash. It was the most petty thing. I mean, it's not the most. I mean, we just saw one of these assholes murdered. And we don't even know who. We don't know what his name is. One of these assholes fucking murdered. What is this man's name now? Oh God, I can't remember it now. Oh, it didn't take me that long. It's like Peter. I just posted. It's like, I can't. Alex Peretti. So is it? It's an incredibly petty thing to do. What's the point of this? Just literally shitifying the community. This is making America. This is making America better. This is great. Trash, just throwing trash all over Minneapolis, like some fucking petulant child. You're shitting me. This is a crime spree. This is a fucking federal crime spree. Hell, we replaced all of the regular civilian crime with federal crimes. So it's interesting. We've got a criminal president. We've got a criminal felon president doing crimes. Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed that the criminal president was going to do crimes? It's so weird.
You okay?
Yeah, just cold. How are you?
Alright.
John and I are blinking through some light tear gas smoke here. Taking refuge in a little alcove. Trying to avoid some of the worst effects of it. As I was just telling John, the thing that's getting to me more than the tear gas and the flashbangs going off is the bitter cold. You gotta stack that on top of the tension and the violence down here is that it is sub-zero temperatures. But all of this violence is being carried out in. And that no doubt is taking a toll on people as well. See the federal agents there just moving and kicking all of those. Come this way. Here the agents are moving everyone back into the side. I need a break.
Yeah, come on, let's go. No. You see the line over there? JT needs a...
Yeah, I need a break.
Good. Come here. Give me the microphone. Thanks. You need any water? Okay.
No. I just need to get out of that town.
Okay. Aw, Mono, thank you for that. You know, Mono, the first ever space mod. Really making up for my sort of deficiencies. I was incredibly rude to that chatter. And she's saying, you know, don't... Such a nice person. You're not lucky. Don't listen to him. You could go to the regular stream. So thoughtful. She's right. Don't listen to me. I'm a jerk. I get angry. I get a lot of deranged chatters in here, okay? And sometimes it's gone up a lot since coming back to streamings. I feel like somehow. Like, and not back to streaming, coming back to YouTube because we were down for like 3 months.
All right, guys, give JT a moment. His eyes are stinging really bad. JT, you take your time right here. All right, I'm gonna move up. I'll be right here, JT. JT needs a moment. I'm gonna get back over here on the front. They are tossing more flashbangs, more tear gas. Hey guys, if you appreciate our hard work.
Anyway, eventually these losers run away.
Refuse to leave.
I can't find where it was
and
that they run
police
away.
were able to
they do
secure
eventually
the
leave.
scene. This is not
Actually, I think I know where it is. Hold on. I think there's a moment that should be easy to find. Where is it? Right? It's like, where's this really? Yeah. Yeah, this is like 2 hours into the stream. I'm about halfway through it.
For under 5'10", you fucking midget fuck!
You don't have to be here. We are 50,000 strong. You can't beat us.
I'm searching for the words right now. I'm quiet on the mic just because I'm searching for the words to describe what is happening down here. I mean, the sights and sounds you can see and hear on the camera. But the feeling. This is a community that's way beyond mourning. Way beyond mourning. This.
I mean, honestly.
A powder keg.
I mean, People don't have time to mourn right now. This is the thing. I don't think they're beyond mourning. I think they've usurped it. I think they've skipped it. I think they went straight to pure outrage because they have no time to mourn because there's a tragedy every 10 seconds. How are you supposed to mourn? Grieving process happens, unless you're a sociopath, it takes a little time to grieve, to mourn the death of somebody, and nobody has time. You're under an onslaught.
People who feel pushed to their limit by federal agents who are going into their communities, masked agents going into their communities, disappearing their neighbors and community members. You see some of the demonstrators there sitting on the ground, kneeling on the ground now.
Fuck you all!
Right now the crowd is chanting, "Say her name, Renee Gunn," in reference to the first person that federal agents killed this year in Minneapolis. And now, of course, we're on the scene of where federal agents shot and killed a second person.
Renee Gunn! Renee Gunn! Fucking gun! Renee Gunn! Renee Gunn! Renee Gunn! Renee Gunn! Get the fuck out of here, fucking Nazi!
These guys are creating martyrs. The Trump administration is creating martyrs right now. I don't know if this is what they're intending to do, but it's what they're creating. There's no other word for it.
There are some demonstrators exchanging words just off to our left here with Border Patrol agents. Hey, Patrol. Yo, you can interview them now if you want to, right? Huh? You can interview them now if you want to. They're talking to people. Yeah.
It doesn't matter, you're the bad guy!
Now chants of "Go home now" directed towards the agents.
Doesn't fucking matter.
It gives us cancer 20 years down the fucking road.
Yeah, don't engage with us, right? Don't engage. Now. You're still the bad guy. You're still the bad guy.
Federal agents have relaxed their posture a little bit, and just the fact that they're allowing protesters to get this close to them, because that was not what we had seen for a while. But I'm noting that many of the agents are now holding tear gas canisters in their hands. Some of the agents are pointing out into the crowd. You see them there making those gestures out into the crowd, either pointing out particular protesters or pointing out, you know, locations for their own tactical deployment.
And protection from the chemical weapons you are deploying against us. Stop assaulting us after one of our neighbors was killed. Stop. Stop hurting us. You have the weapons, and please don't. You will pay for your crime. We just experienced the murder of one of our community members. It is okay for us to be angry. Stop assaulting us. Spray chemical weapons at us for being angry that our neighbor was murdered. We are exercising our First Amendment rights. Who do you protect? The people? Or the fucking fascists?
They kill the people. They gas the people. They don't protect the people.
This is fucking crazy what's happening here. It's fucking crazy. We are here. We are unarmed.
That man was on the ground when you guys shot him.
We are peaceful community members that are angry.
2-1, and you guys shot him. Cowards! Holding your guns towards the civilians.
Shit, piece of shit. Stop assaulting us after one of our neighbors was killed.
We pay your salary. We pay you guys. And you gas us. And you murder us. You inflict pain and death on our beautiful city. That is cowardice at the lowest human level, maggots. Ice out. 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 Ice out.
There's a crowd of hundreds out here right now, if not 1,000 people. It's always so difficult for me to be able to tell standing in the middle of it. But again, this is just one approach to this scene. I'm looking down the side streets here. I'm seeing another crowd of protesters not far from where we're standing. And no doubt that aside from here on the southern end of this intersection, that's the center of this now investigation into a man who's been killed by federal immigration agents. To the north, to the east, to the west, I expect that there are also protests, because John and I were there earlier in the day. And we saw the crowds that were gathered there at that time.
This is the First Amendment, and you guys represent tyranny. Ice out. Ice out. Ice out. Ice out. Ice out.
And
Ice out.
from showing
Ice
us
out.
accountability
Ice
and
out.
justice.
Ice out.
I, for one,
Ice
am
out.
not willing to get that.
Ice out. 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 Ice out.
Okay, eventually ice does get out. I'm going to skip ahead now to a couple of different interviews and moments during this. They eventually leave. It takes them like so long to actually like, do anything. But guess who shows up? The state police. They are here to face off against protesters now. Where were they just moments ago when ICE was shooting at them? Huh? Where were these fuckers? Where were they? They're part of it. They are conspiring with them. They are collaborators. They're not protecting the people. Your local taxes are going to this. Your local taxes are going to this. Your state taxes are going to this. Your federal taxes are going to ICE. And all of it is repressing you. That's where we're at right now. Back in the day, it was no taxation without representation. Now it's no taxes without justice.
You're a bastard too! You too! You too!
The Department of Homeland Security is trying to claim that its agents feared for their lives because the man had a gun. But I will note, one, we know him to be a...
I've come up with it. No taxes without elimination. No taxes without elimination of ICE. This is not a representation of what America wants. We looked at a poll earlier. Fox Business, we started the week off. This week-ending report that's taken 9.5 hours so far. The report shows 57% of America do not like what ICE is doing. Do not think they should be a law enforcement. They should be doing law enforcement anymore. Also, thank you, Columbia Regan, for the super chat on YouTube. Quote from Count Dooku in Tales of the Jedi. Describes police right now. Live alongside corruption for too long, and you no longer notice the stench. Alright, I'm going to skip ahead to an interview now. I just wanted to show you that these guys are here, apparently, not protecting people, not preventing anyone from getting murdered, but they are there to face off against protesters. Actually, wait, before we go to the interviews... Oh, wait, here it is. No. First, we're going to the interview, and then we'll go. Try and go in order. Okay. I couldn't remember quite how this... I could have sworn. Yeah. Okay. Okay, status quo. Interviewing a great patriot here on the ground in Minneapolis.
First name.
Whoopsies.
Ron, R-O-N-N, last name Easton, E-A-S-T-O-N.
Ron, when did you come out here and what prompted you to get in the streets?
I have been in the streets for the last 11 years.
Like a baseball
against
bat.
all of this bullshit. I came out here after I saw that man was murdered at my home today. Put
Illegal.
5 shots in his body. And he had a conceal and carry permit, and they just killed him. They murdered that man. I'm against all of this. It's because body counts are now piling up in the state of Minnesota. We are a peaceful state. This is a resilient state. You just saw 50,000 people in the streets of Minnesota yesterday to fight against this. ICE comes in, murders a man, they take off, and leave it to these guys to clean up their bullshit. That's unnecessary. The president wants to inflict as much pain on this state because we are a blue state, because he can't stand Governor Walz, because he can't stand the fact that he has never won this state, and he will never win this state. It is my job at this point to do all I can to make sure that every Republican that is responsible for this gets voted out of office. And I will do this until my dying day. I am a veteran. I took the oath. It is my oath to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will die doing that.
You talked about how you've been in the streets for the 11 years against, you said, all of this. Can you describe how this is a continuation of activism you've been doing for those last 11 years? What's the through line? Really draw it, make it clear for me.
The through line is the persecution of people of color. And he has called African country shithole country. He had looked at Somalis and condemned an entire race of people, calling them shithole or whatever the case may be. These are human beings. I will not allow that to happen as long as I am alive. We are human beings who deserve the respect that we've earned, period.
Does this feel like the country that you signed up to serve?
No. This is not the country I fought for. Not at all. At 76 years old, I don't want to be here. But I'm compelled to be here. I will continue to be here. As long as this takes place, I will be here.
What was that version of the country or the ideals that you did feel you were signing up to serve? What paint me that picture of that idealized America. What should we be aspiring towards?
Freedom. Freedom and the liberties that people have died for in order for us to have. They're just taking it away. The voting rights, gerrymandering in states, basically saying that people of color don't matter because your vote doesn't matter. That is exactly what's going on here. I will not allow that to happen.
Thank you very much, Ron. Is there anything else you would want to add while you had the platform?
People need to understand that this is real. Minnesota needs help, all right? People need to get in the streets or call their congressmen, their senators, en masse, and let them know that this is not going to be tolerated.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it.
The Great Patriot. Ron Easton. Like the baseball bat. Had some very powerful words there for us all to ponder. What our duty is in this time as we face fascism on our own soil.
The government is out here killing people with no recourse, right? I understand people's fear, and the greatest thing you can do is help your communities in need. Find the people who need the most help and be there for them. And we're getting shot at again. We're getting shot off here in the crowd. John and I are making a beeline out of it. Wasn't clear to me what led up to that.
Nothing.
Yeah, it seemed like the law enforcement and the protesters are just content standing there, and then all of a sudden, law enforcement starts throwing tear gas.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Over here. Over here. JT.
Trying to safely make our way out of that cloud of tear gas. So you see, when agents use tear gas, when authorities use tear gas, they tear gas everyone, including the elderly. I mean,
including the elderly. This is not America anymore. This is some lawless country I'm unfamiliar with. By the way, this is 3 hours into the stream. This was essentially 45 minutes after little Jacob Fry. I don't mean in stature. I have no idea how tall he is. I assume he's a normal height. I mean little in character. Jacob Fry declared this an unlawful assembly, where these great patriots were demanding action from their government. The action they got was more smoke. More projectiles thrown at them and shot at them. I'm gonna go. To about here, I think. It's like 10 minutes later, maybe a little bit less. Just trying to hit all the finer points, I suppose.
Yep. The federal government shoots and kills someone here near this intersection where we're standing right now.
AT, come here.
Yep.
I think we're gonna run.
All right.
Come on.
Yep.
Keep your head down.
Yep. The federal government shoots and kills a second person here in Minneapolis, then leaves and prompts local authorities to tear gas Minneapolis residents. But make no mistake, what is happening out here is a scene that would not have happened had the federal government just not opted to shoot a second person. Shoot and kill a second person in Minneapolis. This crowd gathered to protest because another member of their community had been gunned down by federal immigration agents who are ostensibly here on a mission of safety, so the administration says, to make America's streets safer, to arrest criminals, the quote-unquote worst of the worst. But in effect, what is actually happening is that American citizens, and certainly immigrants who don't have criminal records, are also being detained. Also being detained, arrested, deported, and in now 2 cases, killed by the federal government. You ask any people, anyone here in the Twin Cities, or most anyone, they will tell you that they feel much less safe.
Now, I know JT's breathing in a bunch of tear gas and stuff, but you can tell how emotional he is when he's talking about all this. This is as upsetting to him as it is to all of us watching right now.
With the federal government, feel much less safe with the federal government's presence on their streets. What we see here is like a impromptu march developing with the protesters.
Hey!
Hey, see you again.
We gotta quit meeting like this!
Good recovery. Good recovery.
How spicy is the air?
That'll be alright. Hey, you good, bud? Well,
I have,
bro. Yeah.
Okay, and so they walk for quite a while. I'm going to skip ahead for time's sake because there's still things that I want to talk about today. Even though this has been one of the massive topics of the fucking day. We cannot allow this one thing to consume us. Like I was saying earlier, we must we cannot say, oh, we will only fight for one thing. We must fight for all things. All one struggle.
Have endured in this cold while these ICE agents come here in fear. We come out here with no fear as we go against these people with weapons. All we have is our spirit. That is what they want to take from us, is our spirit. That's the one thing that these enemies will never take from any of us, our spirit. I will not stand here and see our relatives be taken down. An unarmed man was just killed today. They took a 5-year-old Latino boy. This is getting out of hand. They're using our children to this one.
You know what I find incredible about this moment is that this is all organic in the moment. This is all a result of a tragedy that happened, and people spontaneously organized in the thousands. And this is what we need in every city across the United States of America. Radical unity with one another. Everybody doing the hard things. Because with hard work comes results over a long time. Just chipping away at it a little bit every single day does in fact do something. Not just with politics, but everything in life. And we cannot forget that. Just being there for these moments is meaningful.
They're going after our children, our family members, our neighbors, our relatives. How does it feel to come into the land where we fight and endure, even in the coldest of weather? They tried to bury us, but they didn't know that we are seeds.
Ice out!
are listening in on that fury that the people of the Twin Cities are feeling for their federal government right now. And the joy and solace that they are finding together.
Chinga la migra just means fuck ice in Spanish, says Colombia Rican. Thank you, Colombia Rican. Yeah, la migra, is that slang? That's like slang, isn't it, technically? It like predates ice, right? Like, used to refer to the, what's it called? INS, right? The predecessor to this horrific monster that is raging this lawless campaign against our people. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit in the protest. We're almost through this thing. 3.5 hours into this. This is quite a stream. An old status coup.
Over here. It's up to you if you want to grab it.
I just want to go back a few seconds and make a quick point here. Power of people is being exhibited right now in front of us, and it's not, might not be what you're thinking, but they're like almost, you look around here, they're creating, it is so cold out. It is so cold out here at this protest. These people are like creating their own like little weather system. They're creating like a human fog. They're so densely packed. It's so cold that all of their breath is like turning into this like strange patriotic fog of anger.
I'm a reporter. I was looking to interview people. Would you mind, like, interview you on camera?
On camera?
I can't make it. I'm just keep it easy on you.
Okay.
All right? All right, Jen. All right.
I don't know what this is. I don't think I want to.
No. All right. Thought we had an interview lined up there, but last second deciding against it. We're going to try and get a few more voices from this crowd.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna. There is, I think, one more interview I want to grab. The JT does find one more person, I think, to talk to. And then we're gonna move this along. Yeah, this guy right here. This guy, this patriot, this great patriot right behind him. This guy. This guy with the 80s porn stash. The 5 o'clock shadow, the pink, the fucking. This is America. Fuck yeah! The pink respirator, got some fucking swimming goggles. Looks like about 5 layers of clothing and a giant American flag.
Voices from this crowd before we call this stream to an end, because crowd has very clearly occupied this intersection. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. And I'm not seeing any law enforcement out here to challenge them. And we've got to be mindful of ourselves in this cold. I already had a loss of feeling in my hand there for a little bit until we got some heated gloves and hand warmers on here. So we're trying to be safe. But I'm going to try and find a couple of people to hear from in this crowd, just to process their emotions in this moment. Pardon me, man. What's up? I'm a reporter. I'm interviewing people about how they're feeling in this moment. Would you mind if I asked you a couple of questions?
Sure, why not? Sure.
This is my cameraman, John. My name's JT.
And who are you with?
Status Quo, or online independent progressive outlet.
Okay.
First of all, how do you want to be identified?
You can call me Josh.
Josh. Josh. Thank you for talking to us, Josh.
Thank you for having me.
Like I said, the first thing I wanted to start with is just processing your emotions in this moment. We're standing here after a second person shot and killed earlier today by immigration enforcement agents. The second person killed this month by immigration enforcement agents. How would you summarize your emotions in this moment?
At first, it was just utter sadness and then disgust. And then that turned to a quick boiling rage. The audacity of this government to think that they could just push and push and push and hurt citizens. And sure, it's the second shot, not the first died by hands of ice. There are people in detention who were killed, outright killed. There's one who was recently pronounced dead by homicide because he was strangled to death. These things are happening constantly and they're not being held accountable, and it's causing such fury and rage. What is the point of having a nation if we cannot even protect each other and ourselves?
I want you to explain the message you're here to deliver with the flag. Your flag is, bringing it down here. It's the American flag upside down, and it says, "That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you." Can you explain the message that you're here, that what this symbolizes and means to you?
This was the last words of Renee Good. She was just there to protect herself and others. She wasn't angry. She wasn't trying to hurt him. She was trying to get away because he was dangerous and drew a gun on her. She was trying to flee for her life. She's not a bad person. And if we're attacking citizens and killing them when their last words to you are, "I'm not mad at you," what are we doing? That's a monster right there, and he needs to be held accountable, and this administration needs to be held accountable, and we're in danger because of that.
And, of course, the upside-down American flag being a universal sign of distress. Where do you see, it always feels like in these moments where you feel like you're living through history, that you're standing on the precipice of something, but you can't always see what's next. I'm just curious, from your perspective right now, what do you see as next for this movement for justice here in Minneapolis?
Ideally, ICE gets out. They leave the city, they leave our state, and they never come back. That's what I want. I want peaceful resolution. I want them to just leave. Leave us alone, leave our citizens alone. If not, I hope that we continue with what we've been doing, which is holding them accountable, keeping eyes on them, recording them, following them, and making sure they're not hurting other people, other innocent people. That's what I want to have happen, is they need to be held accountable. And today, I hope that our message is heard. Our message of get out. We no longer want you here. We never wanted you here in the first place.
That's the same message that the governor delivered earlier today, said that the Trump administration should remove all agents from Minnesota immediately. Is there anything more that you want to see from your state, your local leaders, from the nominal opposition party in this country, the Democrats, in this moment?
I want them to actually do something. They're doing nothing. Ooh, we'll file a letter. Ooh, we'll sue in court. They're doing it. They're hurting us. Protect us. That's what you're supposed to be doing, but they're not protecting us. I can't say exactly what they should be doing because that's from them. But I want them to do something. Get out here. March with us. Have your agents stand by and keep things civil and supportive. Officers are obligated to hold other officers accountable and hold them to the law. What are they doing? They're not doing that. And we need to take actual action. He's doing nothing. He's standing by doing nothing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time. Josh, before I let you go, is there anything else you would want to say while you had this platform?
Stay safe out there, everyone. Keep it peaceful where you can, and keep yourself safe, and stay warm.
A message from a great patriot on the front lines of fascism in America. Stay safe, stay warm, Space Fams. A wise message indeed. All right, well, we're not done with our coverage of this horrifying event. Later that evening, the day is almost over for most. But Saturday, as Saturday came to a close, vigil was held for, I keep forgetting his name now. I have to say his name again. I'm holding too much information in my brain right now. Alex Preddy. God damn it. Yes, Alex Preddy. And we actually have an exclusive on this one for you, which we'll get to in a second. Galactic exclusive. Speaking of which, Galactic exclusives. I got this one from the Discord, where I get many. Or actually only the only places we've ever gotten Galactic exclusives from, and also get suggestions. I honestly gotta say this. You know, we're almost 2 years into the stream, and I've gotten hundreds of clips, suggestions from all of you. Probably thousands of suggestions, and I've used hundreds. Like hundreds have been time and time again. Suggestions from space fams like you have actually been pivotal in me doing the show and being able to stay up to date in the moment when I'm streaming. I'm seeing notifications going on. I keep my notifications on for certain channels because I need to know what's happening in them. I've also set the notifications in the whole server a particular way. For that. So if you're not in the Discord, get in there so that you can be joining that galactic activity as well as all the other things we get going on in there. Look for a mod to give you a link. It's the only way. All right, to the vigil now. Fox 9 Minneapolis, St. Paul from 6 hours ago.
Manzoni for a look at what is happening. And Mike, is it still a pretty big crowd out there?
Kelsey, as you know, it's been a sizable crowd out here for much of the day since the shooting happened just after 9 o'clock this morning. You see a lot of people showing up, but also probably just as many kind of filing out, maybe wanting to get back to their cars or leave, because it is, of course, very cold today. I do want to step out of the way to kind of show you where things stand now. The shooting video that you were showing a few moments ago, that all happened to the area to the left-hand corner of your screen where you can see much of the people gathering. There are flowers and candles on the ground there. Kind of hard to see from this vantage point, but several hundred people out here anyway now, and at the corner of you're looking at in the direction of 26th and Nicollet, near where the shooting happened. That is blocked off, barricaded, what looks like a makeshift barricade that demonstrators and others have set up. And it's the same thing on the other end of the street here as well. Mostly really peaceful out here. Passionate but peaceful is how I'd characterize it. Mary was mentioning that when she was out here this morning, obviously when federal agents were on the scene, it was quite a bit different. There was the tear gas, the kind of very tense kind of chaos that we sometimes see following these incidents, but it is not that way, at least for now. But you did hear Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara at that news conference a short time ago saying that they want to be basically ready for anything, and they're urging people to remain calm. So far, that is exactly how things are playing out, but that the National Guard will be assisting local law enforcement, including Minneapolis Police and the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office to carry out their duties, and especially with a focus on this section, which they are watching and have been watching throughout the day, and will continue to watch into the evening hours. I don't know if the microphone's picking it up, but you can hear kind of chanting, stomping. It sounds like maybe they have some drums. That's off just under the red light there at the intersection under that sign that says East 26th Street. There's also kind of what I would describe as an organized nature to all of this. On the right-hand side of your screen, there's a table, a few tables actually set up where people are giving out food. It appears to be from one of the nearby restaurants. They're handing out hand warmers, also giving hot drinks. What appears to be coffee, and people passing out water, walking by with dollies with cases of water. People are kind of helping each other out. Many of them have been out here for hours. Also, some people on the roofs. I don't know if you can pan up, Elida. You see a couple of gentlemen up there with some signs. Keep ice off our streets. It looks like that one says. That's on top of the Nicollet Event Center, and then on top of a couple of gentlemen on top of the hairstyling place. They appear to just be watching, kind of getting a different vantage point of all of it now. We will continue to monitor things out here and bring you more updates as we have them. For now, we'll send it back to you.
And Mike, we're bringing in a lot of information all the time here as this continues to develop. So I apologize if you mentioned this in the beginning, but have you seen any law enforcement yet coming back to the scene to start that sort of perimeter around the scene?
Yeah, we've been out here for the last 2 hours or so. I haven't seen any law enforcement.
Okay. Well, the mayor's news conference just wrapped up a short time ago, and we know that's going to happen at some point. They haven't mentioned a timeline
as
for that,
to when.
but,
yeah.
We expect with it getting dark that they'll probably start those actions very soon. So, Mike, we know you'll continue to stay out there on the scene, and we'll continue to get back with you as it develops.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
Okay, before we move past that vigil, for fuck's sake, what is the world that we're living in right now, huh? By the way, I like all of your little candles, so I've been putting them up during this moment. But I just want to go back to this real quick, just so I'm not looking at this fucking asshole's face. God damn you, Jake Dapper. You go to hell. Go sell a book. Go sell a book, Jake. Leave us alone. Go tell us about Joe Biden's health.
Staying in the race.
You piece of shit. Garbage excuse for a journalist. I do more journalism than Jake Tapper. From space. From space. Okay. Oh, right. I'm gonna pull something up here. Here's my files. It's on my computer. Someone sent this to me. Wonderful man. That's as descriptive as I'll be about this. Man with a great heart. The space man. Sent this to me. It's a very short clip, but for posterity, I want to watch it. Because this is a moment. This is a moment. This is a historical moment right now. And we are categorizing. I'm glad to have the repository back of our YouTube, of the 2 years of live streams that we've done here. And all these moments that we've had. This is brought to you by a space fam like you, sent to me in the Discord. From down at that vigil. Just want to hear it one more time. Wow. What the hell is that? That was fun. There you go. A very, very on-the-scenes view from that vigil. A lot of people together. Gathered, sun setting. Remembering another slain Minnesotan by federal lawlessness enforcement. It's disturbing. It's disturbing and uplifting to see the people there, to know that we have space fams there on the ground. With NSPM 7, there's no way I'm going to get any more specific. I mean, shit, I'm probably on there. One last video, and these are kind of out of order. But I just felt like it was actually two. I take it back. There's two more videos for this topic. Let's not forget, we still have two more topics left in the stream to cover. The goddamn storm that everybody's been protesting in here in Minneapolis that's hitting the rest of the country as well. And the goddamn deranged Davos trip of the orange dictator. Let's go here to Senator Chris Murphy's YouTube channel from 4 hours ago. Here's a... Actually, no, I think that was in order. That might have been in order, chronologically speaking. I could be wrong. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'd have to actually look at the timestamp of the message or something. Oh, God. Speaking of which, you know, we'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that in the Discord. Chris Murphy, Senator Chris Murphy had some things to say. Fascinating development on this situation, this ongoing situation. I don't know what to call it anymore. I'm losing all of my sanity.
By now you've seen this horrific video, another individual killed in Minnesota. It's just fucking awful, the inhumanity of this. We cannot fund ICE as it is constituted today. But we found out something else really important today. Pam Bondi sent a letter to state officials in Minnesota in which she made a list of demands for ICE to leave Minneapolis. And one of those demands was that the state turn over its voter rolls to the federal government. This has never been about public safety. Minneapolis is a much less safe place today because ICE is there. This is likely about trying to rig and steal the election. Donald Trump is wildly unpopular. He is not committed to democracy. And he knows the only way that his movement is to retain power, the only way that his corporate allies retain power, his billionaire allies retain power this November, is for Trump to steal the election. And so he's saying to Minneapolis, if you don't give me control of the voter rolls, then ICE isn't leaving. And you can see that if he gets away with it in Minnesota, he's likely going to try it in places like Philadelphia and Phoenix, other key cities in swing states. So understand why it's so important for us to draw a line. I have been arguing all weekend that the Senate should not pass funding for the Department of Homeland Security. First and foremost, because this is a rogue agency that is operating outside of the law and is killing American citizens. But also because the underlying game here may be to steal the 2026 election. And no senator, but in particular no Democratic senator, should play a part in that.
Very strong words from Chris Murphy. And this is the bare minimum of what we should be asking of our fucking senators right now. And I gotta give it. Bare minimum. The bare minimum is gonna get some applause from me right now for Chris. This is exactly what we need. No more, no less. This is what we fucking need. Okay, there's more. There's a lot more. I've been saying that. I'm sure many of you have heard me say that I think also needs to be done right now. But the fact is, this is the bare bones of what we need. We need to shut it down. Shut it down. It's a lawless agency murdering Americans on our own soil with our own tax dollars. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Shut it down. Shut down DHS. Kristi Noem is using it to funnel money. And let's not forget, we need to investigate Tricia Loughlin, her husband, and the hundreds of millions of dollars that was funneled to them for the fucking advertising campaigns that they did. Right? Trish McLaughlin, the spokesperson for Homeland Security. That's right, her husband. His media agency did commercials for DHS. $200 million funneled to his company. Kristi Noem flying around on fucking private jets, G6s. Not first class, private. She's flying private. She needs it. She needs it for the fascism. Fuck that. Fuck that. Not another penny. I want that money back. Fuck that. Not another penny. I want it back. And then some. Reparations. But this is the bare minimum right here. That and an end to all of this nonsense. All right, to end the discussion of what ICE has done in the last week for this first part of this weekend's week-ending report. Oh, only 10 hours and 20 minutes in. One of our founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson.
The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is a natural manure.
The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time, said old Thomas Jefferson, and that tree is looking like it needs a real pruning right now. That tree of liberty has grown into a monster, and it needs a refreshing, a new democracy that actually works for the people and not against the people. One that lifts everyone up rather than pits them against each other. Okay. Honestly, I hate to do this to everybody because I know the patrons, your avatars, you don't get to see them, but I'm not going to do it. Like, I did one break today, and we're going to do one break. That's it. We're going straight into talking about the other stuff we've got tonight. We're going right into the environmental half right now. Talk about the goddamn winter storm that is obliterating many people's toesy-woesies and nosies out there in the cold. Whether it's protesters or just people trying to get to work. People in their homes and apartments. We're getting hit by this goddamn blizzard of epic proportions that may be bringing some of the biggest numbers seen in recorded history to some places. If I could. God damn it, my list is so big tonight. This thing is so big. You would not believe. 176 videos I had planned for tonight. I think I was biting off more than it was bigger. It was biting off more than I could chew. My eyes were bigger than my stomach, as they say. And that's fair. It was a big week. I wasn't expecting this week to quite turn into this monster that it did. Which one do I want to start on? Yeah, let's start here. ABC News. 3 days ago. Potentially historic ice and snowstorm.
Winter is coming.
United States. Oh shit, it's muted. That's not helping. Hey. Runaway
Catastrophic
video.
event from Texas to the Carolinas. Snow and freezing rain expected to move in Friday before pushing east over the weekend. The governor of Texas already activating emergency response resources, hoping to prevent a repeat of the devastating storm that led to widespread power outages back in 2021. ERCOT, which handles electricity for most of the state, says it's confident this time the grid will hold.
Fuck,
we
I gotta
have
pee.
faster response reliability services.
I gotta pee, Space Fams.
Have more
I will be right
transparency
back.
for the public.
All this comes as a brutal Arctic blast grips nearly half the country.
You hear everybody tell you they're very, very cold, but keep moving and later up.
Feel like temperatures plunging to the single digits in New York and Boston. Parts of the upper Midwest could see wind chills of 50 below zero.
Dress in layers that trap heat, cover exposed skin, limit your time outdoors, and actually try to avoid alcohol, which can increase heat loss.
Natural gas prices now soaring with the frigid weather set to last through the weekend. The bitter cold even impacting the nation's blood supply, the Red Cross declaring a severe shortage, in part because so many blood drives had to be canceled due to recent storms and freezing temperatures.
Recent storms have left road salt in short supply. Some areas are now mixing salt with water.
This morning, a brutal winter wallop not letting up.
You definitely need layers when you come outside.
Parts of western New York buried in more than 2 feet of lake effect snow. The roads so treacherous near Buffalo. Some drivers like Joe Chanelli forced to spend Monday night at a rest stop after getting snowed in.
We just watched the snow come down. Everyone was taking it pretty well.
In the Midwest, firefighters battled a major blaze in sub-zero temps. Despite the harsh conditions, they managed to rescue 2 adults and a child. Meanwhile, large chunks of ice blocked a water intake pipe at a treatment plant in Pittsburgh, affecting water pressure in the city. Emergency crews used a barge and a tugboat to clear the Allegheny River. And at Chicago's O'Hare Airport,
we're not able to provide air traffic control services.
Control tower workers forced to evacuate after a pipe burst in the bitter cold, leading to a temporary ground stop. Hospitals nationwide also feeling the freeze. In Michigan, health officials say emergency room visits for cold-related illness are up 50% this week.
In this Arctic punch, and seconds count. So you really have to take precautions.
But some enjoying the wintry blast, including snow leopards and bison at the zoo.
Experts urge caution against going outside for extended periods of time. But if necessary, look out for signs of frostbite, which can include numbness and pale skin. Hypothermia is also something to watch out for. Those signs include extreme shivering, confusion, and drowsiness. Guys.
All right. Take that seriously.
Yeah.
All right, for a closer look at the cold and that brewing storm, let's say good morning to Al.
Hi, good morning, guys, and good morning to you, boy. Let's say we're going to have to buckle up, friends, because we got cold air, bitterly cold air, 31 million people. We are looking right now at wind chills in New York City. It feels like 10, 6 in Saranac Lake, 8 in Detroit. And then we've got this second storm that's going to be developing. That cold air is going to be locked in. So we got this Pacific storm moving in from the southwest. We've got moisture coming up out of the Pacific. That's going to surge into the plains, and that's going to start off the snow and ice. And then we've got this second tap of moisture coming in out of the Gulf. You add to that this Arctic air that's coming in here. It's going to collide with this moisture. This is going to be a mess. So tomorrow, snow and ice begin Friday afternoon. Treacherous travel after sunset from Lubbock, Texas, Amarillo, Oklahoma City. We move on into Saturday. We're talking heavy snow, about a 1,500-mile trek from Oklahoma east into Atlanta. Below that, we're looking at ice from San Angelo, Dallas, Little Rock. Could be crippling. We're looking at Sunday, significant snow moving into the mid-Atlantic area, an increasing chance of heavy snow moving into the northeast. So here's the deal. We take a look at this snowfall amount. We're talking 8 to 14 inches, Oklahoma City. Little Rock, 6 to 12 inches. The ice, again, anywhere from a quarter of an inch to a half an inch of ice. That brings down trees, power lines from San Angelo, Shreveport on into Tupelo. And then the snow. So the European model is going to bring this thing up into the Ohio Valley and into the Northeast with that axis of heavy snow from Boston, Columbus, Springfield. The American model a little further to the south. The heavier snow moves still south, but still, we are talking, it's still a little too early to talk about accumulation.
Okay, well, these were the predictions leading into the week here, or not into the week, into the storm, to the front of the storm. All right, I'm gonna kind of skip through a few of these just for time's sake. I had a little bit longer coverage of this plan. We'll probably talk more about it tomorrow, considering it's not gonna be going anywhere. I just want to cover everything that I set out to tonight. If I do, I think I'll be really kind of pleased with myself. Not to congratulate myself ahead of time. Don't do that. Race not over yet. Where do I start back up here? Yeah. Seems like everybody in chat's getting hit by this thing. I see your messages, everyone. Yeah, no, it's hitting all of us. When I'm back down on Earth, I'm freezing cold, okay? My Earth apartment is devastating. It's in a building made in the 1800s, okay? It's horrible. The cold comes in from every pore and crevice of that goddamn... It's a facade of that. It's a goddamn travesty. I can barely think about it. You know, you could help keep me warm, technically. During these times, you could go on to Throne and contribute to the Galactic News Network. You could buy me some sweatpants or perhaps some scented candles. Not only would the scented candles, in a piece of meal way, keep me warm, but also make my Earth apartment smell fresh and clean. It's really 2 for 1 on that one. That's the cool thing about Throne now. You can know exactly what your money is going to. You're like, oh shit, that's cool. What a cool thing for you to set up. I know. I do stuff. Not gonna lie.
Hey, welcome back. Beautiful sunrise and sunset again today here in Anchorage. This was the view from Mount Baldy and Eagle River looking back toward Anchorage. Wait till the sun is low.
I did not mean to go to this one. I meant to skip this one. Honestly, you guys are fine. Hush, Alaska. You're not getting hit the same way everybody else is, and you're already used to it. You're in the Arctic. You set yourself up for snow. We're skipping you today. I'm sorry. I love you. I know we have Alaskan chatters.
States bracing for a monster of a winter storm set to bring damaging ice and heavy snow. The massive storm's impact zone could stretch more than 1,500 miles from the plains across the south and up into the northeast there. More than 90 million people across parts of 23 states are already under winter storm watches. That's half the country, you guys. Of particular concern, though, is the ice that's set to hit the southern states there, which would make the roads really treacherous over there, and it would also bring some extensive power outages, too. North and South Carolina have declared states of emergency. Meanwhile, heavy snow is expected to the north of the storm's freezing rain zone. The Arctic blast will also bring bone-chilling cold, potentially breaking daily high and low cold temperature records. Meteorologists from our sister stations around the country have been putting in the work, letting us know what's coming. We start with Rebecca Kopelman, who stepped outside in Cedar Rapids, Iowa this morning to bring us a look at what the other half of the U.S. is preparing for.
From the National Weather Desk, I'm Chief Meteorologist Rebecca Kopelman in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where we're seeing the aftermath of strong winds and some more snowfall yesterday. Still some flakes that are coming down here, and we have snow that is on the ground, and this snow is going to contribute to the extreme cold and dangerous cold that'll be settling in as we head into tonight and tomorrow. Extreme cold warnings have been posted as temperatures are going to tank behind an Arctic cold front, and winds pick up, sending temperatures tumbling below zero and wind chills to dangerously low levels of -30 to -40 degrees, which means frostbite can set in just within 5 to 10 minutes as we head into Friday morning.
I'm Mary Barron in Birmingham, and right now we are experiencing some light rain in this area, but we know that we are set to see some rain showers, cloudy skies, and some cool air. Now, going into the weekend, the forecast is set to be much tougher for those northern counties in this area, more specifically counties such as Fayette, Walker, Coleman, and Cherokee. Now, what we know for certain is that the temperatures are set to drastically get colder in the afternoon going into the weekend, which raises concerns for black ice developing, which could pose a threat for those Monday morning commuters. Reporting in Birmingham, I'm Mary Barron, ABC 3340 News.
I'm meteorologist Phil DeCastro in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Right now, temperatures generally
literally in the single digits above zero. Objectively, that's very cold, but it's nothing compared to the extreme cold that we're going to see move in over the next 48 hours. On both Friday and Saturday mornings, we're looking at wind chill values that could reach down near 40 below zero. That has triggered extreme cold warnings in advance of that cold air that's going to be moving in. Several school districts have already decided to close school. Many others monitoring the conditions, waiting to make that call. But either way, we're talking about dangerously cold weather that could give frostbite to exposed skin in just minutes. It's the coldest air we've seen in about 7 years. So even for this part of the country, it is extreme.
For the National Desk Meteorologist,
Oh shit, I was muted that whole time, son of a bitch. That's my bad. Everybody cold. Everybody cold and planning to get colder. I'm trying to get us up to current. That was from Friday. I'm sorry. It was like Friday morning, Thursday night clips. I'm trying to get us ahead now to current. I'm skipping a few things that I had planned. We're just going to cover them tomorrow because of time. Because time is finite. And we're 10.5 hours into this puppy, which means I have an hour and less than 1 hour and a half until YouTube starts cutting off this stream. I don't know how to get access to 24-hour live streams. I've seen other channels do it. Although I need to look into whether I don't know what it requires, but I do need to find out like what it is that allows you to not get cut off, but they just clip it. It's happened to us multiple times, so we've stopped doing streams past 12 hours on YouTube, generally speaking, due to that fact. Thank you, everyone, for trying to make sure that I'm not muted. I appreciate you all. By the way, make sure to click live. I get the sense that some people are dragging behind slightly. It's possible. We've had a little bit of latency problems. People like getting behind the stream for some reason. I saw some people mentioning that earlier. I've also noticed it on my devices, so I assume other people are. Oh shit, what just happened to my mouse? Oh, there we go. This is taking longer than I should have just clicked out of the list and gone to it like that. This is taking way too long. Where is this? Where is this at right now? Oh,
to
okay.
Decline a big federal grant.
This right here, this story we need today, considering absolutely everything. We need this story. Although, this, honestly, I wanted to tie this in with everything. You know, I hate to do this, but I'm skipping this today. I really wanted this, but you know what? We're going to have plenty to talk about with ICE tomorrow. We're not going to, yeah, no. And when I'm saying ICE, I don't mean ICE. Like, I mean the federal lawless agency. Yeah, no, we can't. So wait, should I do this or not? I'm trying to think. Sorry, everybody. I'm doing calculations in my brain. Okay, fuck it. Yeah, no, I can do this. This is fine. No, more than 12 hours? No, we don't. We do not need to know. You do need to know. Maybe you don't. You're not here in the US of A, though. And honestly, we do need it. We need it at some point. We're going to talk about it tomorrow, though, because I'm going to do a larger section on this topic tomorrow that I'm skipping over. Okay, let's go here. This was PBS from a Friday. Was this Thursday? This might have been, no, this was Thursday
Sprawling
night.
and potentially devastating winter storm is projected to slam a massive swath of the country tomorrow and through the weekend, from New Mexico all the way to northern Maine. Heavy snow, life-threatening cold, and dangerous ice accumulation are all in the forecast. More than 130 million people are currently under winter storm alerts, and nearly every American east of the Rockies will be affected. That's according to the National Weather Service. To help break down what we expect to see and how you can prepare, we're joined.
The National Weather Service that Donald Trump and his goons like Russ Vought and Stephen Miller dismantled so that they could give tax breaks to the rich.
Follow the rich white man. Follow the rich white man.
Sorry.
Now by My Radar senior meteorologist Matthew Capucci. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, good to be here. I have to say the scale of this storm is matched only by its intensity. I mean, the fact that we have roughly 1,800 miles nonstop of winter storm alerts, watches, warnings from Arizona all the way to the East Coast shows just how big this storm is. It's getting going right now off the U.S. West Coast. That's an upper-level pocket of cold air or low pressure and spin, this big swirly twirl on the water vapor satellite. It's kind of the impetus for this storm system, but you'll notice it's still offshore, so we can't launch weather balloons into it. And so actually last night, the hurricane hunters, those folks who fly into hurricanes, flew into this storm to collect data to help us figure out what this thing's going to do. We pumped that into models, and you can see just an absolute mess on the simulated radar. Rain, snow, sleet, freezing rain, the worst of everything from New Mexico, Texas, all the way to southern New England.
What does the forecast say about snowfall? Where do we expect to see the most?
So I think the snow jackpot should be in roughly a 50 to 100 mile wide zone north of the rain snow line. It starts near Oklahoma City, pushes northeast all the way towards D.C., Baltimore, Philly, New York City. All those places have a roughly 50-50 shot of seeing a foot or more of snow. Tulsa, probably 12 to 18 inches. Then southern Missouri, the Boot Heel, western Kentucky along the Ohio River, that's where the worst will be. But in addition to that, on the southern side, it's not just the snow, it's the sleet and the freezing rain, too.
And what about the life-threatening cold? There's also threats of ice accumulation.
Yeah, the ice accumulation is really what worries me the most, because for folks at home, ice happens when you have rain that essentially falls as a liquid and then turns into...
Honestly, the threats of ice accumulation are literally threatening this country from every angle right now. See what I did there?
You are
We'll
not
play on
funny.
words for you. I thought it was pretty good.
On the ground, given sub-freezing surface temperatures. You know, in that freezing rain zone, temperatures might be in the mid-40s, a mile above the ground. So liquid rain is going to fall, but the surface might be 25, 30 degrees. So all that liquid freezes on the ground. Two main areas I'm really watching for the worst ice accretion. I think northwestern Mississippi, northeast Louisiana, probably south of Memphis along Interstate 55. That's the zone I'm really watching for potentially significant ice accretion. We're talking like a ½ inch to an inch in spots, and it only takes about a ½ inch of ice to pull down the power lines, get power outages, the roads impassable, probably from Friday.
It's incredible how ice is threatening so much of the country in the same week. It's just, wow. It's just something about that timing of it. By the way, Dark Sparkle, don't think I didn't notice you feeding our space corgi over there on Twitch. I'm just trying to keep this moving as fast as possible. We are running low on time. Faster and faster.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Let's go here now to News 8 WROC Rochester, New York from 1 day ago. If you don't have to go out, don't. Monroe County leaders on winter storm preparations.
Night all the way through Monday morning, and then behind it.
I did not mean to click that.
Monroe County leaders gathering today to outline their preparation efforts ahead of this weekend's storm. News 8's Ryan Hermanet is live for us in Greece after hearing from those officials moments ago. Ryan.
Hi, Natalie. Good afternoon. We've seen quite a bit of snow and ice so far this winter. We're definitely no stranger to it, but none of it compares to what we may see this weekend, which is why these leaders across Monroe County came together today to remind the community of the resources that are available to them should they need assistance. Now, we did hear from Governor Kathy Hochul today, as you mentioned, Natalie. She said that New York is under a state of emergency throughout this weekend. Now, in response to this, the county has a few reminders for folks who may be impacted by these harsh conditions. First, knowing where local warming centers are located. Now, there are 4 across the region, including the Open Door mission on North Plymouth Avenue in the city. County Executive Adam Bello explained that anyone in need of a shelter should visit one of these locations, and if they are at capacity, he assured that they will find space somewhere else for you to go. Now, RTS can also provide free transportation to one of these shelters with pickup at any bus stop located throughout the county. Local leaders also say it's crucial to keep electronic devices charged, bring pets indoors, and of course check on friends and family who may be vulnerable in these conditions.
Please take this seriously. We don't want to see anyone get hurt during this event. I know that sometimes we do forecasts and we have to change it and we say, oh, it wasn't that bad. But it is better to be prepared than to be caught off guard.
Yeah, we're just asking people, if you don't have to go out, don't go out. We don't have a travel ban or anything like that right now. Let's just use common sense as we start the storm. And if that condition changes, we will let people know.
Now, we also heard from Monroe County Sheriff Todd Baxter during this meeting just now, and he said that deputies are ready to respond to emergencies throughout this winter weather. They're ready for whatever's thrown at them. And of course, if you're faced with a non-emergent question relating to shelter, food, or road conditions, you can always call 211.
Yeah, and that's what the police should be doing. That's what our tax dollars should be going to protecting the goddamn civilians, not going after protesters. They're all being used in all these places right now to go after protesters rather than making people safer. In Minneapolis specifically, like what we've been seeing, right? Like it's insane. And meanwhile, FEMA's dismantled, completely gutted, run by an incompetent just an incompetent, soulless, garbage person, puppy killer. R.I.P. Cricket. By the way, guess what FEMA did on the night of the storm? The morning, I'm sorry, the afternoon of the storm. They froze cuts. They froze they froze the firings that they've been doing. A year into the firings, they froze the firings. I keep saying hiring because I'm tired of shit and I'm trying to go so fast. But you get what I'm trying to say. Oh, so helpful. Thank you. That's good. I wonder how many resources they mobilized. I wonder how many tents they set up. Something we're going to talk about a lot more tomorrow. I had to pepper it in. Had to pepper part of that in there. Couldn't not do it. Had to do it. Eyewitness News, ABC 7, New York. Yesterday.
New York City. Joining us now to talk more about New York City Prep, Zach Isco, Commissioner of New York City Emergency Management. Zach, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
You got a very experienced team. I know you guys have done everything you can to prepare for this, but what has you the most worried about this particular storm?
Yeah, so first off, we start preparing days in advance for these types of weather events. We do a lot of close coordination with the National Weather Service. Ton of work going into this with the sanitation department, our life safety partners at FDNY, NYPD, other utility partners, transportation, social services out there getting people off the streets. I think the biggest concern right now is just seeing how the forecast actually develops. You know, right now we have a pretty good amount of clarity in terms of what Sunday is going to look like. I think the biggest concern is what happens overnight Sunday into Monday when we start to maybe get into a wintry mix, maybe some icy conditions. I think that's the thing that we're looking at. And then also just making sure that New Yorkers are taking this seriously. We're going to have whiteout conditions right now are forecasted on Sunday. People need to stay inside, not go moving around the city or commuting to different places. That's not only for their own safety, but also to allow us to do our work and also to allow emergency crews to get around the city.
I understand that you have and correct me if I'm wrong, you've got a system in place that's fairly new. It's not been tested in a big storm. Blade Runner, does that sound familiar?
So we have used Blade Runner, and we have Blade Runner 2.0 right now. And on the front end of it for New Yorkers, they can go to Plow NYC and actually see what roads have been cleared. And
Blade Runner. What a name. What a fucking name. Blade Runner. Wait. Don't they go to Zoran in this clip? Or is it the next one? Oh, no, they go to Zoran. It must be the next. Where's my list? Wait. I could have sworn I had. Oh, yeah, it's literally. Yeah, right. Right.
Well, you can expect that more school districts will probably announce over the weekend that they'll be shutting down. We are standing here in Paramus, New Jersey. This is where Bergen County keeps a lot of its salt. You can see this big pile of salt right behind me. The crews have already loaded up many trucks, hundreds of trucks already ready to go as they get prepared for the storm. And if you go over to one of the shopping centers and watch people go into the stores, they're buying just about everything as they also prepare for the big storm. The carts are overflowing as shoppers are preparing for the big storm, which apparently adds up to lots of calories. Are you preparing for?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm preparing for the big storm that's about to hit us. Just want to make sure that I have everything for my family and, we're all intact because I have like my grandchildren and my daughter and her husband and the kids, so we're all getting ready for it.
The parking lot at the ShopRite in West Caldwell was a bee's nest of activity.
It's packed, and I don't understand why. I mean, it's okay, fine. It's 2 days. We'll be out of snow. About 2 days, maybe 3.
There was only one bag of salt left to sell, and everything else was flying off store shelves. As it appears, folks plan to ride the storm out full of food.
I bought stew because she's going to make stew. I bought some crushed tomatoes for Italian gravy and some macaroni, and she.
Some Italian gravy, some macaroni. Sure. Makes perfect sense, my guy. No reason not to. Gonna be stuck inside. May as well.
You found Wake Up Weather on ABC7 and why. This is also your weather discussion for Whether or Not. And boy, do we have a lot to discuss as we get into a major storm. The last time that we had a storm in New York City that was over 6 inches of snow, you have to go back 5 years ago. If you want over a foot of snow, you can go back 6 years ago. It's been a while. 6 inches, very likely a foot is on the table in New York City, but there are so many other elements to this as well. So first thing is laying the foundation of the dangerous cold, which is coming to us from the Great Lakes and, of course, directly from the Arctic. The temperatures in the Great Lakes today are sub-zero with wind chills that are 30 to 50 below in some cases. So that's the type of air mass that's coming our way. And the reason that we have a cold weather advisory from later tonight all the way into Saturday morning. And there'll probably be additional cold weather advisories over the next week. We're looking at sub-zero wind chills and frostbite that can occur within 20 or 30 minutes. Okay, and then the major winter storm. And this is Sunday into early Monday. The brunt of this is happening during the day on Sunday from about mid-morning to mid or late afternoon is.
Hold on, I'm going to skip ahead to the. I think this is the one with the Zoran clip in it. I think it's at the end of the. Wait, where did they go to Zoran? You fuckers. You guys are Zoran right now. Zoran. I keep thinking I'm being tricked by ABC7. God damn it. At 2, ABC7. At 2. You've ruined the day. What's happening? How did I pass it? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm just going to keep going through them. It's too late. We've gone too far. We can't turn back now. We've gone too far. Write that down for later. It'll come in. It'll come up again. I'm fairly certain, considering everything. God.
And good evening. That unprecedented, potentially catastrophic storm has now begun its life-threatening march across much of the country. More than half of all Americans are in the storm's path tonight. In the Midwest, millions are being pounded right now by blinding snow and powerful winds. While in Texas and Oklahoma, that monster storm is firing up with snow and plunging temperatures. Look at the storm's path. Few states will be spared as it plows its way east. Governors in 16 states have declared states of emergency already. Across the storm zone, you see this, empty shelves as worried residents raid supermarkets. Just look at this long line outside one in New York. Forecasters warn the ice down south could cripple major cities, halting traffic and possibly knocking out power for millions for days. More than 5,200 flights have already been canceled for the weekend, and that's likely just the beginning. Parts of the Northeast are in a foot of snow or more. Bill Karen standing by to time out the storm, and our correspondents are spread out across the storm's path. We begin tonight with Emily Akette.
Tonight, a triple threat of blinding snow, life-threatening cold, and ice. Chaos already unfolding on roads across the country. High winds in Iowa nearly flipping this semi-truck. And drivers facing near zero visibility as lake-effect snow in Michigan turns highways into white walls. Police in Indiana warning of slide-offs on the road after this vehicle got stuck in the deep snow. And the bitter cold tonight punishing, with wind chills plummeting to minus 31 degrees in Chicago. And in Duluth, a staggering minus 51.
What now?
Crews, the work never stops.
I got about 5 layers of clothes on.
It is pretty cold. It's probably 0 degrees right now.
And this isn't just a cold snap. Below freezing temperatures could last for the next 10 days, coupled with more than a foot of snow in parts of the Northeast.
The dangers that we're talking about now.
Seriously, I keep looking at my weather app and saying, is that real? Is that a real thing I'm looking at right now? Is this what I'm to expect with my future down on Earth? Perhaps I should find a way to just live full time on the space station. I spend enough time up here as I do anyway. Oh my God!
It's not just the potential of an enormous storm with a significant amount of snowfall. It is the aftermath.
That fear triggering a run on the essentials.
This is my second day trying to get gas.
We are out of kerosene heaters until tomorrow.
From the nation's capital to the south, where shelves are being stripped bare.
They're out of eggs. There's no bacon. There's no butter.
Come on! Brian Chandler is in Texas, where ice is the biggest threat.
This Dallas hardware store is all out of propane, sand, rock salt. Customers rushing to prepare in the last hours before the freeze hits.
Inside the largest power plant in Texas, preps for a winter storm have been underway for months.
Winter is coming. Winter is coming, and it's coming with a vengeance right now. Ice threatening America in more ways than one this week. And for those of you in the worst path of this right now, although it's hard to say, I mean, right, honestly, it's people in the West who are getting hit first. Godspeed, Gary Speed to all of you. Those of you unfamiliar, Gary is our galactic god who accepts all people, regardless of, not just people, creatures. Here in the Milky Way. Ted Cruz booking his vacation for months to Cancun. Yeah, he's probably there already. Cancun cruise. I can't remember what was it that he said in the wake of that. Ah, fuck it. All right. Now, thousands of flights have been canceled this weekend. I think it's over 10,000 now. I don't know the exact number, but it's humongous. Just suffice to say, a shitload of flights have been canceled. Who knows how many traffic accidents and other sorts of things have occurred. Oh my God. Seriously though, real quick, before we go to this next one, I was gonna skip this one, but the beginning clip of this is too crazy. Just watch this. This is Lake Michigan. Would you look at this, please? This is Lake Michigan, one of the largest bodies of water, of fresh water in the country. Perhaps is it the largest? I can't remember by volume. My Great Lakes. But I guess it's really ice, not water, that is in here. Of course, they're the same thing. I'm being silly. It's just a change in physical states. This footage is wild. We are getting slammed right now, people. Slammed! That was loud. I'm sorry for everyone's ears.
How rude!
It's very rude.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Okay, now I'm going to skip ahead to the live stream of the current trajectory of the storm. If this is still live, hopefully it is. Fingers crossed. Hopefully I have it in the right spot in my list. I added it while I was streaming today for the most updated possible coverage I could get. Something I do try. Wait, I can't go to it. Here it is. Here it is. I found it. I've been looking for this. And now this is all I want. I just want this is all I keep hitting parts and clips where I'm like, I can't not. As I go through all of them.
Zohran Mamdani. New York City, this is the calm before the storm.
A chorus of
Okay. I just needed to hear it. That gives me what I needed to get through the stream. What does that say about me? Zoran just gave me the strength. It's like the spirit bomb. I just sucked a little energy from Zoran Mamdani. Zoran, I need your strength. I don't know if you can hear me, but if you have any energy to spare, I need it to get through the galactic stream. That's the worst. That wasn't a Goku. That really wasn't a Goku impression. That was just sort of a generic anime impression. I wasn't even trying for. I could probably do a halfway decent Goku impression. Although I could do Vegeta better. I think. Although I've never listened back to my impressions of them. I'm not doing that right now. You're thinking to yourself, why not try now? Time is finite, space fams. Must I remind you again? It's like you have no concept of it. Hey, why aren't you playing? Oh, it's because it's trying to load this freaking chat, which is going bonkers over here. Stop that. No, I don't want to stop it. Stop it, please. Okay, great. Great. Okay, live. Click live. You bastard. There you go. Live picture engaged in 3, 2, 1, go. There it is. Live. This is 3:50 a.m. the 25th of January, so it's behind the time right now by 25 minutes. I assume that's Eastern Standard Time, but it's just delayed for some reason. It's probably just updating a picture, but look at the size of this puppy. This is a beast. It's more than half the country. Look at it. Look at this. And look, it's just getting fed. Like they were saying, it's just getting fed from over here and over here. Oh, in the South Pacific. All this warm, moist air is coming up. Okie dokie. Now, of course, we talk about something pretty frequently around here. Probably more than most streams on the entire interwebs, perhaps. Something called the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Current.
Winter is coming.
It is the thing. It is the geological. No, it's not really geological. It's the oceanographical system that transmits heat by way
Ocean temperatures
of salinity levels. Maya, I love you, but wait for me for a second. What was I saying? I'm gonna get through this stream, I swear to God. 55 minutes left. Salinity levels control that movement of that water, that warm water, from south to north, and that cold water from north to south in the Atlantic, making the eastern seaboard of the United States and Western Europe habitable places to live, and not like Siberia. PBS Terra. 1 year ago. Maya.
Ocean temperatures keep setting all-time highs. But in the North Atlantic lies one very mysterious, very creepy exception. It's called the cold block, or the warming hole. And according to climate models, it shouldn't exist today, which means we're missing something. So one researcher got to wondering, did the cold blob exist the last time the planet was this warm? And if so, what happened after it appeared?
Our study is actually probably provides hints regarding our very near future.
Mohammed is talking about Earth's most important heat transfer system, the AMOC, an enormous ocean circulation that redistributes heat from the tropics and southern hemisphere into the northern latitudes. And this global heat transfer is responsible for regulating weather that we rely on to function as a society, especially temperature and rainfall patterns. And the appearance of the cold blob could mean that this vital Earth system is on the brink of collapse. But it might not be so simple. It turns out that there's a hot debate in the scientific community about the AMOC. And in this episode, we're going to get to the bottom of it. Because although there is debate, what most scientists agree on is that an AMOC collapse will change our world dramatically.
Once the climate warms enough, we could hit a tipping point where very suddenly and very catastrophically, this AMOC current could collapse.
The AMOC brings warm, salty water from the Gulf to the North Atlantic, where it sinks, bringing cold, deep water as far south as Antarctica. This exchange keeps temperatures warmer in Europe and milder in the tropics. But dramatic cooling in Europe probably isn't the biggest impact of an AMOC shift.
Very worried about future changes in rainfall and water availability. During times when AMOC is strong, the northern hemisphere tropics and monsoon regions are generally stronger and wetter.
This, scientists say, is because the AMOC influences the intertropical convergence zone, which is the belt where trade winds meet, forming regions of heavy seasonal rain on either side of the equator, known as monsoons. It's really hard to imagine how many people a sudden shift in monsoons would impact.
Over half the world's population are impacted by them. And so really understanding how those could potentially change is really critical.
That's because as the AMOC slows, the northern hemisphere cools. That cooling shifts the tropical rain bands south, and the monsoons effectively miss regions that count on them for up to 90% of their yearly precipitation, directly impacting food security for over 2 billion people. So with so much on the line, what does the scientific community say?
There are a number of studies that really suggest that the risk is much larger and much closer, actually, with lower levels of warming than we have previously thought.
Most models do predict an AMOC weakening before the end of the 21st century, some by up to 46%, even in low greenhouse gas emission scenarios, and 55% for high emission scenarios. And some find a collapse by mid-century is possible or even likely. So that's just a few decades away. But
yeah, honestly, scientists, we've talked here on this stream about some discoveries, of one in particular, that suggests that it's possible that the current models, the climate models that we have been running on for a very long time, have not been accounting for necessarily some of the feedback loops that the Earth has been exhibiting lately. We're not going to get into that today because of time. But I know the well-versed galactic viewers know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, and it's not good. Okay. I am going to skip way ahead. To here. Monday. Davos, Switzerland. World Economic Forum 2026. Switzerland. Protesters in the streets. Leading into the conference, which was to start in full.
Mit einer fiktiven Geschichte beginnen im Stil von Schließt alle eure Augen und stellt euch mal vor. Doch die Realität übertrifft leider jede Nacht.
Hold on.
Tagträume
It's not full
Geschichte.
screen.
Die USA
Full screen. Full screen. Please. For the love of God. Dude. This has been such a crazy week. And then being like in this convalescent state, stuck in a hospital all week, not able to stream. In my own completely unrelated suffering has been such a strange experience, watching all of this stuff happen in front of my eyes on my phone and being like, it felt like it was back in, honestly, I felt like I was back in 2023. Almost, but even worse. Like, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. So I started this stream in 2024 in the wake of October 7th. And there were some months there where I was just gripped by what I was seeing, tortured by it, and felt like I was doing nothing, could do nothing. And that's what led me to doing this stream. And I felt helpless in so many ways and like confined in a way I did not appreciate at all. Why? I don't appreciate the way that this browser is being a real dick to me right now. What did I do to deserve this? Just full screen. What is wrong with you? Explain. Just whisper it in my ear. What the fuck is wrong with you? No. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're shitting me. What the? Alright, I guess I gotta refresh this. Please hold. Okay, I fixed it.
Entführen nicht genehme Präsidenten in Nacht- und Nebelaktionen. Nationen bangen ihre Souveränität. Gaza wird seit 2 Jahren dem Erdboden gleichgemacht. Jegliche Infrastruktur, die ein Überleben sichern könnte, wurde zerbombt. Kein Stein steht mehr auf dem anderen. Und weltweit scheint die Ordnung aus den Fugen.
I have no idea what these Swiss people are saying. It's not even clear to me that they were all Swiss, but they were out here protesting. There were a lot of them. And they seemed sick of having billionaires run everything, like they do here at the Davos summit. It's basically, you know how Alex Jones used to be, the Bilderberg Group, the Illuminati, Bohemian Grove, Bohemian Grove. They're praying to an owl. They're praying to an owl. It's crazy. They're deciding everything in the world, and you can't trust them. I tell you, you can't trust them. But like literally, the World Economic Forum is just that. It's just out in the open, and it's quite literally that. And this of course is all following Donald Trump 2 days of making threats against Greenland, effectively NATO. He's not just acting lawlessly at home, he's also doing it abroad. Like, can't forget that. It's been a special, special week.
There's been condemnation of President Donald Trump's announcement that he will hit the UK and other European countries with increased trade tariffs unless the US is allowed to buy Greenland, which is a semi-autonomous Danish territory. The president said a 10% levy would come into effect on the 1st of February. Sir Keir Starmer said threatening tariffs on NATO allies was completely wrong. The EU is to hold an emergency meeting today. Our North America correspondent David Willis reports.
In Greenland, hundreds took to the streets in defiance of Donald Trump's desire to take control of the island. An estimated 85% of Greenland's population rejects becoming part of the United States.
We are not interested in being Americans.
The president believes the island is crucial to America's national security interests and that only the US can protect Greenland against invasion by China or Russia. Having talked of buying or seizing it, he's now turning his attention to those who stand opposed to America's annexation, namely its allies in Europe.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
An extraordinary new development in President Trump's push to take over Greenland as European...
Shit. I'm foiled by my own petard. Muted again. I know. People are about to come at me for being muted in 2 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Yep, there it is. Shade Dragon first. I was saying, there's your president, everybody. America. You voted him into office. 80 million of you. That's right. Looking at you, Trump voters. You put this man here into office. This deranged fucking lunatic. Okay? You did it. How are you feeling about that? Is this good for you? This lawless cretin?
New development in President Trump's push to take over Greenland as European leaders meet to discuss an emergency response to his new tariff threat. The president sent a letter to Norway's prime minister. According to a diplomat who's seen the note, he wrote in part, quote, "Dear Jonas, considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace, although it will always be predominant, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. CNN's Melissa Bell joins us live from Paris this morning. The Prime Minister of Norway now saying, yeah, that's the letter I got from President Trump talking about the Nobel Peace Prize. It's a pretty remarkable development.
Yeah, it's a remarkable letter. A completely, stupefyingly, it makes you dumber thinking about it. I feel dumber every time I have to listen to Donald Trump. Sometimes I feel you know how I do the Donald Trump impression all the time. Honestly, thinking like me is really tough. Okay, I don't know. You don't know what it's like to live in my head. Right? It's a crazy place with crazy people, and they're always coming to me. They're saying all sorts of things, and it's like living inside the mind of a crazy person, a deranged, crooked person who only thinks nasty, nasty things about people. Ah, what is he doing at my desk? That was terrifying. The president was on the spaceship momentarily. Oh, almost threw up. I need a new chair. I think I need a new chair. It stinks in here. Okay. God damn. It's been a long stream, Space Fams. Many of you have been here through the whole thing. God, I need hydration. I am
so hot right now.
I've lost my place over here. Let's go see here. Let's go to the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney.
I feel like I'm taking
Where's my
crazy
sound?
pill.
I'm glad we have each other, Space Vams. I think that to myself many days. When I was in the hospital, for instance, I thought to myself, I'm really glad I have the Space Vams. You're all so supportive through my illness. I really appreciate that. Both on Discord. Oh, and also, I just realized I'm updating the goal right now. But actually, I can turn the goal off. Turn off the galactic financing deficit. Deficit financing goal. Can't think. Mark, please talk. I can't talk anymore. I'm too tired.
Is submitted to no limits, no constraints. On the other hand, I would like to tell you that the other countries, especially intermediate powers like Canada, are not.
I would like to point something out to you all about this speech. Are you noticing anything? There is an interpreter speaking right now. And I made fun of Mark Carney for his French at one point during the election, at more than one point, I think. But here he is addressing the World Economic Forum in French, which I think says a lot, and not about his ability to speak French. I mean, it says something about that too, undoubtedly. But what this says is that Mark Carney is, I mean, this is a specific, in my opinion, this is a specific message. Because Mark Carney's most familiar language is English. And he's in the World Economic Forum. He could have just done an English and gotten away with it, probably. Especially at this time. But he did part of his speech in French. Because I think he's trying to send a message that Canada is global. That Canada is not just America's bitch.
Lawless. They have the capacity to build a new order that encompasses our values, such as respect for human rights, sustainable development, solidarity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of the various states. The power of the less power starts with honesty.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. And this aphorism of Thucydides is presented as inevitable, as the natural logic of international relations reasserting itself. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. Well, it won't. So what are our options? In 1978,
okay, I'm not gonna. I would like to actually let Mark go further, but I'm not gonna do it right now because of time. Because we have to end the stream in 35 minutes. Oh my god, we've been going 11 and a half hours, Space Fans. What a fucking insane week. And honestly, tomorrow's stream is gonna compete with today's stream, in my opinion. Thankfully, I'll have plenty of time to prepare for that because, I mean, to rest up between now and then. Because this thing's going to be done in 25 minutes. Started so early tonight. It was one of the reasons why I started so early tonight for this stream. I was like, there's no way. There's just no way. It's not feasible. I feel like I budgeted my time fairly well, though. Not going to lie. Oh, still gonna have so much to talk about. All right, I gotta keep this moving. I cannot monologue. What are you doing?
Come on!
Trump's plane was just coming into Washington from Florida, nearly 2 a.m. US time, when he posted an abusive tweet mocking our supposedly brilliant NATO ally, the United Kingdom, for the decision to give away the island of Diego Garcia. For no reason whatsoever, an act of total weakness, an act of great stupidity. He said it was proof Europeans couldn't be trusted with the security of Greenland, and was quickly on the tail of 2 earlier posts, with mocked-up pictures of European leaders being lectured by him about an expanded US, and this image of him planting.
This is disgusting. This man is fucking deranged.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
This guy is so, honestly, Donald Trump puts Napoleon to shame. And Hitler, I mean, like, some of the utterly deranged things that this man is doing, maybe not in terms of death toll. No, of course not. Can't even compare these guys, right? But in terms of just utter derangement of ideas to some degree, he takes the cake when it comes to dictators. This guy, I mean, he knows no bounds on his self-aggrandizement. It's incredible. He is an endless well of narcissism. He is a bottomless pit. A despair-filled bottomless pit. Filled with orange Cheeto mush.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Tensions are escalating between the United States and Europe after President Trump threatened to impose tariffs on 8 European allies that oppose his push to take over Greenland, the semi-autonomous territory of Denmark. On Sunday, Trump sent a text message to Norway's prime minister writing, quote, "Considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace." Trump went on to write, "The world's not secure unless we have complete and total control of Greenland," unquote. Earlier today, President Trump posted a mock image of himself alongside Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
You know what? I love Amy, but I was only going to use her for the beginning part, and it's just the thing that we just fucking talked about. Oh, God. Amy, I hope you know I love you. This is nothing to do. You're great. Democracy Now! Is the best. Everybody subscribe and donate. Keep them alive. Democracy Now! Make them the new public media. Give back funding to NPR and PBS. And take ICE's budget and give it to Democracy Now! Let them distribute the funds. They'll do it in a much more efficient and effective manner. Reinstate, well, yeah, reinstate Voice of America too, I guess, while you're at it. Even though, out of all of those things, I'm like, I don't know if you can hear the reticence in my voice right now. Keep this moving. Let's go here to British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Mr. Starmer. Associated Press.
I will not yield. Britain will not yield on our principles and values about the future of Greenland under threats of tariffs. As we engage constructively, I have made my position clear on our principles and values. The first of those is that the future of Greenland is for the people of Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark alone. The second is that threats of tariffs to pressurise allies are completely wrong. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to engage constructively. I've had many international calls in recent days, and the Prime Minister of Denmark is coming to the United Kingdom tomorrow for bilateral talks. But I do want to be clear with the House. I will not yield. Britain will not yield on our principles.
That's a fascinating take from Keir Starmer. We will not yield. Okay. We will not yield. Well, you've been yielding. You've been yielding, Keir. I don't know if you've noticed. We noticed over here. We've been noticing you yielding over and over again to Donald Trump like a little obsequious. I'm trying to avoid using any too offensive language, but good to hear that you found your backbone. Let's go here now. Let's see what the president of France had to say. Emmanuel Macron.
French President Emmanuel Macron has warned the European Union could deploy one of its most powerful economic tools, known colloquially as the trade bazooka, if Donald Trump goes ahead with new tariffs on 8 EU countries over Greenland. So what is a trade bazooka? Well, it's a shorthand for the bloc's anti-coercion instrument. It includes a raft of measures for blocking or restricting trade and investment from countries found to be putting undue pressure on EU member nations.
There you go. EU law could be triggered. A backstop to unfair trade negotiators. Trade war. I said it. I said, what? How many times have I said it now, Space Fams? What do you think? I know a lot of you listen to this stream pretty regularly. How many times have I said that Liberation Day could come and may very well come? And it would be perhaps short-sighted to think that it wasn't, in fact,
immediately, if not sooner.
Because I feel like it's been a bunch of times. Like, and maybe I'm just imagining all of the times that I can thinking of right now in my head. But I can think of at least, like, off the top of my head, like at least 4 or 5. Maybe half a dozen. Depends. I'm trying to think. I mean, at least vaguely, you could count some of the things that close to that. I think we're close. Maybe more. I don't know. I'm not keeping an active count on these sorts of things. You know, I don't have AI. I don't use AI. You know, so sick of that. Although there's times where I have thought about it. I have, because I know that how many people are using it and how much potentially it could take off my plate. But there's no fucking way that I'm engaging in that shit when I know who it's benefiting, when I know who it's hurting, and while we have so much other shit to figure out. And I'm, you know, regardless of the advantages that it might bring me, just not gonna do it.
I'm helping NATO, and I've.
And the part of the problem I've noticed lately is it's actually getting to be difficult to avoid AI. Like they're running into programs that, like, new updates have AI integrations into them. So, like, if I want to continue using the same app that I've been using for however long and have it continue to, you know, be compatible and all these other, it's like full on AI and shitification right now. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked. It's like totally tangenting over here. Just blathering away. Lost my place, that's why. Okay, let's go to some of Donald Trump's deranged speech. Here in Davos, just a couple of quick clips. Donald Trump has been talking a hell of a lot about Greenland, wanting Greenland, needing Greenland, having Greenland, invading Greenland. Just doing all sorts of things to Greenland. Being real creepy about it.
Don't be creepy. You know?
I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right? Last time, a very smart man said, "He's our daddy. He's running it." I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. So we want a piece of ice for world protection.
So you might be noticing that Trump keeps saying Iceland over and over and over and over again, like a man having an Alzheimer's episode at the World Economic Forum. It's like your grandpa is just sort of, you know, blithering away about whatever's out of his mind. He's in deep. He's past early onset. He's in there. He's some days he's walking around with no pants. You know, that's your grandpa. And he's at the World Economic Forum right now talking about Iceland for some fucking reason. Over and over. It's insane.
I'm
remember this
staying
guy?
in the race.
He's making Joe Biden look like like an accomplished diplomat. Like a fully competent leader. For fuck's sake. Iceland. I want it. I've been saying they called me daddy last time I was there. Fucking creep. Idiot. Deranged idiot.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
I'm on the brink of just like crying right now. I'm delirious. I'm like on the brink of deliriousness. I know this is the worst week I've ever. Like, I feel like one of the worst weeks I've experienced. Oh God, certainly I've had a weird life. There's been some bad weeks for me, but it's in like top 10 worst weeks of my life, no doubt. I've had a lot of close people die, and other things, other life tragedies. So I can't say it's necessarily the worst week of my life. I'm not even sure how to quantify that one with all the things that I've gone through in my honestly kind of brief time on planet Earth. In the grand scheme of things, I'm really not that old. Still a young man. I'm not just saying that. I'm not even over the hill. I've got years to go. My prime. My goddamn prime. What is happening? Let's go here. Associated Press. Right, this is, might as well. Right, actually, you know what, chat? I'm going right to here. I'm skipping ahead to this. These guys are arsonists, okay? The Republicans who are supporting this, and of course the Trump administration, every single one of them are arsonists. They don't give a fuck. Honestly, they don't give a fuck about anybody or anything. If they don't start speaking up about this stuff right now, nobody should ever vote for them ever again. I mean, I've been saying that for a long, long time. I'm saying this to Republicans right now. I feel like we've been speaking to Democrats only, or at least leftists. We've had a lot of people in these chats who are very much leftists of third-party affiliation and or desires, not so much blue blood Democrat types. Although there's certainly some of those too. But the fact is that I feel like lately we've had a lot more right-wingers watching. Ever since we came back to YouTube. 3 months hiatus, whatever, I don't know. But if you ever vote for a Republican again after this, and these guys don't move to action in the next 24 hours, I'm gonna give you 24 hours right now for you. Honestly, though, really, if I'm being honest, that's too generous. That's probably too generous. But although that's complicated, I'm gonna point this out to everybody listening, and this is actually more directed to white chatters, but not exclusively. The fact is that Democrats and Republicans have there's a lot of atrocities that have happened in this country under both parties. And different minority groups in this country have been told to say that's in the past, and have in fact done that. And I don't know how to put this. This is not a good time to delve into this because I have so little time, because I actually have a lot to say on this. But like, to some degree, we do have to vote blue right now, but with a huge caveat. Like I said, we have not one full year, but we have, when do the primaries end? June? We got like at least, we got like 5+ months to primary the shit out of every useless Democrat in this goddamn party. But I honestly, at this point, I don't want to hear third party talk right now for the next 5 months. We're going to hear more of it. I know I'm going to hear it, but in my opinion, it's an uphill battle right now that can be won in this moment. Democrats have the resources, and we could seize them by winning. We can seize the resources of the Democratic Party by winning and turning it into what we want. All right, let's quickly talk about this. The Board of Peace. This is something that came up at Davos, Switzerland, something that I had never heard of before until this. Something I think Donald Trump just sort of must have come up with on the plane ride over or something. I don't know. This is maybe one of the most unhinged plans, considering the people that are being lined up for this thing. Shit, don't do this. No, don't do this. Full screen. Full screen. We're running out of time. You're killing me. It's okay. Technically, we can run. I got like 6 minutes leeway because of the music, the intro music. I'm like counting down the intro music now, like it's overtime in a soccer game. It's okay. It's okay. The game will go on. There's still overtime minutes. All right.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto.
You talked about being concerned, Mr. President, about Russia trying to come and take over Greenland. If you're worried that Putin would do something like that, why invite him to join your Board of Peace?
Because we want everybody. We want all nations. We want all nations where people have control, people have power. That way we're never going to have a problem. This is the greatest board ever assembled. And everybody wants to be on it. But, yeah, I have some controversial people on it, but these are people that get the job done. These are people that have tremendous influence. And if I put all babies on the board, it wouldn't be very much. So he was invited. He's accepted. Many people have accepted. I don't know of anybody that hasn't accepted. But it's going to be great. I think the Board of Peace will be the most prestigious board ever, and it's going to get a lot of work done that the United Nations should have done. And we'll work with the United Nations, but the Board of Peace is going to be special. We're going to have peace. It started off with Gaza, the Middle East. We've got peace in the Middle East, tremendous peace in the Middle East. Nobody thought that was possible. And that happened by taking out the Iran nuclear threat. Without that, it could have never happened. But the board is going to be, I think, really fantastic. And I think it'll be the most prestigious board of any board ever in world history. Thank you very much.
Honestly, oh my God, the slow jazz piano in the background really added to the dystopian vibes of this fucking moment. All right, this is our last clip of the night, just because we have to end it. I'm afraid. What a fucking week. What a fucking week, Space Fams. Honestly, I appreciate you all being here through this full 12-hour live stream. This is a ridiculous time to be alive. Just know this, though, Space Fams. At least you're a part of history. You're living it. Yay! Yay! We did it. We did it. Oh, God. Boy, oh boy. The Board of Peace. What will it be like? I wonder.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
But you wrote a piece a couple of days ago.
Oh, Space Fam. My sanity is being tested right now. What is this world we're living in? I don't understand. What is it? What are we living in? I don't understand. I don't understand. I can't reason with it. The week from hell.